A very exciting semi-final is about to take shape. Both players, though, do agree that it is a very 50-50 tight matchup between both of them. They don't really know which way this is going to go. They know each other very well as well. What is your initial thoughts here?
I mean, I couldn't agree more, right? Like, I have no idea. It's not like I have to make a prediction or something, but Neeb has been incredibly hot lately. His online results are nothing but phenomenal. He has defeated pretty much the best Zergs in the foreign screen over and over again. But at the same time, Snute has been the most consistent foreigner this year. He's probably on top of the WCS rankings, right below Polt. He's had a great run in China as well. Has defeated the likes of Drogo in China. Did lose that tournament final to Harstem, but overall his EVP has been looking good. I really don't know which way this is going to go. I'm excited. I'm awesome. I think it's, in a weird way, sort of a clash of styles, because Snute likes to be passive, but so is Neeb. And these days in the community, I'm not sure how you feel about it, Jeff, but a lot of Protoss players feel like if we survive to a certain point in the game, PvZ is actually pretty all right. And obviously Snute just doesn't want to let it go to that phase, because it can get very hard for Zerg if they just let Protoss do whatever they want to do.
Well, I think the trouble with Protoss is the early game Zergs have diversified beyond in Wings Liberty and Hot at the Storm. Like, there are very aggressive openings of different variety as well, and then there's that kind of mid-game tech that also requires a very different opening. So a lot of Protoss feel like they're pigeonholed into Phoenix. Neeb has been a bit of a trendsetter, though. He's been using disruptors in all three matchups really, really well. That also can apply pressure to the Zerg. They have to kind of take that into account, especially when someone's really good with them. I loved in that interview, though, how they're both, it's like a battle of humility between the two of them. They're like, Neeb, how do you feel? He's like, wow, gosh, 50-50, G Willikers.
I'm the most humble. No, you're the most humble.
Yeah, and Snute's won like hundreds of thousands of dollars just dominating. Like, Snute, how do you feel? He's like, oh, man, who knows? It's so tough. It's like so different from real sports where you ask a player, like, who are you? Like, I'm the best.
We're going to crush and dominate them.
It's finally good to see Neeb, though, come out of his shell in terms of performances on stage.
Yeah.
It's something that he's definitely been lacking, and he said coming into this tournament, you know, I don't really have too much expectations for myself because I don't do well offline.
I mean, we also kind of said this yesterday, right, in the start of the day, that he looked a little more comfortable and he looked a little more in his place. And we didn't make that up. We don't just say that for the sake of saying it because we have to make some noise. But he did really look a lot more. No, but he just looked happier. He looked comfortable, and he's like, all right, I'm ready to just play how I have been playing. Well, in the previous few tournaments, he always looked a little shaky. You could really see that he was nervous. Now he's just playing in the way that we know he's capable of.
He played a lot better against Puck, by the way. And it's weird to say Puck and Huck because that was literally the two people he played back-to-back. But like against Huck, it was a little bit shaky. There's some mistakes there that we very clearly saw that he wasn't going to make. And then again, he just took that next step, as you said, Kevin, where he was just more confident, played better against Puck. And if he can take that next step up again, Snute's in a lot of trouble. Like, this is a very good player.
Yeah,
there's a
but
couple of
Snute's so experienced. He's
there's a
done
couple of
this for
interesting things
years.
about Snute, especially speaking to the players. The first one being that the players in general all seem to fear Snute in PvZ for whatever reason. They've been saying, look, his EVP is bonkers right now. And up to this point, especially on stage, we've really only seen his Zerg versus Zerg. And it's always an advantage for someone in a tournament if they only have to play one matchup because they can keep some builds in their pocket for later on, which may give Snute a little bit of an edge. Where Neeb has had to play a lot of different matchups, I almost feel like he's a little bit more exposed now. But we get to see the vetoes on the screen right there. No big surprise, Coral Carnage. Once again,
I'm a little bit surprised that Snute is the one.
Yorina, though.
Yeah, that is a surprise.
Over Preon Terraces. We've seen this map a bunch, and we've seen it from Protoss, I believe in a PvZ, but I can't put a name to it. It's like, there must have been some kind of, I don't know, meta shift of some sort, but we're not seeing this map canceled out nearly as much as I thought we would.
You're letting a Zerg play on Preon Terraces with that gold natural. Incidentally, Neeb is not a Zerg, just ignore that. But it's a little odd. What do you think to that? You know, do you think that's a little bit of a risk? You know, why did Neeb not veto Preon against a Zerg player?
Maybe he's choosing between the lesser evils, and even though like Preon Terraces is considered to be a very strong Zerg map, I always think that you shouldn't do just because the community says something, right? Like if he feels better on Preon and he feels on Arena, why would you ever want to play on the Arena?
I trust him fully for that.
Yeah, exactly. Like if he's just worried about an all-in.
Isn't that the Queen Rush that's very dominant on Arena, right? Like it's funny to say Queen Rush, considering they have to fight off creep and so on, but there's that very, very popular and very successful build.
I think you're spot on. It can be kind of hard to scout early on what Zerg does. You know, they open up normal and then suddenly it's like, all right, they didn't make anything. Here are 7 roaches, 2 Ravagers running across the map. If your pylons get unpowered, you don't have anything in your gateway, the game just ends. Like Arena plays out so different than any other map that maybe Neeb is just saying here, I am so confident in my PvZ, let me just play normal map, let me just play a normal game, and then I feel a lot better than playing on Arena.
Game, the Zerg has 2 gold bases.
Yeah, I'm not really sure that qualifies, but...
I get what you're saying, though. More normal than early rush shenanigans. And Snute has shown a little bit of cheese, both here and also at Winter Championships.
Well, I mean, you've always got to have that in your pocket as a pro gamer, right? You can't just
Snute,
play.
man, not necessarily.
You see, I think that reputation is deceptive. You say, well, Snute's a very safe macro player. He'd never do something like that to me, and then he sticks a knife in your back and laughs at you, while being, of course, very humble.
Snute would apologize.
He would,
I'm so sorry. Gosh, that must hurt. As you die.
I just wasn't feeling so confident. I slipped and fell. He can. All pro gamers can, and it's always dangerous to typecast a player because they'll come and surprise you to your peril. So we might see that happen. I'm really interested to see the Prion match, actually. I think that's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, I think the players are very close to being ready now. Predictions, usually the last thing we do here. Where is this going? Who's going to the grand final? Jeff, we'll start with you.
I think you're going to hear the most boring across the board. We're all going to say the same thing. We're like, it really could go either way. I think it's 3-2, and in my heart of hearts, I'm hoping for Neeb because while I love Snute, and Snute has been one of our champions for the longest time, I'm ready for some new blood, and specifically as an American, but more importantly, like as a non-European, I guess. The Europeans have been carrying that torch for a while. Let's give them a break. Let's take that pressure off of them. Stefano did it, Snute's been doing it. Let's give it back to a blood tier of Hydra, some descendant of Hydra.
As my fellow Europeans, Europe has, over the years, always been more dominant than North America in StarCraft. Is this going to continue, Total Biscuit?
I'm going to disagree with Jeff and say I think Snute might have this 3-2. He's been playing in a way that gives the indication that he's saying, oh, well, I'm not too confident, I'm a little bit shaky. He did struggle a little bit against Haas in the group stage, but it is worth bearing in mind that he did beat him.
Everyone struggles against Haas.
Yes, they do. They really do. And Snute, I think, has the experience factor playing for him right now, and he's clearly just dominated the last few best of fives. I think he's got momentum going forward here, whereas Neeb had a hard-fought battle against Puck, so I'd give it a Snute 3-2.
You're definitely caught in the middle, I know, Kev, because you are European, you'd like to see that do well, but I know you're a Protoss player.
I'm Protoss by heart, and I'm going to agree with Jeffrey. I really think that Neeb is going to take it 3-2. The one thing I'm a tiny bit worried about is that Neeb has been playing in a ridiculous amount of online tournaments lately. All those VODs are available, and if there is one player out there that likes to take notes, that likes to study his opponent, it's Snute. I mean, Snute has actually been knocking on the door here at 6 a.m. The security guard is like, not yet. He's like, I've got replays to watch, man. Like, let me in. So that is one thing that I think could help Snute a lot, but Neeb has got all the hype, all the momentum. I really think he's good enough to go to the final here.
All right, so I think they're almost ready. I'm not too sure. Final comments, anything that we should be looking out for as noobs here? Anything you should
just
point out?
What a treat. Like we said at the very beginning that we got lucky with this draw. I am thrilled to see this. We've had a bunch of clobberings, a bunch of 3-0s. I really do think this could be a 3-2. Of course, we could be very wrong, but I am excited to see the best American against probably the best European. What a cool match.
Yeah, I think all of the round of fours are great. It's going to result in a guaranteed awesome final, regardless of what happens, simply because we have all races represented, and we also have all three of the major continents in StarCraft 2 represented in this round of four. It's going to be an exciting final. It's going to be great semis one way or the other.
And Canada,
Yeah. Still
the three powerhouses in Canada.
Canada, not a separate continent, just FYI. America's
in my heart, it kind of is, to be honest.
So what I have heard is we do have a couple more minutes. They're not quite ready yet. They do have requested a few more minutes. When was the last time, this is kind of a difficult question, when was the last time we saw an American player go to a final in a big tournament like this? Information box who remembers everything. I'm sure.
You mean like American or North American?
Let's say American, and then you can say North American.
I think
afterwards.
American. It's Hydra. Yeah, it's Hydra. Like when he won against Select in the final. Correct.
If you're looking at a big offline event that wasn't just the North American LAN, that where everyone was North American anyway, that does sound kind of about right.
It's worth mentioning. I would say Huck, but Huck. Whenever he gets he claims Canada.
Yeah, exactly. He's always rocking the Canadian flag.
If you're a continental American, then you've definitely
the second he did that, he was dead to me.
And Scarlet also. Scarlet made a couple finals. He made a final in Germany, I believe.
Scarlet was the best player probably for about a year there, if not a little over.
No doubt about that.
It is very exciting to have, as all of you have said, new blood to to have Neeb in the finals.
It's
But
incredibly important to actually see that, especially in the American scene. You know, we need these players to be rising to the top. We need to see these players kind of carrying the flag for the American scene that has historically been, you know, behind Europe and behind Korea.
I think it's actually even bigger than that, John. Like, we had a huge change in the WCS system this year. Imagine if with that big change, it's still the 3 Koreans winning everything all the time. I would say that that would actually be proof positive that the change was not good and is actually tough. But because we are seeing this new blood, because we are seeing diversity and exciting tournaments like this, I think it's starting to push us in the direction of being like, this has been great.
It's a little cliche, but it's really an inspiration for all those ladder players out there as well. I mean, Puck in China making it to the semi-final, even though, once again, that tournament was played on odd hours, so not everybody saw it. But that was so awesome, because Puck started off as a streamer, you know. He was just your regular North American ladder player. And to see someone go from that point to being a world-class contender, making to the semi-finals in China, amazing. Now seeing Neeb do the same thing, we kind of felt it was coming, but he hadn't done it yet offline. Now he's here. I really think this inspires a lot of people around the country to just play more ladder and obviously switch to Protoss as well.
Well, I mean, I did that and I rose 2 entire ranks, which was absolutely wonderful. So, I mean, honestly, it wasn't because the race was easier. It's just because I found my true calling.
That's all we all.
I was just playing the wrong race.
Lasers, man.
I feel like Nathanius, if he was on this desk, imagine the day that he switches to Protoss. It's imminent. It's going to happen.
He switched from Protoss.
He switched from Protoss.
Before we even knew Nate, he was in some basement with the bandana around his head. He was playing Protoss, actually, is what he said.
He would be very unhappy, you know. He'd lose a couple more inches. He'd just start shrinking under the desk. You know? It'd be just awful.
It feels a little bit for me, looking at, you know, Snute on stage, it feels quite comfortable for me to see him in a top 4. And then I look at this and I'm like, that's Neeb, and it feels a little bit different.
You're telling me you feel uncomfortable
with
the presence of Neeb here.
Wow.
I mean, this is a bigger stage, though. I mean, all jokes aside, this is a much bigger stage than yesterday. Yesterday, we were joking, like, oh, he's on stage. How much experience does he truly have? Yeah, it was a stage, but it also wasn't that big. This is a lot bigger. You look forward, you see, you know, actual stands. You see a lot of people. Could be intimidating.
Finally.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's see how awake you are here in Austin.
There you go. That's
your answer. Yeah, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the semi-finals of Dreamhack Austin 2016. It's my pleasure on Frozen Temple to the northwest position in the red trunks playing Zerg. I bring you Liquid Snute. Versus his opponent to the southeast position. In the blue trunks playing Protoss, representing the United States of America, sponsored by Ting, his name is Neeb!
Chills. So excited on behalf of Neeb, like that feeling of the crowd roaring, chanting USA, that kind of stuff, that actually sticks with you for the rest of your life. So Neeb, Snute, enjoy it. But also for us as StarCraft fans, this match is it's a title bout. Like this is Snute, the tried and true champion of foreigner esports, well, not esports, StarCraft 2, I'm not going to make it that big, of the last couple years, going up against Neeb, the new blood, the product of WCS, someone that said, oh, okay, I have a chance to do some things here, I'm going to pour it on. And this is the biggest stage he's been on yet, and this could be that footnote where it's like, this is where Neeb became the monster we knew he could.
And it's interesting to see as well, because you're looking at a player who switched races relatively recently. You know, he's been playing Protoss only really for about a year full time. He used to be a Terran player. I remember his play in Shoutcraft America events and online tournaments, where he was a very Hellion-focused player. He would have a lot of success with that, but he was almost like a one-trick pony, I felt. It almost like it felt like he didn't really feel like he belonged playing Terran. And when he switched over to Protoss, we saw him just diversify his strategies greatly, and he was able to execute some awesome, awesome builds. Opening up here with an Adept and a Nexus. Adept's just become this staple defensive unit in the early game, but the follow-up to this is what's interesting me. We see quite an early Stargate.
Yeah, the Stargate has become kind of the staple of PvZ in particular. The Phoenix gives you so much map presence. You're able to limit the Zerg in a lot of ways, but also have overall information on exactly what they're doing. Ooh, okay, he's going to poke up there and seize it.
Pops up
also, Oracle, not a bad opening as well. Stasis Ward or Stasis Bomb and just having that information as well, but also threatening the mineral line kind of as a solo unit. allows you to have some money and resources to go into other techs faster if you want to. So I think he will go Phoenix, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Phoenix is the classic tried and true, isn't it? You know, it's that map control, it's that overlord denial. It's a unit that you'd think as a small fighter aircraft would die quite easily to anti-air. It's actually surprisingly tough, and it's incredibly fast to build too. You know, the build time is very low. So you can pump a bunch of them out nice and quickly, throw down a chrono boost if you want to do it. The Adept is now chasing this Ling around, and that's the wonderful thing about having an early Adept. You know, you two-shot a Ling, and that doesn't sound like a lot, but if you get a few of them, you know, that's going to restrict the ability of the Zerg to enforce their will on the map, as it were.
Yep, and I like this opening from Snute as well. We see the fast Overlord upgrade there as well, so that he can have his ultimate information as well. You're not going to have 5 or 6 Stalkers or 5 or 6 Phoenix right off the bat, so with that being said, there's just not enough damage to stop this Overlord from getting the information that you need to get. And Snoot's going to say, okay, I've seen Phoenix. This is what I face 85% of the time. Like
he's run up against this build so much, hasn't he? You know, because it is such a common build. It's been used since Wings of Liberty. It became very popular in Heart of the Swarm. Even the double Stargate Phoenix build, where you simply overwhelm your opponent with numbers of Phoenix, and you're able to pick up key units like Queens and kill them, and then get out before the anti-air is actually effective. Third base right here, coming out quite early from Neeb. He's using Adams for defense. Here come the Lynx trying to get a cancel on this Nexus. Will the DPS be enough on the Protoss? It is not. There's the cancel, and we see first blood right there from Snute when it comes to holding back his opponent's economy.
Yeah, that's super annoying. Not the end of the world. He did get the cancel. If, of course, it wasn't canceled, this would be devastating, but he is able to do that. Going to go ahead and pick up a couple of drones here. Ignoring the 2 Queens, that's the right call. With only 3 Phoenix, it takes forever. You actually have to do 2 pickups to kill.
You actually do, yeah, and you're going to take hits in the process, which is why he's putting those Spore Crawlers in the mineral line. Spores don't do that well against Phoenix. They don't have the range, they don't have the damage, but if they're picking up Queens, like you mentioned, they're having to sit in range of the Spore, so they're going to be taking a lot of hits.
It's a nice choice there. A couple more drones do die, and now he's going to park on top of that third to make sure it does go down. Losing it once, shame on him. I don't know the actual saying, but basically if you lose it again, you're in a lot of trouble. He's not going to allow for that to happen this time around. Let's see what the follow-up's going to be. It is
double
gonna be a
robo on the way.
This is something that's coming into the meta right now. It means that he's predicting he's going to be facing a pretty heavy ground-based army. A lot of times lurkers are what you're hoping to face when you go double robo like this. But keep in mind again, and we might not ever get there, but Neeb really likes disruptors. We'll have to see if he goes there. But there's the March of the Queens, and this is the beginning of some serious aggression.
I like the idea of going Disruptor against something that moves at the pace of a geriatric snail. That should work fairly well. I'm a bit worried about the possibility of building Immortals when you're up against like Ling, Bane, Queen. You know, the Immortals are not, they're going to help a little bit, certainly, but they're not going to do that well. And how large exactly is Neeb's army right now? He got a little bit greedy, grabbing his third pretty fast, and those Robos have only just established. The Banelings are already making their way into the mineral line. Good focus fire here. They crash through the blockade, but a force field goes up. Now the Lings are making their way into the mineral line. The Queen support coming in from the side. There's not really enough here from the Protoss to stop this without taking significant damage. There's a couple of left as the Phoenixes come in.
We'll have to wait and see, John, because actually the Lings and the Banelings kind of came in ahead of the force, but it looks like there's just too much stuff, as you said. The Queens now trying to attack in the backside here. The force fields have mostly been used. It is a sentry-heavy army with Phoenix. This is not a very good damage-dealing army, and now more Zerglings coming in. You can look at that production tab. Snute is going to go for this.
The Adepts cannot stop that many Queens. You know, they don't do a lot of damage to them at all. They get bonus versus light units. Queens certainly are not that. We see 12 workers killed already. The focus fire comes in. There's transfuse energy available. Link streaming across the map. And Snute, interestingly enough, is building some drones behind us, but he's also building a Hydralisk den. But that was such a great attack. Yeah. And we see now Immortals coming out, which they do reasonably well against Queens. They're not incredible when it comes to being a super hard counter, but they do pretty well. 5 extractors coming up for Snute right here. Bear in mind, he did this, which is something we didn't point out, mostly gas-free. I think he only took 1 gas for the Banelings.
Really wise decision from Snute here. He kills the third. He kills he kills a decent number of probes and some sentries. So it was a very costly victory for him, but some probes did get out. The Phoenix did not die, and what I'm trying to get at here is that Neeb did not allow this to be game-ending damage. He said, okay, you win the third, I'm gonna pull back. Snute not mining gas means that he's not 1,000 miles ahead, but let's make no mistake, he's definitely ahead and trying to get those Hydras and Banelings out to really complicate the composition, because Banelings and Hydras very strong against an immortal composition.
I think what's going to get really ugly right now is, considering the number of Queens on the field, the creep spread, assuming that Snute is paying attention to it, is going to be ridiculous. Like, he's going to be able to get it right to his opponent's front door incredibly fast, and that's going to give him a lot of mobility. That's going to make it even harder for the Protoss army to actually leave safely.
Yeah, it's interesting. When you grab all those queens, there is the potential for that, but I think he actually kind of saved up the energy for transfusion, so there's definitely a good creep canal going down the middle of the map, but around going to the 4th, going down below the natural, not the best. And that's, again, because Snute was kind of planning on this attack being the killing blow. It's not an all-in per se, but it was meant. It was kind of levied in that direction, if you will.
The famous Zerg 4-base all-in. It's just absolutely wonderful. But one way or the other, we do see that tech transition. Hydras, the Brood Spine upgrade. We've got Baneling speed. We've got +1 ranged attack. But in the meantime, a Warp Prism-based attack, and that's a nice little pick-off. That many Immortals is going to absolutely ruin a building like that. Force fields put in. Will they be able to do the damage? It's a very small force, but it's a very potent one right here for the Protoss. I love those force fields. That's phenomenal. Those queens get decimated. That was an incredibly efficient fight for the Protoss.
Snute caught a little bit off guard.
He's not done yet.
Zerglings. It was just not nearly enough. He kind of walks the queens forward. That indecisiveness might cost him here. He's going to pull back, but the 3rd is under attack. Neeb with good control here pulls back the soft underbelly that is the Sentries and Zealots. Doesn't want to give up to any units.
Several transfuses. You were totally right about him saving that energy. He actually saved his 3rd there because that could have been a pick-off and then just running away. Now that Hydra is still in the mix, this force is going to take a lot of damage, and I don't think it can stick around, but he wants that 3rd so badly. He really does. The Queens are ready to transfuse it. The 3rd's not down yet. Snute desperately trying to bring in more reinforcements.
Sentries dying, and these are needed to keep that army at bay. The Hydras and Zerglings are pretty good against this army. Now it's just the Immortals. No reinforcements coming in that can be seen.
Hydra's going to eat it.
And Hydra's focusing on. There goes the Warp Prism in the background. That was a killing blow. He's going to try to focus down the hatchery.
No transfuse. He gets the 3rd.
But I don't know if it's enough, Total Biscuit. He does.
Took a lot of damage.
That was a big investment. Loses most, if not, I mean, he lost all his Immortals there. Very expensive, but with his own 3rd up and going, Snute all of a sudden has to return the favor. He needs to come after this, and this ramp can be force fielded off for a while.
Yeah, I think actually this is still pretty good. That was a big, very gas-heavy investment, but if you look at the stats behind that, Snute never had a high drone count to begin with. Lost a bunch more. With Legacy of the Void, of course, the main mine's out much faster, and against a Hydra-heavy army, you know, you can get charged, you can grab some adepts nice and quick, you can warp them in. You don't really have to rely on the big slow units to defend against that. So he's actually in a decent enough position here, especially if he can start to clean some of this creep up. As an attack on the 3rd base.
Yes, I agree. I thought you were going to say Snute's
Snute is not. No. Not without a 3rd base, that's terrible. No.
Neeb cleaning up the creep here. Charge does finish for him. He's churning out Immortals and Zealots now with that charge. If he tries to commit to this, I mean, what I like about this is he's applying pressure to Snute, who wants to be droning up, who wants to be taking that 3rd and 4th, mind you. And now Snute's in a bit of a pickle here. The natural transition would be to go towards Lurker, but he already sees a lot of Immortals coming out, and he knows, and especially with a few Phoenix out there, that is the answer. That's what you want against a Lurker composition. So Snute's caught in a bit of a bind tech-wise here.
Yeah, he really is, and the transition is so dangerous. He might have to do it, but he really wants to establish 2 more bases again. But then he's got to hold it, because Neeb is not going to sit around. Neeb's got some tech up. Neeb is working on +3. He wants to go and punch down to the base. You saw how fast the hatchery fell under sustained Immortal fire.
I mean, everything dies quickly under that.
It pretty much does.
Even honey badgers bleed.
I don't believe you on that. I don't believe you.
That's the next semifinal. We'll wait and see if that's actually true. I'm waiting. Okay, so there's the Templar Archives. That's going to be kind of the completion of the very standard composition. Charge Lot, Sentry, Immortal, Archon. You want that AoE for when things get close and dastardly, but also you want them to take some damage there. This is going to be a little bit of Baneling drop coming on that. Well,
let's see if it does that. Neeb's already on it,
The reactions of a god. He's a living god.
I don't think he has. Does he have a Mothership Core left? I guess he doesn't really need it, considering he's got 3 Phoenixes ready to patrol, but I was surprised not to see it. Oh, there it is. It's hiding off to the side. That one Baneling desperately tries to roll away.
Does he have a Mothership Core, John? I'm going to revoke your Protoss card.
It can get shot down, and then you forget to rebuild it. We've seen even Korean-level pro gamers forget that.
Well, this is Neeb. He's above the Korean level, if you haven't checked the... I'm just kidding.
I don't think Ligalac believes you on that, but...
Warp Prism actually, Ligalac predicted Neeb to win. Wow. Warp Prism comes out, but both players have the same thing on mind. Now, Snute might actually just be saying, hey, I want to buy some time. There are the complete upgrades up there, but actually,
a hell of a lot of Hydras.
Knocks down the rocks, gets the Warp Prism out. He's going to take a 4th. He's going to play it pretty slow here. It gets canceled immediately. Good move by Snute. Now, Snute, by the way, is just making Hydras. I'm not seeing any kind of... I don't know that there's actually a Lurker Den. We're not seeing a lot of Zerglings to be made... Okay, well, there you go. This is the second time it's happened.
Yeah,
those will be Banelings. That's the idea.
Yeah, I mean, you need your Banelings to deal with the charging Zealots. You need some Lings at the front to trigger those charges, because if the Zealots do get in range of the Hydras, they're going to slice and dice them real fast. If they're able to sustain damage, though, Hydra DPS is ridiculously high.
Yes, of course. And not a lot of sentries here. and not a lot of Archons. Now, is Neeb going to turtle up and go for the defensive, or is he, oh, he's pushing out here. With just a couple of Archons, if he goes for it, there's the massive Banelings. If they're just going to be on the ground, they can be force fielded off. But if he drops it on this army, there's not a lot in the way of tanking against those Banelings. He'd have to split like he's never split before. But it's going to be on the ground, I believe.
Oh god, that Baneling count is ridiculous. Without too many Archons at the front to buffer, that's going to be a problem. Here we go, Baneling's crashing in.
But they're by
Down.
themselves.
A little bit too late. Now the Hydra's come around. Look at that. Hydra concave is so large, can't even fit on the screen. The damage coming in the direction of Neeb's Protoss army is absolutely massive. It folds rapidly with that much GG.
I was worried for that engagement at first because the Banelings seem to be kind of leaning forward and they can be blocked off and then annihilated. But the gigantic concave fighting on that creep there gave Snute, and you talked about this, Total Biscuit, when there's a concave of Hydralisk, the damage output is astronomical.
Yeah.
And while Immortals are great, there wasn't a huge number of charge lots, there was not a huge number of Archons, and those Immortals, if exposed and having to shoot at Zerglings or Banelings while taking hits from Hydras, means that they're in a lot of trouble. So that was a beautiful fight by Snute.
It absolutely was, and if you looked at the sort of force field layout in the last fight, even if he did have a lot of charge, the force was actually in the way of the Hydralisk.
Yeah.
He couldn't have charged him anyway,
Yep.
and as a result, Hydras just get to sit there and do what Hydras do.
Spit wads of spikes.
That's pretty much what they do. Very quickly,
Let's not
very
do it at the
fast,
same
you
time.
die. It's horrible.
No, it was really well played by Snute, and you know, to go back to your point too, I do think picking off that third while having his own third go down in the background was a moment in time where Neeb was pretty significantly ahead there.
Yeah,
If Snute had a Spire or a Lurker Den that he could kind of go to the alternative tech, then I would be like, you know what, I think Snute's in a pretty okay spot. But what did Snute do to get back into this game? He picks off a fourth, he buys himself some time with a couple of drops, and here is that pivotal fight that I do feel like it didn't give Neeb the biggest lead, but I do feel like Neeb came out ahead here, and feel free to call me an idiot.
No, I don't think you're an idiot on that one at all, because, you know, if you take a Zerg down to 2 bases, especially at 9 minutes in Legacy of the Void when his main's pretty much mined out anyway, that's a huge disadvantage for the Zerg, because he can't use those workers, he doesn't have enough to mine. Maybe losing that many Immortals wasn't so brilliant.
It's bad,
I think if he'd focused, because we did see across the transfuse, but then Neeb went back to fighting the army, and then hit the hatchery again. I personally have said, hey, well, just keep hitting the hatchery and then get the hell out of there if you can. Evacuate maybe a couple of the Immortals in the Warp Prism so you can save those high gas units. You know, yes, he lost his entire army to trade for that. It seemed like he came out ahead, but the amount of Hydras that came there, I think it's just because Snute had so much time to rebuild after that.
Well, he was only making Hydras too.
That's
the
it.
thing. He wasn't diversifying his tech, but I do want to say Snute has always had some of the best army control, and very subtly in that fight, the Warp Prism actually died. And it didn't die because Neeb shoved it way too far forward. It actually died at a place where I didn't know anything could shoot it. The long range of the Queens were just focusing it down. If that Warp Prism doesn't die, I think a few more sentries are warped in, some charge lots, and all of a sudden, it's Queen Hydras against 5 or 6 Immortals with reinforcements, and that could have actually spilled over into being game-ending fight there in favor of Neeb. But Snute's so good in the target priority, so calm, cool, and collected under pressure, is able to bring this game back, and we already have a doozy in game number 1.
We absolutely do. You know, it was worth bearing in mind that the Protoss player clearly had a tech advantage in that game with +3 upgrades and with pretty much all the nice things that Protoss like to have. And regardless, we saw a kind of lower tech committal from the Zerg player, and if that hadn't worked, like, where does he go from there? You know, it's good for Snute that it did work.
Maybe drop the Banelings. That was something, like, that is a very strong attack.
That's true,
Hydraling, drop Banelings. In this day and age, if you're a Protoss, you don't really have a lot of Blink Stalkers against Zerg anymore. That's a thing of the past. But what you do have, hopefully, at that time, is a lot of Archons to tank the damage. He did not have a lot of Archons, so that could get kind of dangerous, but here we are.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, on Invader LE to the southeast position. In the red trunks, playing Zerg, leading 1 game in this best of 5 round of 4 series. It is Liquid Snute. Versus his opponent to the southwest position. In the blue trunks, playing Protoss. He will need your support as he is 1 map behind. Sponsored by Ting, his name is Neeb.
You could say, John, he needs your support.
I mean, I could have done that, but I have a soul.
No, but you also have dad jokes.
That's true. I'm getting far too old for this.
Well, we all are.
Indeed.
It's esports, but
that we are.
So Neeb, I think someone can clarify if I'm wrong, and again, tweet at me and call me an idiot or something. I don't recommend it, but if I'm wrong, do it. I think this is the first time Neeb has been trailing in a series at Dreamhack Austin. So this is like that next trial for our potential champion. It's like, okay, you've been ahead in all your series. You've probably been better than all of your opponents. Now, you're finally facing Snute, who very well could be better than you, and you're trailing against Snute in a short best-of-5. What do you do? And this is that time where we're going to see Neeb either rise to the occasion or once again maybe take a lesson in the old book of Snute.
Well, the book of Snute says, when ahead, go 3 hatch before pool, which is exactly what he's doing here. And we're seeing a Nexus as well for our Protoss player, although we did see the gateway go down and a fairly early Cybercore directly following that. So not a greedy opening from Neeb, the potential for aggression that may be able to exploit the fact that our Zerg player is saying, I'm not going to build any units, I just want drones and queens. But we saw what he can do with the queens.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's actually been a big part of why Zergs have gotten a lot more comfortable in Legacy of the Void. Is I feel like part of the Swarm was that learning period where Wings of Liberty Zergs were dumb, by the way. If you didn't know this, all Zergs were idiots in Wings of Liberty. They didn't know anything. They were just dumb people. Yeah. They're all dumb. But in Heart of the Swarm, they're like, you know what? Starting to figure some stuff out. And one of the things they really figured out was that Queens offer a lot of like very, very comfortable early to mid game stuff. Like they can be aggressive, they push. Anyways, I'm not going to go through this entirely, but it's just that's been kind of the learning curve. We do see a proxies Twilight Council. When a Protoss does that, they're not hiding the fact they're going blink 99% of the time. It's because they want to build, you know, the building, the Dark Shore.
Yes, I like the fact that you're so disgusted by the building, even as Protoss, that you will not even say its name.
I feel a little shame, just a little every time I mention it.
Proxy Dark Shrine is one hell of a play, and it's a great way to deal with a player that has decided to go 3 hatch before pool, and it does not have a lot going on, but this is not that. This is Proxy Adept upgrade. A huge Adept push with that upgrade can be absolutely devastating. They're an incredibly strong early game unit.
This is actually super awesome because on this map, your main base is not very large, and also, and Snute's doing it again, he has shown that he wants to go speed Overlord to see what you're doing. Now, Snute's going to confirm in his mind that there is a lack of a tech. So maybe that means a big gateway push eventually, or it means a fast third. But what it almost certainly doesn't mean is fast adepts. And he's going to see this, and it could potentially catch him very off guard. I think it's a really cool move by Neeb.
It really, really can. Now, the question is, if he spots it, he'll probably go for a more roach-orientated play. Try and shut that down. But
look at Snute. He is all over the place scouting around.
He's looking around, yeah. He doesn't know what his opponent's doing. He's going to build a safety Roach Warren, which, you know, is not a big risk at all. It's not a big investment.
No. No, I mean, it's just, you can use it. That's the nice thing. You were talking about this yesterday, the explosive production of Zerg. It's like, oh God, I am facing that thing. Here's 12 Roaches. They're pretty good in the early game against most things that Protoss can produce at a safe rate here. But I actually think we might be seeing a Warp Prism Adept opening from Neeb, and this is something that's a bit of a throwback. It certainly still people are doing it, but it used to be the mainstay of Protoss PvZ. That's all they did.
Even that safety Spore Crawler, like to me it seems like he doesn't know what he's really up against here, so he's putting down a Spore Crawler just in case it is DT. He's still kind of guessing in the dark here.
Yeah.
He hasn't seen it.
Possible, sharking around, looking for some form, some kind of tech. Can I get an idea here? And he's just going to be looking around for a while. Adept's now moving across the map. Snute is going to make some roaches here, and kind of like you said, this is it's just a good thing to have at this point in time. Good against Zealots, okay against Stalkers, good against Adepts. And this is just the feint, though. How many gateways are behind us? There is actually a third next, so I don't think from Neeb this is going to be like a mega committed attack. This is, I want to kill a bunch of drones, buy some time, and distract you.
That was an interesting fake. You see that, you know, he sends in his shades, and instead of committing, he just scares the units off a little bit. But now he has to engage against these roaches, and the upgrade on the Adepts will certainly help in this situation, but Adepts don't fight roaches that well if there are enough of them, but you'd be surprised what they can do if it's only a small number of roaches.
Yeah, they don't, exactly, that's exactly right. They don't fight roaches very well, but they actually survive them okay as long as there's not a huge composition. We see drones going down. I think inside the main there is actually a drop occurring. But some drones dying there as well. And this is very strong for Neeb.
I mean, you see how quickly Adept kill light units there. And even though he lost some there, he took 12 workers away from his opponent in the process and then got out with a Warp Prism and 3 Adepts. He committed about 6 Adepts and lost them, but he did kill a few Roaches in the process. 12 workers now. Is that enough? Did that make it worthwhile? He's going to go for it again, but the Roaches are here now.
That's what's nice about this. With the Warp Prism, there's no real good answer for this. Like, he's going to do what he can with the Queen. Maybe it runs into a Spore Crawler a couple of times. But look at that production tab. We see some drones coming out, a Spine Crawler, also a few Roaches. But basically what this means to me is Snute's doing a little bit of everything, but none of that is an answer for that third that has basically been established. Immortals are coming out. And all of a sudden, Neeb finds himself on equal footing, if not even ahead economically on the Zerg player. Snute's not comfortable with that. Here comes Snute.
Yeah, he's going to have to go for the counterattack, but I feel there's enough Adepts in the mix with that upgrade, plus an Immortal or 2, and Sentries, and Photon Overcharge, that this Roach attack is not going to get anything done. I wonder if he's actually hunting to kill the proxy instead, rather than just getting aggressive.
He might be. I think he's just trying to apply some pressure here. He's just looking to try and turn the favor back there, but he's also trying to buy time. We just saw from Flo, our awesome observer, that there is going to be a Spire. Now, we did see a Stargate from Neeb, but we're not seeing any production off of said Stargate just yet. And one of the common follow-ups, too, is actually double Stargate. But the point here is that Neeb has access to the tech he would want for that Spire. The next question is, does he know the Spire's there, or does he find out that mutas are in his base and it's a little bit late?
That is a great question. There are certainly not a lot of Stalkers on the field yet, but Blink is on the way, and +1, which will be helpful. Oh, that was lovely there. Taking a few Roaches basically for free. The rest of them get out of there. It was a little bit risky to have them, considering the creep spread of Snute is actually very, very limited this time around.
He's been distracted. He's had his hands full. Neeb is pushing across the map, and this is either the best time for this push or the absolute worst. We'll have to wait and see, but the Spire's about to finish. Now, because he is pushing, so I'm going to take back what I just said. It was kind of silly. It's a great time to push. Snute is spending a lot of his money he was otherwise going to spend on mutas, defending against this. Here's a bunch of Ravagers. But even these Ravagers and this ground force is not the best against what's coming.
Yeah, it's a little tricky. It does provide you that zoning. It also means deploying the Warp Prism is a giant risk. But simultaneously, can you actually get a few connections? If you can pick off, say, the Sentries in the middle, that's huge. Can he get a Concave here? Can he get a Surround? Great question. Well, right now, Neeb is not overcommitting. He's using the mobility of his Blink Stalkers, and he's potentially threatening that 4th base right there.
Yeah, so much tension on this fight, though. He's got a very Stalker-heavy army, and the composition of Snute is actually very deadly in this case. It's developed to that point where it's Ling, Ravager, and if the force fields kind of get depleted, you're going to want more Zealots or Adepts or something, but just Stalkers against that army right there can be very dangerous. The force field's going to get the rev. No, he does not get to the space in time. Snute doing a good job getting there. If he gets force field into his own third and gives up the natural, it could be lights out.
That's potentially disastrous. I mean, it's already pretty bad that the Zergers... Oh, Neeb, lovely dodging right there. But it's always risky to give up your 4th when you know that your opponent has 3 bases of Protoss.
He had to. I mean,
he didn't have a choice. No.
He had to.
He can't really engage against that yet. And what do you think about what he's building? You know, he's building some 5 Mutalisks. Is he going to attempt to do a backstab with that, or is he actually going to incorporate them into the army? Because there's so many Stalkers, I don't know if that'll work very well.
Yeah, he's going to try to backstab Total Biscuit, but Neeb has some weird star sense. He's already making Phoenix, in fact, the 2nd Stargate as well. He's now scouting out. I think what Neeb is doing is saying, you have nothing but Ravagers and Lings. I don't believe you. Oh, Snute's going to go down the ramp. That's a super risky call. He actually does not get punished nearly as hard as he could have.
Neeb's response time a
little bit low there. I don't know if he didn't know the army was there. He was just trying something risky, but he ran down there, and he could have lost like 40 Zerglings for free. That would have been devastating.
4th base cancelled again. That is not what Snute wanted, admittedly. He has managed to sneak out another 4th, which the Protoss player has not quite realized is there yet, although he's very close to figuring it out.
And a lot of Adepts are coming into the composition, so all of a sudden, that army of Neeb is starting to get pretty well equipped to deal with that as well. But behind this, we do have Mutalisks coming out, and he hasn't sent them across just yet, I don't think. So he's going for kind of a surprise number of Hydra or Mutalisks, excuse me. But there's already Phoenix coming out. Like, Neeb is on top of his game right now.
Absolutely is. He's gone for Surround. Snute's trying to get in there as much as possible, but unfortunately, not quite able to make that happen. He does eliminate the force fields. That is the thing you can do, which would let those Lings get out of there. Although you do risk also hitting your own Zerglings with that shot, so it can be a little bit risky. He does lose a few Zerglings, but not too many. Neeb's force fields have been surprisingly not on point. You've been noticing that he's actually been missing a few. He's not been locking them in, but we've got a big engagement coming in once again. Snute attempting to find an angle on this very difficult to fight army, but He gets more units trapped. Got more corrosive biles come down. We see a couple of decent connections here.
Pretty good. Both players being so patient, not trying to overcommit. Snute caught in a bit of a weird spot here, shedding off a lot of Zerglings essentially for free and then having his units picked up. Right now, the Phoenix are just going to kill these Ravagers. Looks like the Mutalisk production has ceased, so we haven't really seen what those Mutalisks are trying to do. And now, this is such a positional battle. If either player overcommits, that's going to be it. That's game. There's the Adept. This has got to be the fight.
This is the commitment right here. They land huge big hits on the Adepts, but they are quite tough, and it's a 30 supply army advantage now. It's plummeting here. Neeb is jumping on top of him. Snute doesn't have the army to fight something with his tech. GG!
Absolutely brilliant play. Truly by both players, but we got to give the tip of the hat to Neeb here. So patient with that fight. We're not talking about a Protoss that has 12 sentries and infinite force fields. He had a fairly limited number for most of that kind of back and forth duration. And if he would have got baited out over and over again, I guarantee you Snute would have pounced on him like the lioness that he is and would have just ravaged that poor Protoss body.
Lioness?
I figure him to be a lioness as opposed to...
It's his hair, isn't it?
Probably. He's just that Skywalker body.
Maybe he's born with it.
Well, I assume so.
Most
people are. But just such good patience in that fight. And then Neeb was able to get into a position where... I want to know what triggered the Phoenix, because for a while, I do think he just made a read there. And I don't know that the Mutas ever materialized. Certainly on our screen it did. Maybe there was a little counterattack, and that's what we kind of missed out on. My eyes are pretty bad. But just Neeb was ahead of the curve on every move. And what an interesting choice, too, to hide Adept upgrade. Like, not the Dark Shrine, not going that risky. The Adept upgrade at that time is actually very standard, but he did not want Snute to know about it. It was very interesting.
And I suppose when you have a map of that size, if you can deny that kind of information to the Zerg player, especially considering Zerg have better scouting in the early game than they used to with this expansion, why not?
Yeah.
No? Yeah, okay, it's a little bit risky. Maybe you lose your Twilight, but the chances of it being found before the upgrade is complete is extremely low, especially on a map this big. So might as well.
Right, and in this fight here, this is where Snute starts to feel that he is actually in a lot of trouble. He kind of engages a little bit. He's losing Zerglings, of course, trying to bait out those force fields, but the real damage here was that the Phoenix were picking up Ravagers. Now, if that Ravager count gets down to a very meaningless number, like not a super high number of Ravagers, that's when Neeb can say, okay, well, I'm not so worried about going up a ramp and getting corrosive biled anymore. I'm just going to go up that ramp, or I'm going to come towards your natural. I now push the pace of this battle, as opposed to waiting for Snute to trip up. Just really, really nice, very cerebral play by both players, actually.
Yeah. The patience from Neeb, as you said, a lesser player would have been impetuous and would have just charged up there saying, hey, I got an army, I'm going for it, and then he could have been caught out. Snute was hoping that would happen, but no, Neeb's too good for that. That's not going to work out for you. Now things get interesting. This is the map we were talking about. This is the map that we were very confused to find was not vetoed. This is a map with a gold natural. It's called Prion Terraces. Let's see what happens. Ladies and gentlemen, to the northwest position in the red trunks playing Zerg, it is Liquid Snute. Versus his opponent to the southeast position, who has equalized this best-of-5 series. Representing the USA, playing Protoss in the blue trunks, it is Tings Neeb.
And as you said, Total Biscuit, kind of the big question mark on this map, and going back to Rotterdam's analysis too, maybe it's just the lesser of two evils, and I think that's certainly a good idea here, but gold bases, they're good for everybody, but they seem pretty great for Zerg. Zerg is the race that's going to take those first 3 bases probably the fastest, and on this map, they seem to benefit from that a lot. But the other concern here is when the Protoss does want to think about taking a third, if they do, you either have to go down that ramp onto low ground where you're fairly exposed, or you go down that ramp, up another ramp into a multi-entry point third base that is a gold, but that gold is almost like a beacon for Zerg if you've ever played the single player. That's been in the storyline a few times. It's like, hey Zerg, I'm taking this. If you let me take this, you're in a lot of trouble. But you should probably come not let me take this, and that's usually the game plan of 99% of the Zergs here.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And the reason as to why this is great for Zerg, I mean, we talked about it yesterday, the idea that Zerg is the race that uses their hatcheries to both build workers and build units. If you have a gold base, you can get more for less. It's great value, so that means you can have more units on the field as opposed to having to commit so heavily to workers. That means you can be more aggressive. That means you can respond to defense. Grabbing another base Great greedy play there by Snute, and we don't see Neeb coming out with anything too spectacular in terms of early game tech.
No, it used to be that you would probe scout and you'd have the option to perhaps cannon rush if a Zerg wanted to go super greedy on their expanding. But that's really not a viable option anymore because Zergs have earlier access to drop. Ravagers can outrange cannons. They just have multiple answers to that kind of a thing. Also, Protoss, for the longest time, actually since Wings of Liberty, have not been able to do non-expansion openings for the most part. You don't see any... I mean, you'll see a proxy 4-gate every once in a while when someone's being crazy, but for the most part, you're not seeing like a Cybernetics Core 2-gate push or something like that. Like, it just doesn't happen. So both players kind of resided to these economic openings. From Snute, we've seen this template a few times. We've seen the speed. We've seen Speed Overlord trying to figure out what his opponent's doing.
This is a very interesting position for another gateway here from the Protoss. In fact, there are many more gateways coming. And this kind of makes sense. We were talking about the Zerg being able to be very greedy here, and this is a far more aggressive build here from Neeb, and he's hiding at least one of those gateways in plain sight, which is a very interesting thing to do. But bear in mind the way that warping mechanics now work. That makes a lot more sense. That's kind of why that's there.
That's exactly right, Total Biscuit. And that's I was wondering if he was going to try to hide the fact. I was wondering if that was going to become 4 gateways proxied because he wants to hide the fact that he's doing this. But very subtly, Snute scouted across, saw the chrono-boosted Twilight Council, saw a couple more gateways going down. The alarm bells are going off, and Snute should know that as long as he holds off this attack, he's going to be in an amazing position because, again, taking a third for a Protoss on this map is nigh impossible. And that's what Neeb's doing. He's playing to a style that says, well, I need to make it about canceling or killing you at your third.
Yeah, Snute has not spotted that powered pylon, and of course that's going to give a lot of warping, aggressive warping potential without the need for a warp prism potentially. So this could work out pretty well. Notice the number of adepts that have already popped up in the middle of the map, completely outside of the viewing range of Snute. He doesn't know they're there, and frankly he doesn't expect them to be either, and that also means you don't need to build a robo. That means you've got more gateways. You can build more stuff, and you can be far more aggressive. You can jump right on top of your Ravagers, and you can say, hi! What an unpleasant surprise. One down, second one down here as well.
He's going to go for it. He's going to shade into the base. The big thing here is there's not a lot of speedlings, so chasing down these adepts is going to be a problem. The Roaches don't have the speed upgrade either. Hello, now I'm in your maid base killing some drones. Behind this, I'm going to be very curious to see what the production tab shows. It's just more adepts, so I do think Neeb is really, really committing to this. Now shading into that natural once again. Snute giving pursuit, though. He's split up his army, and again, some damage was done, but this has to be game-ending damage. If Neeb doesn't just absolutely murder Snute here, some drones there, a queen there, that's fine, but it's for the game, so it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's a temporary dead end for Protoss tech, you know. You're building this gateway, it's got to go robo.
And the Nexus, so he is actually kind of pulling
he's giving
out
up on this. Yeah, and I mean, the amount of damage he's done, probably not worthwhile. I am very concerned about that disparity between army size right now. I wonder if Snute's going to just throw the hammer down.
And this is the problem with this map. Like, this third is a folly. I'm going to be mega impressed if we can see Neeb hold this, because basically for Snute, the second the attack led up, he says, okay, there's only one thing really a Protoss can do after this, and that's expand. So I'm just going to keep making units and go kill that. Nice little capture here. I mean, the fight's starting here. Both the Photon Overcharge just go. Snute's going to disengage. That's the right call. There's no reason to take that damage. Time is on his side. Because what's coming up behind this, there is a single Immortal being produced. That's nice, but it's going to be a lot of Speedlings as well. Immortal doesn't do so well there.
No, and the sentry count is quite low. So I feel, especially since you already used some force fields to try and protect the left flank there, I mean, there's basically no force field energy going into this fight here. And the surround comes in. Lings, Snute drops on them. Gets both of those sentries to the north right there. Defensive warpins coming in. More Photon Overcharge is popped. Will it be enough to hold on? There's so few Protoss units right now.
No more Photon Overcharge. The pylons have died, actually. This base is not going to have immediate warpins on top of it, and there it is. Neeb's going to disengage.
Absolutely, and Stu's going to hammer it home here. You were saying that you didn't believe the third was a good idea, and as it turns out, that has been the case. Snute has been able to hammer home on that, but he wants to go for the win. He doesn't care about that. He kills his own Zerglings in anticipation.
Is a weird call by Snute. He hasn't killed the third. He's going up the ramp against an Immortal. He's going to really try to cram it up there. He's reinforcing so hard behind this. I think he can afford to make that mistake, but that was a little bit of hand cookie jar, I think, and the third will go down here.
And those Ravagers get blown to pieces there by the Immortal. There are, of course, reinforcing Ravagers. The thirds will die. There's no doubt about that at this point. But you are right. He committed a lot to make that happen. And Neeb is even in pursuit here. That's actually not enough units to kill that. But
No,
he may be able to pick off a weaker Ravager or something along those lines.
What?
No,
Yeah.
no, I'm surprised he didn't cancel that. He's going to take some damage as a result of that. The Lings are coming in pursuit. He wants to try and pick off that back Adept. It looks like he might be able to do just that. He jumps on it. Nice micro there by Neeb just to evade that. And he's going to, I think, actually he's trying to pull the army out of position to give himself some more time.
I guess so. It's just kind of funny because the army was already leaving, but he's like, hey, let's really hammer in this idea you have of leaving, you know?
Yeah,
So
could you leave? We're really, really unhappy about it. But look at this. You know, Snoot's actually taking damage on the way out.
Yeah.
And the army supply is starting to equalize once again. And Snoot's drone count, considering he has 3 bases, is surprisingly low, but you have to consider those gold bases.
Yeah, and I do like this call from Neeb. It's going to be a lot of gateways added onto this, and we're going to see kind of a return of that Frozen Temple game where it was like, all right, you got me there, but I'm just going to reload on a bunch of units and try to push back push back against you. The problem is, again, Snoot's been sitting on double gold bases this whole time, so while his drone count's low, his income is high. He's been bringing a lot of money. But as you said, the supply count, not so bad. Like, considering Neeb tried to defend that third, and we're still at this kind of supply count, I'm just continuously impressed with his ability to not die, I guess.
Yes, he's been able to hold on very well. He's been playing a great defensive game. He's now adding disruptors into his composition. He's getting that tech. Hydralisks are being added in, and here's a little bit of harassment here from the adepts. If he can get the good focus fire down here, he can do some damage, and with a low drone count, this could be effective. However, Snoot is already on top of it. Only 3 workers killed, so that really didn't do too much. Not a big sacrifice from the Protoss, but a massive surge of drones. Hang on, is this the wrong time to drone up? I mean, Neeb is getting aggressive here, but he does have a smaller army.
I think this is the best time to drone up because he just held off the drop attack, and then there's going to be that little push from Neeb was him with an idea of, like, maybe if you're mega out of place, but there's so many Ravagers out there. Snoot is one of the best defensive players you'll ever see. Like, he's so good about his army movement. It's almost, you'll almost never see him, like, get force fielded into a base with his entire army. This guy is all over the place and very good about that.
Well, we see Snoot resorting to a unit that got him a lot of success in a previous map. A lot of Hydralisks, you know, and that works pretty well. This time around, though, we are seeing Disruptors added to the mix. I do like Disruptors against Hydras because of how generally slow Hydras are off creep. It's hard for them to dodge those Disruptor shots, and we've seen Neeb land some incredible Disruptor shots in the past. The question is that going to be enough? Oh, God, we see a Lurker Den being added in as well. This is just a toy box here for the Zerg at the moment.
It is. And Snoot does take that 4th base. Keep in mind, gold bases also mine out faster, so I almost want to see Snoot take another base immediately, but Neeb perhaps, there you go, thank you very much. Neeb perhaps being aware of this is going to push out. He only has the 2 Disruptors, not a super high count, but figuring that he's probably behind this game, he needs to apply pressure and get this Zerg to make units that he can perhaps blow up with some Disruptor shots.
Yeah, the army count is not that dissimilar, and I feel like a Disruptor shot are a real
Oh, what are you doing?
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Why are you there?
That's dicey. Wow, he could have, he wanted a flank, and he took a big risk to do that.
I guess so.
Here comes the big fight, and Disruptor is able to evade the Corrosive Bile. Disruptors, the longer they stay in the fight, the more effective they can be. Lands one on the Ravager. Good shot right there from Neeb. Can he make these Disruptor shots count here?
Yes.
But Corrosive Bile lands there as well. The 4th is probably compromised, and we might even lose another hatchery here. So this is actually dangerous. There's a Warp Prism in position here. Neeb holds the high ground and has those Disruptors. It's too dangerous for Snoot to engage. 1 hatchery down, 2 hatcheries. Poke it.
His Disruptors again bleed forward. They're the key units. 1 does die there. That's a huge mistake. Another shot forward. I want to draw us back real quick to a very subtle point that was actually really bad. Snoot shot most of his Corrosive Biles at the army. That's when the force fields went down and his ability to break those force fields was gone. So he was on a cooldown, and that's ultimately what lost him that hatchery. But Snoot playing very careful here. Now going to the high ground. Is he thinking about elevating? He only has...
the
Warp Prism goes too far forward. He is able to pull it back now. His force fields are starting to get pretty low. Again, keep in mind it's just the 5 sentries there. And there's the big blink forward up into the main.
Oh, wow. Well, he can do that. You know, he does have the ability to get out of there. The question is, what kind of damage can he do? He's forcing the army to come back here as well. He'll just be able to blink away.
Nice.
And the lack of Disruptors in the army right now seems to be making Ting think twice about attacking. But he took 2 hatcheries in that, and what did he lose? A couple of Disruptors, a Stalker here and there. That was pretty good.
Total biscuit. I cannot believe I'm seeing this, but Neeb has clawed himself back in this. He is 30 supply down, so there's a lot of Zerg out there. But Snoot needed those bases. He's starting to dry up. His army composition's been found a little bit. Disruptors are entering into the field. They're entering into the field, to be fair, in a very bold way. One flank the entire way over.
That was gutsy. You got to admit it, especially since he wasn't escorting it with a Warp Prism. And here we go, a little bit more Blink Stalker harass. Obviously,
There's
Blink
the
Stalkers will
lurkers.
not do so well against that. Oh, that's right in the middle! Oh, good hit. There are lurkers in play now, however, so we need to see more disruptors from the Protoss player to be really able to deal with this. The Hydras are getting in. Another big detonation. Pieces of Hydra flying everywhere. More engagements. And here we go. Neeb is trying to fight. He thinks he's got it. He focuses down a lurker. One does fall.
This is such a good engagement for Neeb. Those lurkers are actually devastatingly powerful against the army composition of Neeb, but if they're allowed to be engaged mid-map and slowed down and having to burrow and kind of buy time for the Protoss, the scary factor for them goes away. A lot of Hydras also died. I feel like Snute's actually being a little bit careless there. If his army's intact and pushes forward and is sieging outside the natural, kind of in that 4th base area, we're looking at probably a dead Neeb.
It's not just that. It's a seismic shift in army supply. 103 in favor of Neeb now, and you might wonder, well, how the hell did he do that? Because look at the southeast corner. He got 2 more bases up behind what he was doing, and I don't think Snute even knows about that. So the income for Neeb is now actually extremely good, and it's resulted in Neeb with a full comeback and a 20 supply lead on his opponent.
This has been a pretty back and forth game, but right now we are on that Neeb 4th or back, or however you'd want to say that sounding smart. Lurkers are going to be a good
lot of lurkers,
siege
but the
unit.
disruptors are in the middle, and he gets a couple.
Gets a couple of them, and it looks like Neeb, didn't have the force field to seal this off. Yes, he
Oh,
does.
I got
Never
a
mind.
few, yeah, grabbing a few Hydras. You know, those gas-intensive units, you don't want to lose those. Neeb gets a good engagement there, pulls a 40 supply lead ahead now, and now he's going double disruptor with a +3, jumps into the middle of that mineral line. He's going to try to take out a couple of queens. There's the warp in as well, and Neeb is fighting on 2 fronts. He's going for it. He's going to be able to blink to the high ground, out of the way. Can he take out those lurkers? There's a big shot right in the center. 1 lurker goes down, 2, 3. He's breaking
That's
it.
it.
Snute is losing.
That's it. Snute loses the army, he's losing the base fight. GG's called, and Neeb claws it back. He loses his 30, tries to defend it, loses a lot of units there, and is able to just negotiate an equal game, takes that winning position over the 4th and 5th base of Snute, wins the fight there, and from there it was smooth sailing. But man, right now the word for Neeb is patience. This guy has not really overcommitted almost anywhere. Even the adept opening, like for a lot of people, it's like, okay, I'm doing a timing attack. I have 5 gateways. He scouted the tech. I need to do damage. And I think we agree he didn't do the damage. So then it was plan B. Plan B gets stomped on. Then it's plan C, and that's where Neeb shined.
Yeah, that was absolutely phenomenal for him. I think a key point of that is that Snute did not discover the 4th and 5th base and did not harass the 4th and 5th base. It's almost like Neeb continued to posture on the map and hold Snute back, which was key for Neeb to rebuild his economy and actually get that lead. And those you can't understate the significance of killing 2 hatcheries with that push and committing almost nothing to do it.
Right. I mean, that was what was so amazing about that. It's actually very difficult to control the army that Neeb had, by the way. It's gone are the days where we can say the excuse of just Protoss face roll A move. Like, that's actually a very delicate army. Needs to be controlled extremely well. And this actually, for me, is one of the biggest moments. If this fight is happening at that newly formed 4 base, this is trouble for Neeb. But because it's mid-map, because the lurkers are never allowed to really get to be a part of this fight, and Neeb is doing such a good job killing the Hydras and taking the teeth out of this army, this was like, if not the winning fight, this is where we said, okay, Neeb has arrived. He's probably going to win this game.
You know what's interesting about that fight is that you only saw half the army of Snute fighting at any given time. Because the lurkers have to unburrow, move forward, reburrow, and the Hydras are trying to fight, and they're just like, can you come along and help me, please? Like, just a minute. We'll be there in just a minute. It's like, well, we're dying over here right now, because that was basically a full Protoss army versus half a Zerg army. Whereas if you fight defensively with lurkers, it's always against the 4-1, and it's a nightmare. You know, it's defensive lurkers are just absolutely monstrous. So it was a problem for him, and I think Neeb recognized that and took the engagement where he was very opportunistic in that fight, but he was also great with his positioning.
Absolutely. So it's been a great series so far, and we've been focusing a lot on Neeb, guys. This is the underdog who's kind of like making a name for himself. Well, let's shift focus a little bit here and talk about Snute. Snute now is the guy who, when Pult went down to Firecake, I have to believe some part of Snute went, yes, this is my tournament to lose. And now he's being challenged by this young buck. So Snute, we talked about Neeb needing to rise the occasion. Now it's back on you. Can Snute seal the deal and beat this pesky American Protoss on his way to another major championship? And that's what Snute wants to do.
He really, really does. He'd love to put another championship on his belt, but the crowd has a different opinion.
Yeah, I mean, understandably, this is one of the rare times where we can say an American is playing in front of a home audience. Dreamhack bringing esports to Austin, Texas. So happy and fortunate to be a part of this with Snute. Also happy and fortunate to be a part of it so far. He's not out just yet. And, you know, again, that last game, by the way, that's the part that he's got to fight back, because he was definitely ahead. He kills the third.
Yeah, no doubt.
He does overcommit for a second into the natural, but like so many, I mean, unlike so many other Zergs where they're like, no, I'm way ahead, I'm going to commit to this, and then they lose that lead, Snute disengaged, kills the third, backs off. And he's just so good about that patient play. But Neeb, also very good about that patient play, was able to steal it away from him.
No doubt about that. And you've got to give credit where credit is due for, I think a lot of people view a younger player, someone who's sort of an up-and-comer, one that makes a name for himself, you know, he's going to be a bit rash. He's going to do something gutsy, risky, because he wants that win so badly. You know, he can smell it. He's hungry for it. But Neeb is showing the patience of a professional and the patience of a veteran in this series.
A champion, I would say even.
I mean, if it keeps going like this, he absolutely will be. There's no doubt. However, he is not done with this series yet. He's playing against this man who has won countless prizes and placed highly in countless tournaments. The North position on Dust Towers in the red trunks, playing Zerg. It is a Liquid Snute. Versus his opponent to the south position, currently leading 2-1 in this best of 5 series. He's looking for his place in his first big tournament finals here at Dreamhack Austin. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't even need to announce his name. It's Tings Neeb.
You guys are awesome. I hope on stream you can hear it, but they are just, I don't even know, like just bellowing
Loud,
the name
proud, and rowdy.
Neeb.
That's how we like it.
Earning some fans here. Now Dust Towers, by the way, we're going to see a 3-hatch opening from Snute. That's pretty predictable. Gas before spawning pool. He's been able to get away with this the last 2 games, unpunished for the most part. And pretty much in the meta, you are going to be unpunished. There's that probe scout, but it comes in too late to block a hatch or do anything like that. So it's just going to inform him that this is the opening. Neeb, on the other hand, this is not pre-on terraces. He's going to be able to take that natural ultra safe, and then his third base is a reasonably safe third base to take. As one of the delegates of the Protoss Society of the World, I will tell you, this is a map we like to play on. It's pretty okay. It is a macro-based map. Not a lot of mega cheese is going to occur here. It's really hard for Zerg to get in to that main and natural because that's small ramp, so it's good for macro.
Yep, it is phenomenal for that. We see that 3-hatch before pool once again here from the Zerg player. The Adept opening from Neeb. He seems to favor that. You can't really blame him. Like, I don't think there's anything ever wrong really with an Adept opening. You're always going to find some use for that unit, even if it's just a blocker ramp.
Well, it's like an almost guaranteed way to get into the Zerg space. Like, unless they open pool first and really just, you know, get Lings out there. I mean, even then, you're actually probably still going to get in their base. It's just good for scouting. It can actually do a little bit of damage. And in the last couple games, too, we've seen Neeb kill a couple of Zerglings with this opening, which is nice. Some information to Snute as well.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Here we go. Stargate will provide, hopefully, something here. Honestly, Neeb could go for something risky. You know, he's a map up. He has the opportunity to throw maybe an Oracle into the mix or something like that. But you're probably right. You know, Phoenix is most likely here. You know, he's going to play a little bit more of a safer style. He had success with it. There's no reason not to try it again.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty big question mark, because I do agree with you. That is the safer response. But man, Neeb has actually mixed it up pretty well this tournament. I mean, Snute's shown that as well. And that's kind of that next level player, is the guys that are willing to be like, yeah, that is the safer option. But I digress. There is that Phoenix. Got to say, I kind of like that choice. A couple of drones do go down. And again, Total Biscuit, to go back to your point, that's why the Adept opening is so nice. It's because it provided information. He saw the opening. He sees the beginnings of a follow-up. It actually gets out of there too, but it kills a couple of drones for its time. And a Stalker doesn't do that, a Zealot doesn't do that, a Sentry doesn't do that. It's only the Adept.
That is very true. Yeah, it's a very deadly early game unit that has utility later on in the game as well. That will prove to be useful. Phoenix is going to start picking away at that Overlord right there, but you mentioned it the last game, you know, the Phoenix does not kill the Overlord quick enough to prevent a full scout of the base there. It'll get rid of it eventually, but it is something that he knows about. Now a lot of Lings moving across the map here to try and apply a little bit of pressure. He's thinking, all right, okay, so you're going Phoenix. All right, that means maybe your ground force is a little bit weak. Maybe I can poke a little bit.
This is Snute. I mean, this has been kind of Snute's go-to opening. He's not pouring it on. We're not seeing like a Zergling all in, but he's making enough that says, hey, if you drop that third, I'm going to go for the cancel, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. This is a few maps all over again. Going for the pylon first. And now coming after the units, this actually might cost him.
Gets a really solid surround, but that is against 5 Adepts. The do kill Lynx very quickly. There we go, and there is the pop of Photon Overcharge here. The Lynx trying to get into the base, they're not going to be able to do it.
I don't like this from Snute.
No, I don't. I think that's an overcommitment, and what did he really accomplish there? Not a lot.
No, I mean, so against a lesser Protoss, going for the Adepts there might get him the Adepts and the expansion, but against somebody who he's scouted, he saw 3 gates. He knows this guy has access to 3 Adepts at a time and probably a Mothership Core. I think that's just a mistake. So, I mean, not to beat it in the ground, but a rare mistake from Snute. And now Snute's going to take a little bit of damage. A couple of Overlords going down over here. More Zerglings coming out. And well, those Zerglings have to be like feeler Zerglings because there's not much they can accomplish at this point in time.
No, I don't think so. We've got a lot of Spore Crawlers being added in here. There's a couple of drones being killed here with this Adept Force, so that's relatively nice. You know, it's getting a little bit of damage done here and there. They're sort of just poking and prodding each other right now. No big commitment from either side as of yet.
One thing to mention here, that is just now the lair being made for Snute. Snute delayed that quite a bit to get his drone count to a decent place, but that was almost reset by making as many Zerglings as he did and then not really getting damage in. So it's not the end of the world, guys, but for you Snute fans, I'd start to get a little bit nervous because Snute making some rare mistakes and falling a little bit behind kind of in, not necessarily the mind games of this game, but the setup of this game, I would say. He's arriving at his decisive text a little bit later. Meanwhile, the double Robo's is about to finish. And remember, that double Robo finished last time when there was already like 8 Hydras out. Now it's going to finish before any Hydras are even made, if they are going to be made.
If they are, because I mean, we did see Melee. I think it was cancelled, either that or no, it did just finish. Yeah, it did just finish. Now he's going Carapace. So, you know, you'd think he's not going to transition into Hydras out of that when he's committing to the Melee upgrade.
Well, it could be Hydra Ling, Baneling.
Absolutely.
That's actually very common, especially on this map. But you're right too. There's the second Evo chamber. He could just rush up to Hive. That's something we don't see very often either. And this is what's so good about Neeb. If any of that's true, Neeb's going to lean out, and he's going to lean out with a force that's not super impressive, but he's going to have the option to recall back if things get dicey. This means the Zerg has to make units, whereas they would like to be making 20 drones to saturate that base.
That is very true. We look at the drone count, though, and it's 71. I mean, it's probably about what the Zerg player would want, but he's leaving that 4th exposed right now. We're going to see the Zerg respond to this in some way. It's not a big army, but it's certainly enough to kill that base. Yeah. He's actually, it looks like he's going to attempt to backstab at this point.
He has to
respond to that, but I mean, he's going to lose his 4th. No,
he gets in on top of it.
Oh, there's the recall. Nice.
Ooh, just in time.
You know, what's interesting about that is that Snute committed so little to that defense. It's almost like, well, is the Protoss just going to stick around?
Yes.
But I think that's the mark of a pro right there. You don't overcommit to your defense. You don't draw yourself out of position too much.
Total Biscuit, a very good point. Snute is behind, and if he does overcommit to defending such a paltry force, then that kind of feint attack is a success. But as it is, Snute took I don't want to call it a risk necessarily, but a calculated risk and made the right choice. Now these Zerglings are hunting around, making sure there's no 4th. Zerg wants to be up a base, and that's why actually Snute even expanded on top of that to make sure that he's actually like reasserting himself in this game.
That is very true. Well, that's a lot of Phoenix prepared for harassment there. We saw them pick off a couple of Queens previously. Link count's starting to get crazy high, and the force field count...
But just Lings.
Yeah, it's so strange. I mean, against the Protoss player, you think, why would you ever go as many lanes as that, considering the force fields? And
am I missing something? Is there...
I mean, the Hydra Bane lane transition you were talking about is happening, but it's not happening yet. And yeah, that's a lot of Banelings, but with properly placed force fields, they shouldn't do anything. Is he going to drop them? And is that how it's going to work?
It's got to be something, Tolbiskin. You just called it. I believe he's making those 2 Overlords into drop Overlords. It's going to be Ling, Baneling with drop against Phoenix. The Phoenix show up. There's not much anti-air here. It is 3 Queens. That will be enough to push this back a little bit, but that's the army. It's showing up right now. It could just be 2 Overlords worth of drop, and that's just not enough. That's just not very significant unless they get they get picked off before it happens.
Oh, lovely snipes there by Neeb, and the force fields are now in solid positions to make sure that they cannot access this. Yeah, you're right. You need way more drops than that, especially against Blink Stalkers. You know, Blink's about to kick in the next 10 seconds.
Going to give up the 4th.
Yeah, he's going to have to at this point. He has another base that's kind of off to the side right there, but what I'm worried about is that Neeb will have noticed where those drones auto path to.
Now, there's no Mothership Core here. This looks really bad for Snute, but if Snute can kill this army, he will be infinitely ahead. It's a gigantic if, though. And here he goes. He's going to try for this around.
Sentries? Oh, it's a nice blink back right there. There's actually not a lot of sentries. Big connections right there. Big connections with the Banelings. Is it big enough?
No, it's not.
No, it is not. A lot of damage being done here for Snute. Snute needs to reinforce desperately. He did build those. He built the Hydra Den, but I don't think he got any Hydras
No time,
Total
Biscuit. No time. He's got to defend right now. The Queen's getting picked up. They're going to come forward. There's still blinks available to these Stalkers. They blink back, partition themselves away from the The Banelings,
really
it was just not
bad news
there.
here for Snute. Neeb is ahead 70 army supply to 25. Snute is
Wow.
bleeding out. He doesn't have what he needs to defend against the GG.
Neeb
with
seals
a
the deal.
3-1. What a win there for our up-and-coming North American Protoss. The crowd goes wild, rightfully so. A well-earned victory there against a veteran player.
I mean, we're seeing the beginning of maybe a great story. A tip of the hat to Snute, always a consummate gentleman, an amazing representative of this game, of Team Liquid, and he gave a hard-fought battle, but that last one, the seams were coming out a little bit. Some rare mistakes by him, going for the adepts instead of canceling the third or attempting to cancel the third, going for Ling, Baneling with and not like 5 Overlords of drop, but literally 2. The easiest pick-off of a Protoss's life, and I feel like Snute is going to want that back. Like, he is that last game in particular seems like he was just fielding some ideas against what Neeb is doing, and it just did not work out. Like, it just didn't at all.
When you're in your elimination match, maybe fielding ideas is not the best.
Well, I mean, it's Snute. He's definitely practiced that 1,000 times,
doubt.
but it's not what he's known for.
It's almost like he needed a couple more minutes to establish what he was wanting to do, because there were no Hydras in that mix. You called the shot perfectly when you were talking about the build that he was going for there. But it's like the Protoss army hit 2 minutes before Snute actually wanted it to.
Correct. That was the anti-timing.
He did get some Baneling connections, but not enough. And you saw them go into the center there. They did some damage, but nowhere near enough to actually clean that out. And as a result, Snute's army just bleeds out, and the Protoss stands tall.
And a nice series from Neeb. We're going to have all day, well, not all day, but more time to talk about it. Let's go ahead and get some words from him with Chobra on the stage.
Indeed, I'm here with our first finalist of Dreamhack Austin. It's Neeb. I mean, let's talk about this first. They were cheering USA. They were cheering Neeb throughout that match. Every time you made a play, how does this make you feel?
It makes me feel really fantastic being able to play in front of my home crowd for the first time ever. This is the first big live tournament I've attended in the USA, and it's fantastic so far.
Yeah, I mean, they're making it great. You've made a great run. Let's talk about the match a little bit. Of course, you won 3-1, and it looked pretty good for the last 3 maps, but the first one, Snute caught you a little bit off guard at the end there. You looked a little bit flustered when you saw those Hydras coming in. I mean, did you expect, were you kind of like, hey, I just kind of have to make this push and see if it works?
Yeah, I think that was a bit of nerves on my part. Like, I wasn't scouting what he was doing, so I kind of just hoped he was didn't have stuff, but that obviously wouldn't be the case, so. Like, I probably should have just gone back, teched into Templar, got Storm, instead of just making Archons, and then, I can beat Hydra Bane with Storm, but, I just wasn't scouting what he was doing, so I just kind of just made, a really dumb decision to attack.
Right on. Well, you picked it up afterwards. You know, the last 3 maps you won. Now, going forward into the finals, it's MaSa and Hydra on the other side. Do you have a particular opponent that you'd like to meet, or are you just happy and you're ready to play the finals later tonight?
Yeah, I'm happy either way. Making the finals is way more than I would have expected coming into this tournament, so it doesn't really matter to me.
All right, well, congratulations once again. Ladies and gentlemen, our first finalist of Dreamhack Austin, it's Neeb.
finals. We are live from Austin in Texas, ready to bring you the second semi-final to see who will join him and play in the grand finals just around the corner. Very excited for this next one as we have a multiple former StarCraft champion going up against a player who not too many people thought would be in the semi-finals. Well, let's thank you to the sponsors, of course, Zowie, Razer, G2A, Monster Energy, and of course, Alienware. Do remember to join in on Twitter, hashtag DHOpen and hashtag WCS for all your crazy tweets about the StarCraft action. Okay, back to the desk then. Hello, boys. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Kevin, Total Biscuit, and of course, Nathaniel.
Well met.
That's not his real name.
I kind of like Nathaniel, though.
Nathaniel is a...
Nathaniel.
That legally is it. There are people that ask me. I didn't realize
On his passport,
it was
it does say Nathaniel.
It says Nathaniel.
He sounds like a paladin of law at that point. Yeah. But I just want to point out, by the way, we mentioned, MaSa kind of a dark horse, but kind of called it. I've been following that guy for a while through the North American tournament scene, and I think, there's got to be some point where he has his breakout tournament, and he kind of already had it in Canada with the King of the North event, where, by the way, he beat Neeb. I just want to point that out. He beat him in a best-of-7. Yeah. So if we see a final again, that's going to be a rematch of that event, and that could be very interesting.
I know, MaSa definitely had an interesting road. We'll talk about that in a couple of minutes. But, I mean, let's just, honor Neeb for a minute. He is in the grand finals, American player for the first time in a very, very long time. He played brilliantly. He's taken out a veteran of the StarCraft 2 scene.
Absolutely, I loved it, man. Even the very first game already, he didn't take this one, but I love the fighting spirit, how long he had in there. Invader was flawless. I loved everything about this game. I cannot agree more with what Jeff and John said. So much patience, and this was a very, very big game.
Yeah, it's been awesome to see him come forward in these games that he's been able to take off of big titans, like players like Snute, but also qualifying here. When we look at the other side of the bracket of who Neeb might play, he's beaten Hydra in pretty convincing games many times in the qualifiers. Of course, he had that 3-2 series where he was not able to defeat him in Katowice, but I think he's looking out for blood on the other side. But I'm personally just want to say so happy to see an American player be able to get this far in a StarCraft tournament. For the whole time period I've been casting, this isn't something I've been able to say, and I was like, actually get to see a player from the U.S., player from New York, manage to make it all the way to the grand finals. I hope that the people out there watching are excited about that. He's really worth the hype. He's really been, just showing great, solid play. It's not been anything super crazy. He's not busting out the weirdest cannon rushes we've ever seen. He's actually just kicking some serious ass, and I love it.
Yeah, he's just playing straight up, and he's just playing straight great games. As opposed to trying to trick his opponent, he's just able to play really, really well across the board. And we've seen it in all the matchups. It's not just been one matchup in particular. He's played against all the races. He's done very well against all of them. So this is going to be a great final, certainly, with Neeb. But
either way,
who exactly is going to face him at this point?
What I was most impressed by is his ability to hang in there, right? Because Brian Terraces in control was calling it. He's like, if this push doesn't just absolutely destroy Snute with the adepts early on in the proxy gateway, Neeb is in a lot of trouble. And Jeff is not making it up, guys. He's spot on. I've tried that push many times myself. And I was like, all right, Snute's got the roaches. He's got everything. Yeah. Snute defense, Snute counterattacks, kills the third base. And I'm just like, I kind of walk away. I was like, this game is over. And I was like, okay, I'll look on. And it's like, he's actually hanging in there. And he's turning this into a game. And eventually he turns it around and wins it. And I mean, it's a cliche, but game 3 in a best of 5 when the score is 1-1, it's often such a big game. So very, very impressed with his ability to just not give up and not overcommit to a losing fight, but just take his losses and be like, all right, I'm obviously in a bad spot right now, but this is still manageable if I just don't do anything super stupid, and he didn't. Very impressed.
All right, well, the road to the finals is now completed for Neeb. Let's take a look at the bracket where we can see the road to the finals for the other players. It's pathed out. They're not there yet, but it's very close to being for either the Canadian player, MaSa, who has really just grabbed everyone's attention, I like to say, this tournament. And of course, Hydra, multiple tournaments, multiple finals, multiple championships, is playing in the semi-finals. We're going to talk a lot about that semi-final in a couple of moments. But before we go talk about it, let's go to a video where both players had their thoughts on being this far in the tournament.
Actually, I expected to at least get top 16 in Dreamhack Austin because I was really confident before the tournament because my practice was going really well.
I expected myself to get into round of 8, but not semifinals. But this time I did great. Yeah.
So I played 2 CVC stages today, and the first one against Fly was a little bit easier than I expected. It was 3-0. And the second match versus Eraser was way tougher than when I expected the match. So I'm glad I won the match versus Eraser, and I'm interviewing right now.
Because I somehow played better than myself that I do usually. Like I said in the interview, I usually have like 300 APM, but apparently I got 500 APM and dropping everywhere. So that's how I won.
It's just an awesome city. It's one of the best city I've ever been. Just every person is nice, and I like the area. And if you just go somewhere, there are a lot of people hanging out in this city, and there's a very beautiful lake as well. Yeah, I love this city.
If I play like I did just now, I will get the finals.
MaSa versus Hydra coming up within the next 5 minutes or so, as soon as the players are ready. But let's talk about this semi-final that we're about to see. Hydra, I want to say this. Hydra has his face on a building in Poland when the Intellectual Masters goes there for the World Championship. He has his face in the ESL America studios as you go in. This guy has really claimed that kind of throne of his in the last 12 months to be one of the very best in the WCS circuit.
There's no doubt about that, and he's got a lot of exposure, I think, from joining Root Gaming. He used to be one of those players that you heard about a little bit on the forums, like, oh, he's great in Pro League, he's a good sniper, he can win a game here and there, but now he's moved over here, he's a dominant force, and I think we saw that Hydra was playing, certainly this weekend anyway, on a much higher level than Violet and Polt. He wasn't making as many mistakes. He tripped up a little bit against Laser, but it is Zerg versus Zerg. You were pointing this out actually before on the just in the pre-show discussion that we were talking about Hydra as a player who can really showcase just how strong he is in a matchup that's not a mirror. Because that's where those, especially in ZVT, that's where the better player truly can show their skill level.
I totally agree, man. I mean, Hydra is an absolute beast, and I think in ZVT he's able to showcase that so much better than on a matchup which is a little bit build-dependent like ZVZ. Like, it's not rolling the dice, but he can be in a very dicey scenario without doing anything wrong. While in ZVT, it all comes down to mechanics, scouting, execution, and Hydra is very fast. He's a beast. So is this man, though.
Oh, God, he's ridiculously fast. We saw him go up to over 700 actions per minute at one point yesterday, which is inhuman, frankly. I don't know how he managed that, but the thing is, what surprised me more than anything is not just his speed. Anyone could go fast for a little bit. It's his endurance. He kept it up over one of the most epic 25-minute back-and-forth non-stop carnage games that we've ever seen against Firecake yesterday, and he played a great series against that guy.
It was a great series against Firecake, but Hydra is a very different player to Firecake. There is a massive difference between the both of them here. Hydra is a tournament-winning player. We only have a very quick moment left, but the head-to-head between both of them, Roddy, you were looking at it. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's actually ridiculous. We've got the maps on screen as well, but I don't think they're correct. So let's just talk a little bit about the history between Hydra and MaSa. Over the last year and a half, ever since the start of 2015, they have gone up against each other 6 times in series. The map score is 16-1 in favor of Hydra. So, and he's currently on a 13-0 run. If it's not 14-0, I don't know when that one map win was for Hydra. So the last 14 times that they were against each other in the loading screen, Hydra has won all of them. And I mean, it's very hard to not go for Hydra then, right? But just because it's CVT, man.
The numbers are in his favor. There's no doubt about it.
Super quick here then, because the game is pretty much ready. Predictions, scores?
It's really hard to go against Hydra coming in here as the dominant force. I'm looking forward to seeing him play against Neeb. I wouldn't mind a MaSa upset, but I'm not going to put it too far. Maybe 3-1, 3-0.
I certainly would love to see MaSa win. I think he's got the speed to do it. I also think he's on a real hot streak right now, but numbers don't lie, so 3-1 in favor of Hydra.
Yeah, I'm with them. I mean, ZVZ is different. ZVP is even a little bit different when it often comes to scouting and reacting. ZVT is all execution, all mechanics, and I think Hydra is about to remind us how good he truly is.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We're all excited here on the desk to bring you the second semifinals. Within the next couple of hours, we will crown the next champion of Dreamhack in America, in Austin, in Texas for you guys. We're going to hand it over to the commentary team for this one. Take it away, Total Biscuit and Nathanius.
Thank you very much, Apollo. Terran versus Zerg, our favorite. We love it.
Yeah, some great stuff. I love that you mentioned MaSa on the hot streak. He's been a player that's had such a unique story to follow. He's, as you pointed out, with the tournament victories he's picked up in Canada, he's been viewed as a Titan, but can he bring that power here to Austin, Texas?
Let's see if Austin can give them his energy. We will find out, because he is up against a very scary opponent indeed. To the south position here on Dust Tower, ladies and gentlemen, playing for Root Gaming in the red trunks, he is Zerg and he is Hydra. Certainly a player that's built a lot of popularity. He is arisen from the ranks of the faceless, I am going to horribly murder you and not say anything Zerg of the South Korean scene, now certainly a personality in North America, and we welcome him. However, he has to fight against a Canadian who is having the tournament of his life right now. To the north position from Team Elevate in the blue trunks, playing Terran. Give it up for MaSa!
Sometimes referred to as the king in the north, dominating the Canadian StarCraft scene. You look at his results internationally, it's a paltry comparison. He takes out big names like Neeb, he's taken out big names like Scarlet, all over the place in those tournaments where he's comfortable in his home, but he has consistently struggled to make deep runs in tournaments when he breaks out. You always expect to see him in the bracket, but never this far. So that alone has got to be the driving force behind him. He has to realize this is the biggest opportunity he's ever had at this point, really, in StarCraft 2.
But he also has to keep his cool, because this is the kind of position where a player that knows he's good, he knows like he's a ball of potential, and he's always getting deep runs in brackets. And then he reaches this point and something snaps, you know, something, whether it be stage fright, whether it be nerves, whether it simply be the fact that he's run out of like new pocket builds to bring out to surprise his opponent, something gives. I don't want to see that again for MaSa. You know, I really would love to see a strong continental American Terran play really, really well. And I'm just looking forward to this, because it was mentioned in the pre-show panel, these guys are fast, and I love playing, I love watching really quick play from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, we're just looking at that match he had against Firecake. It was basically him all over the place. He didn't slow down, go into heavy Liberator styles. It was constant drops, constant aggressions, all over all of your bases, all at once. And it's just such a cool thing to follow, because these two players have also had a lot of interactions with each other. MaSa spent a lot of time living at the Root House when he played for Root Gaming. He hasn't been on Elevate for that long. They have a lot of experience. They've shared strategies in team leagues, going up against other StarCraft players in the North American scene. So these two players, it's not like they're coming into this as strangers to each other's styles as well.
You know, and I think the opening build order is kind of telling of that, because if you compare it to what he did against Firecake, Hellions weren't even part of the mix. You know, we're seeing a Hellion opening here from MaSa immediately. What do you think of that? Is that a good start? I mean, that seems like it's a very classic build. Is it still a relevant build?
Yeah, I do really like this. And the biggest thing was Firecake's strategy was all about being as greedy as possible and just rushing straight up to Ultralisks and basing most of his strategy around that. Hydra, he's going to hit him hard and he's going to hit him fast. If he tries to take a quick third without Hellions, he is the player that'll flood out some Zerglings to stop you. With his fast Overlord speed, he has the ability to scout quickly enough that he can't really take any risks. He's gone back to a super standard build. I mean, this is about as Korean Terran versus Zerg opening as it gets. Straight up to 3 command centers, straight up to 3 barracks. He'll probably have some engineering base to follow it up. Neither player pulling any punches.
It's weird to even refer to him as kind of a Korean Terror. Of course, dual citizenship. Canada has taken ownership of him, and he has been representing Canada for a while. But yeah, you know, he is South Korean born, and I don't know why it is. Something in the water over there. He seems to inherit that bonus APM. You know, it's like a racial bonus that you get in D&D. You know, he's got +1 dexterity.
Yeah. It certainly comes in handy. He's made a very deep run off of that so far in this tournament. There in the engineering base. The stim is pretty quick. So, I mean, for the most part, TB, it looks like we're going to have a very straightforward TVZ style. The biggest question now is, will Hydra move into Banelings? Will he move into Roaches? With the +1 range attack, I think we're kind of getting a hint here. This could be a Roach Ravager style, which we did see MaSa play against yesterday.
That we did, and he actually played very, very well against a Roach Ravager style, which is why it's interesting that we see Hydra going for that. I mean, Hydra has to have watched those games. He has to be aware of how well MaSa did against that style. Maybe Hydra just thinks I'm on another level to Firekick. I can do it better. You know, it wasn't that style doesn't work. It's just that Firekick didn't execute it well enough.
And that's a definitely important thing to keep in mind. The differences in those strategies. Firekick seemed to feel like his strategy depended on getting to things like Ultralisks and using that heavy armor to push back. I don't think Hydra shares the same dependency on that. I think he's okay with playing a very solid, very aggressive mid-game with Roach Ravager. If MaSa makes any mistakes, if he gets supply blocks for too long, if he misses his production cycles, he's going to force him to play is better than he's ever played before.
Yep, I think you are right about that. This is going to be the one true test here for MaSa. MaSa has to redeem himself against a almost clean sweep set of victories, you know, and that really is exactly what it has been. Hydra has dominated in the matchups against MaSa in the past, but this is a big stage. You know, this is not some small online event. This is certainly not an online matchmaking map. This is not the ladder.
He's had time to prepare for this as well.
That's the thing. You know, you meet up with someone on ladder, you don't necessarily know what they're going to do, even if you have experience against them in a team house environment. This is not a skirmish. This is not a private game. This is tournament life, round of 4, potential final placement. And here we go. MaSa getting aggressive with his stutter step already. He grabs a queen, sacrifices a few Marines for it.
Yeah, and the most interesting part of this phase, because neither player is committing to insane aggression, I mean, Armory's already done, we have an infestation pin on the way as 1-1 finishes, is setting the stage for the further battles that are going to happen later on. Clearing up the creep is so important for being able to keep the Zerg player out of the loop of what's going on. Deny the vision, prevent them from being able to quickly counterattack or harass you.
So there's a really noteworthy thing here coming from MaSa. This is double armory from MaSa right here. He just completed... What does that even tell us at this point? Double
I feel like
build?
I feel like the second one might have been canceled. It was like by his third base. Okay, I think he canceled it. That was definitely a little bit of a maybe the nerves getting. He's like, I definitely want my 2-2 upgrades.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you really? It doesn't seem like he was going mech.
He's got 6 barracks.
He's going more barracks. It's like I remember that classic Apollo moment. It's like, oh yes, 4 barracks. That means he's going mech. Well, not in this case. So yeah, it looks like it was a little bit of an error there, but 2-2 kicks in. Slightly ahead, however, is Hydra in terms of his range and carapace upgrades. And we see the big hive going in here from Hydra as well. But it is noteworthy to say that he's getting +2 ranged.
Yep.
So that
he still wants to commit to it. His ultras, if he were to go into them, they wouldn't be hitting quite as hard as they otherwise normally could, which would make breaking down expansions like planetary fortresses much more difficult.
I've got to say, when it comes to Ultralisks, though, I mean, the carapace upgrade is the priority, though, right? You know, Ultras still hit reasonably hard, even if they don't have that attack upgrade. But the carapace is what makes them almost invincible against Marines.
Yeah, that's definitely the most important part. So that does tell us, though, that Zerglings won't be, with those adrenal glands, a heavy focus for the support for the Ultralisks. That actually makes units like siege tanks and, you know, as much as I don't like to say it, Thor's a little bit more effective since they can't be quite so easily surrounded and wrapped around by Lings.
Oh, nice little grab there. He is able to blast down a medevac and a couple of units here as well, but he jumps on top of the Infestors. 1-2, nice snipe there by MaSa. MaSa just, as soon as he sees him, he just explodes out of the gate with that excellent aggression pinpoint. So, nice little even trade. They're getting rid of the Infestors, though, very key. Because of that Ling point thing that you pointed out, the Lings can't wrap around the bio, which means that the Terran can stutter step freely.
And that also helps the drop so much, because just like, you know, we saw from Firekick, there's actually no Spire. So the anti-air is grossly limited, especially since some of the Infestors have died. So drops are going to be a big focus for MaSa. The biggest thing he does have to be concerned about is just Hydra maxing out with a bunch of Ultras with chitinous plating and saying, you don't have enough to stop me from just marching across the map and kill you. MaSa's focus is going to be, I need to keep Hydra on his side of the map and keep hitting him where it hurts, because his anti-air is so limited.
He's got a good opportunity here now. I'm interested to see there's a crackling upgrade going down, despite there being no melee upgrade at all. It's a good upgrade, don't get me wrong, but against +2 armored Marines and Marauders, it's going to take a little bit.
You're not really doing damage at that point.
No, so it's an interesting choice, but here we go. There's a window of opportunity here before the Ultras come out for some damage to be done. MaSa, I think, recognizes this as a possibility, gets out of there just with a drop, and that's the classic MaSa style. Plays on the raised edge. Oh, that was a bit of an error from Hydra. He actually corrosive piles his own units.
It's the benefit of all this harass. MaSa's getting all up in every single possible base. He hit the main base a little bit, now moving into the natural. That forces Hydra to react. He has to focus his attention elsewhere, and that opens up the opportunity for MaSa to capitalize on other mistakes. Like you said, hitting his own army with that bile, uncharacteristic of a player of Hydra's caliber.
Very, very true, but he is being stretched thinly here. The multi-pronged attack is stretching the decision-making, it's stretching the multi-pronged defense of his opponent. Here we go, big engagement, needs to move out of the corrosive pile. He takes a couple of hits on Marauders, not really a big problem with enough medevacs to play. That's a huge amount of Ravagers though, however, combined with the fungal growth, big stim on the left flank. He's able to get on top of the Ravagers. Can he take them down? One falls, another going down here as well, but it looks like the Zerg player will be able to come out on top in that fight.
This is going to be the scariest part now, TB. That chitinous plating is finishing.
Yeah.
The first Ultralisks are on their way out. The melee upgrades have started. Okay, this is where he needs to really crank it up because we've seen how much trouble Terrans in this tournament have had once that Ultralisk count reaches a certain number.
Yes, indeed. I like the fact there's a bit of Marauder-heavy play here from MaSa. He realizes the transit, despite the fact you see +2 range and you think he's not going Ultra, but MaSa knows. I think he's already figured it out that that's the transition regardless of that, which to me is incredibly interesting. But that upgrade is coming in, the Carapace level 3 coming in, and that is not a fight that MaSa wants to take. He's going to take as many units as he can. Again, another corrosive pile hit, friendly fire there on the Roaches, but he needs to get out of there and gather his forces and mount a defense against this, because that fourth base is under threat right now as corrosive pile rains down on the heads of the Terran player.
It's so interesting, you know, MaSa just completely playing this without any support units. It's just pure Marine, Marauder, and Medivacs, no siege tanks, no Widow Mines to fall back on, not even a planetary fortress, and his army just doesn't have the firepower left.
No, he doesn't, and that was a big hit he just took there, and look at how many workers he lost in the process. A big commitment to Ravagers. Yeah, he's getting some Ultras now, but it's like, I've just got so many Ravagers. I know you could dodge, but can you dodge this many shots? The answer is no, and unfortunately the Ultra's now in play, and there's not enough units here to fend off these Ultralisks. There's 6 more coming across the map right now.
This is going to continue to exacerbate the situation. Maybe a little bit of an overextension as there's not too many other forces here. It's just the Ultras, but they do so much damage. Those
Even
Marines.
without the +3 upgrades, you know, they do the job. The point is they've got the +3 armor about to kick in, and the chitinous plating is there as well. So they have the endurance, so the overall damage doesn't matter as much. Now +3 is being added on for the Terran player, but the army supply difference, and more importantly, the economic difference is pretty brutal for the Terran. If he's got mules as a combat mechanic, he can work with that. But I'm a little bit concerned that this army is not going to be able to fend off the next wave.
You got 6+ Ultras on the map, a few more on the way, more Infestors, and only just now is the first Liberator in production. That production doesn't exist to make more Liberators. MaSa just wants to continue to try to drop and harass, but it's going to be so hard against this army.
It really is. The elusive on the medevac here as well. MaSa's starting to fall apart. Hydra seems to be much more in control, and here come the Lings. He's trying to find himself a place to attack. Unfortunately, there were units rallied to defend here, but I am definitely concerned about this economic disparity. Hydra is close to max.
Yeah.
The Terran player is nowhere near that, and with more Ultras on the way and a bank for the Zerg, that is a nasty position to be in as a Terran.
It really seemed to me in this map that MaSa's big goal, his focus, was to crank out an insane number of Marines and Marauders and kill him before he reached Ultras. He doesn't have Liberators. He doesn't have a core of siege tanks. He's going to be pushed back, and these supply depots are actually the most effective defense he has back home because Ultras can't walk around him.
Absolutely, you know, they're too fat. They can't squeeze in there. You got to wait a little bit. You got to try and kill him. But that is oh wow, that Ultralist just had breakfast there. Just munched through 7 SCVs, and you can't afford to lose that kind of thing. We've got some drop harass coming in right now, and I'd love to see a little bit more of that in this game earlier, but it felt like he was almost scared that Hydra was going to just come and kill him if he tried it. And here comes the big fight, and double fungal growth. That's absolutely crushing. GG, ladies and gentlemen, and Hydra takes MaSa apart in this first map and further extends his winning streak against the Canadian-Korean Terran. And that has got to suck. I mean, you do not want to start off like that. All the wind taken out of your sails already in a very difficult matchup.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to try to do, especially on that map, though. Dusk Towers is one of the best defensively laid out maps in the current pool for WCS. And if you want to play a style where you want to kill the Zerg before they can get Ultras, it's probably the hardest map to do that. You know, Ruins of Endion, you have a much faster drop path to the main base. Frozen Temple, you have a lot more angles. You can attack that third from both sides. The fourth is a bit more exposed. So I wouldn't completely count out the strategy from him. Based on how he's played yesterday, I expect him to continue this sort of style. I don't see him kind of like Pult. You know, neither of them ever went to multiple starports, heavy Liberator count, which is, you know, something that a lot of Terran players have started to do.
Do you think the style on this map was actually slightly less aggressive than what we saw against Firecake?
It's still, from MaSa's side, you mean?
Yes.
I feel like it's just about as aggressive, really. Like, he's just constantly putting units out. Like, if you just think about the whole premise of the army is that instead of putting gas into siege tanks or anything else, it was just mass medevacs. So he always had medevacs, all of his units. And I love that the drops were able to get in and get all around. but Hydra is too good to just fall apart
Yeah.
to that, I think.
I think it's really very deceptive because you don't see as much damage being done, so you almost think the Terran player is being less aggressive than he actually is, whereas against Firecake, he was tearing it up. And this fight right here, looking reasonably good, but there just wasn't quite enough Terran. You know, that's a lot of Ravagers. They take a lot to go down, and that big hit right there really took the core of the army out. And it's surprising, I guess it's surprising to see MaSa get hit by that, but that's about 3 times the Ravagers that Firecake had yesterday. You know,
It's important to consider as well that he made that adjustment, as you pointed out, into heavy Marauders, but Ravagers don't take that bonus damage. So their 3 extra armor from +3 Carapace plus their +1 base armor, they're cutting out almost half the damage of those Marauder shots every time. So Ravagers can survive a bit better. You almost want Marines shooting the Ravagers just because they attack so much faster.
You think that he transitioned to Marauder too early in anticipation of Ultralisk and ended up actually losing in the fight with the Ravagers as a result?
I do like heavier Marine plays, especially since you can afford usually an extra barracks or 2 to keep building more, or because Marauders are so much more expensive, it's a bit easier to cheaply transition into, say, a second factory. We didn't see any factory units in that game, and hopefully we'll see some in this one.
Well, let's find out. Arena, close by drops. This might very well be MaSa's wheelhouse. However, he's up against a man that currently has a 1-map lead in his best of 5 series and is looking very strong going forward. In the red trunks from Root Gaming, playing Zerg to the southwest position of Arena, it's Hydra. Versus his opponent to the northwest position, looking to make the comeback here, looking to put a dent in this winning streak of the Korean Zerg. In the blue trunks, playing Terran to the northwest position, Team Elevate, MaSa!
Playing to find out who goes to the grand finals to face off against the USA, Protoss, Neeb. Already very important to note in this game. As a Zerg player, you generally always want to go for your expansion as soon as possible. Hydra chose to open with a fast spawning pool. This is a delayed engineering may block. MaSa sent an SCV to scout, and he says, oh my goodness, you're not going to fast expand? Well,
double engineering
there you go.
block.
Now you're not expanding at all.
We talk a lot about German engineering. This is Canadian engineering right here. That's going to keep this away for a long time. Having a Zerg limited in that way on one base for so long can be absolutely crippling. That said, it's a little bit of a gamble because it could trigger a Zerg to do something crazy.
Yeah. I mean, the resources
like
he invests, the resources he puts into getting, you know, a cheeky engineering may block like that means you're not using that money to build a bunker at home.
You're not.
So you can cancel it, but you don't get all that money back, and it's still something that you're going to build delayed. And we've actually seen a little bit of this fast roach play. I think wasn't it Firecake that actually did something similar to this on this map in ZVT yesterday?
This is a lot faster than even that, I think, but I think you're right there. And it can be a problem when you've decided to go for the reactor because, you know, that's 50 seconds that you're not building units.
Yeah.
Bunker is going down, which is helpful, but with a lot of roaches, this could be a problem.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. So the thing that made it easy for Polt to hold this was that he built 1 Marine at a time quickly out of his barracks.
He did, yeah.
But I do think moving the drones down to push that around, more roaches coming out. It's not just 3 Ravagers. The reactor, I love that he's not immediately building Hellions. I think this is such a smart thing for MaSa to do. If he had swapped the reactor and started Hellions, he wouldn't have any Marines at all. And we both know Hellions aren't going to help versus fast roaches.
Yeah, I'd love to see him get a tank here because I think if he gets that, he might be able to hold this. But it's quite a short ground distance through this sort of narrow corridor. And it is scoutable. You can hold on to that watchtower, but he doesn't actually have it yet. So MaSa is not 100% sure what's coming at him. And there's the tank. The Ravager's going to help here, but are the roaches going to hit before that tank's in place? But yes, I mean, it's going right. Well, in a little while, and it wouldn't be Dreamhack without a little bit of downtime. So we'll see what MaSa is pausing the game for here. He will, I'm not sure what, we're going to see what he's got to say. He'll let them admin know momentarily, obviously some kind of problem here for MaSa. Rather awkward timing for it, certainly. I don't want to go
too deep into it.
I don't want to talk about what's going on screen because if MaSa takes off his headphones, of course, then he will be aware of that. So we've got to talk in very general terms here until this is sorted out. But this is going to be a very interesting game, no doubt.
Yeah, I like this series a lot just because it's 2 players that, even though the numbers are one-sided as far as the win rates go, the match history goes, you still have that personal history where they've lived together, they've played a lot of games together, they've played in team leagues together, so they've had so much to look at for each other. And I think about, especially Hydra as a player, compared to most difficult Zergs that you're going to go up against, you know that he's the kind of guy that gets a lot of conversations going with cats about build orders and strategies. So you can't even go into it saying, oh, he's a really good Zerg, he's going to play normal. It's like, no, he might bust out some really weird build because that's something that he's kind of picked up since going to the Root House and living with cats.
That's going to give an advantage, I think, to Hydra going forward, because not only does Hydra know MaSa, Cats does too, because they lived in the same house for so long. Cats coached MaSa. Cats is also coaching Hydra. Now Cats can impart that knowledge onto Hydra, and that may put MaSa at a disadvantage in this series because he just doesn't quite have the knowledge versus his opponent. You know, as he's now left the Root House, he doesn't get to play against Hydra anymore, I would imagine, unless they practice together independently, which is entirely possible and not uncommon for someone to have left the team to still have their old practice partners be involved in it.
You still keep connections, you still have the same friends. You know, just because you're not on the same team doesn't mean that you can't help each other out by playing those games together, especially since they both play in so many North American tournaments anyway. You know, they're always competing in the, you know, the cups and stuff that are run by Base Trade as well. So they're always going at it head to head. And that's also one of the things that makes these guys unique. I think a lot of people appreciate that about Hydra. Moving onto the U.S., he's been one of the most, I'd say, well-integrated Koreans that have come to play. He's competed in all these tournaments. Heard his English is absolutely phenomenal. So I think that's just one of those things that a lot of people do like about him.
Yeah, it's a guy that's come over to the North American scene and really heavily contributed to it.
Yeah.
You know? And some of the objections that people had before we had this WCS change was, look, the players are coming over from South Korea. We understand they need tournaments to play in as well, but they're coming in, they're taking the prize money, and then they're kind of leaving, and they're not playing on the NA ladder. They're not enriching the NA scene in some way, and they're not providing these practice partners for our North American players so that they can get better. And this is what the new WCS system is designed to try and change, to try and raise the bar for foreign players. Is it working out? Well, we have Neeb in the finals. I think you can say that it may have done something. Certainly, it's not been a field that has a lot of Koreans in it, but bear in mind, both Violet and Polt certainly got knocked out, and Hydra didn't have an easy run up to this point.
Yeah, I would say that it has a pretty significant impact because you look at like Neeb, someone who plays on Europe a lot. I know Polt plays on Europe a lot since he lives in the East Coast. That's the kind of these are the players that all get that experience.
You can do
that. Firecake being European, you get that experience. People get replays against these guys because they have to play on your servers for the ladder qualifiers. It's just easier, of course, than playing all the way on Korea from East Coast, lots of ping. I know Hydra still plays a good amount on the Korean server, but he's still someone that plays in enough tournaments. You know, if you want to study him, there's plenty of content out there available. So it doesn't give you this, dark, looming overlord sort of feeling where you show up to a tournament, you have to play a Korean that you've never, ever played a single game against, or maybe it was a year ago the last time you showed up. So it just kind of evens the playing field a bit for everybody.
Yeah, and you've got to do it on it's not so much a LAN environment, but they're playing on the same server. There's very little latency. And playing cross-server, you have to account for that additional latency. There are some things, micro-wise, that you can't really do if you're playing on a server where you have that increased ping. So that changes your strategy very, very significantly, even though you might think that it would not. So it is very different to play in an environment like this. And then, of course, you have the psychological aspect of you're playing in front of an audience, you're sweating, palms are sweaty, mom's spaghetti, very unpleasant.
All of those things, right? Yeah. It's especially considering just how awesome this event has been, right? It's the first time we're here for Dreamhack in North America. So many awesome people have shown up. I've got to meet so many cool people that love StarCraft here, which has also been amazing.
The passion is real. There's no doubt about that. We've had an awesome crowd for this event, and we hope to continue this semi-final very shortly, bringing more excellent StarCraft action. And then, of course, we have the grand finals, which is going to be a best of 7, which one way or the other is going to be absolutely killer. We either get Neeb versus MaSa or Neeb versus Hydra. I think they're both great games, potentially. I think Neeb versus Hydra may very well be a better story, simply because you're saying, right, okay,
it's the classic tale, right?
It's a classic tale, isn't it? North American hope, underdog versus Korean player who has just a hot win streak, who is devastatingly effective, who is very experienced, and can we see that foreign win? It's probably the most fertile ground for that in a long time.
Yeah, it's something that has slowly developed as well, because when Hydra came over, when Polt came over, and they started to lock things down, those guys were just splitting it, It's, okay, I'm going to win one tournament, you're basically going to win the next, or we're going to play each other in the finals of all of them, and that hasn't been the case. We had the champion, PT Drogo, in Leipzig at the beginning of the year. Polt was able to take Katowice, but already we see in this tournament, he got knocked out. Hydra was taken to the limit by a laser, and now possibly, I feel either MaSa could try to make this comeback, or we see Neeb be that challenger.
That would be cool. And yeah, we have had those European champions. We have seen situations where Koreans have been in the tournament and the European has won out, but we don't see that in America very often.
No,
not at all. Again, I can't even think of the last time.
I can't remember the last time we looked at a player from the USA as a serious contender for a StarCraft championship, which is one of the other things I guess that feels magical to me about this tournament. That the dream is real for the American players that have been looking for someone to really put the banner behind.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so important as well. You're always thinking to yourself, why do people watch sports in the first place? And you say, well, look, they appreciate the competition, and that doesn't matter if it's sports or esports. It's the same thing. It's all about competition. But you'll often say, well, I want to support my guy. I want to support the guy from my country, from my town. And if you don't have that representation, then the interest obviously is going to wane in that particular region. So I think we need a North American champion. Let's find out what's going to happen. Here we go. We're back in the game, ladies and gentlemen. And what we did not want to talk about is...
Well, it's hitting us now.
It is hitting us now. This roach push right across the map. SCV gets killed almost immediately. Now he sees it. The tank is not out yet. The bunker is full. The roach count isn't that high yet. SCV's pulled off the line. Of course, a big Ravager shot would deal significant damage there. But don't go anywhere near that. There we go. Nice dodging from MaSa right there. He's trying to focus down some of those roaches. One goes down. Once he's got that tank in play, though, I think this push ends, right?
Yeah, the most important thing here, and I love that he did this, was putting the bunker on the low ground, even though the command center's not there yet. Because if that Overlord gets to the ramp, he can
crouching bunker, hidden tank. He's going to be able to rain it down on there. The bunker doesn't go down either, and the Marine support comes in. And surprise, Hydra is not able to break that position right now.
Yep, he's just finished his natural behind this, but I mean, a medevac and a siege tank, well, good luck bringing that down with a single Ravager.
Yeah, I mean,
even two.
I know Hydra's a good shot, but we've seen a lot of dodging coming in from MaSa. He tends to evade these shots very well, unless there's like 30 Ravagers, in which case you can't really blame him. That's a hail of bullets. And just a parting gift right there. He's going to chase him down.
I love this.
Like, yeah, just take what you can. Absolutely. Why would you not get extra kills where you can? And MaSa pushes this back with authority.
The follow-up into a Viking to clear out any Overlords that might be on the map. As we know, Hydra has been opening up, just like most of the Zergs you've actually seen here against Terran, with that fast Overlord speed. I don't think we've seen it yet this game. Maybe it'll come up later. But even just this harass is like, yep, you're going to have to focus on dealing with this, buddy.
Yeah,
think about it.
We've actually seen how crazy MaSa's tank harass could be. Polt attempted it, and it didn't work so well against Firecake, but we saw MaSa attempt it, and it's just like he did it at 3 times the speed of a normal person.
Yeah.
And as a result, it was very effective, getting those shots where he can. Polt Viking is out for MaSa. Always great to clear out those Overlords, give him a little bit of air cover. Where exactly does the Zerg player go from here? He tries to take the third base, but the Terran is ahead in terms of building his third command center versus the third hatchery. That engineering block was so effective, and that clutch defense was so good here from MaSa that puts him in a really great position, despite a slight supply lead for the Zerg.
It just felt like such a weird mind game to see, right? It's like, I'm going to open pool first with this fast gas, and then, I didn't think I was going to get engineering bay blocked. Well, I mean, maybe he won't have anything to deal with the Roach Horn, and then he did, Hydra made a significant commitment to that, and you're dead on. The layer's only just started at 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Meanwhile, Stim almost halfway done. Medevacs are on the map with Marines. This is not going to be an easy position to play from if you're Hydra.
Not at all, and MaSa is deliberately blocking off that narrow corridor right there, and he can always move in his Marines to reinforce. The double engineering bay now being built on his side of the map, which is original here for MaSa, but in the meantime, we're seeing what's going to be a very delayed Roach Ravager play. Look at how late that ranged upgrade is, for instance. Ouch, the nice little, and uncharacteristic slip up there by MaSa, losing the tank. Nice pickup by Hydra, though.
Yeah, a little bit of trades going here and there. That +1, as you mentioned, is not super close, but the 1-1 has only just now started for MaSa, so upgrades, relatively speaking, are going to be even this game. If there's no Carapace, that will tell us that he's probably not as focused on the Ultralisk play, though, since that was the big finishing blow in the last game.
Especially when he's adding Roach speed to the mix. He's building upgrades that are not Ultralisk focused. He may transition later on, but he's not going to be getting there anytime soon. Ultimately, he needs units to fight what MaSa's got. He can't just play greedy, because MaSa is just going to drop him, and he doesn't have the economy to play greedily anyway. Again, another uncharacteristic slip up there by MaSa. Usually his control is on the ball, and he's lost both the tank and a Viking unnecessarily there, so I'm hoping that nerves are not getting to him.
Yeah, a bit of a greedy play there, trying to get that Overseer with the Viking and losing it. And that, of course, allows... Now Hydra's like, okay, well, now I can just fly over to your base, look at everything. Maybe you want to stim your Marines? Sure. Be a bit of a bit of a waste, I guess, on hit point wise. There isn't any medevacs with these Marines, so you got to be very careful as Roach speed is about to finish and make running away quite difficult to do.
Yeah, Hydra's creep spread is starting to get pretty great too, so that's going to give a lot of mobility to the Zerg player. It's pretty short by ground anyway, it's now even shorter, so he's going to be able to strike. Roach run-bys are an ever-present threat, so they can do significant damage, and fighting in these narrow corridors against Ravager Bile is a nightmare.
Yeah. And that's one of the key things about Arena is you want to try to make these pushes, you want to make these plays, but the biggest path is blocked by rocks. And of course, if you're on the ball, you can kind of see where that's going. These Ravagers and Roaches are going to come in. The anti-air, as we keep talking about, is very limited, but they're getting there fast enough to stop the Marines.
Yes, they are. You know, and these Marines are not really getting much done. The Overlord coverage is still good. With the Viking down, the Overlords feel a lot safer. I'd like to see another Viking out, but ultimately, what can you do? You've got to build more medevacs. You've got to get that count up. This is a nice pickoff, though. I like this. I mean, there's no way to respond to that. It's on an island.
Yeah, getting rid of these Overlords is really nice. But look at this, man. He's going for Burrow and Roach. Tunneling claws. So he's really going to commit to the aggression. He starts +2 attack. Still no Carapace. He's not thinking about the late game at all. He wants to get a huge Roach Ravager push, and he wants to just crush MaSa with pure Roach Ravager.
Well, tanks are still being produced here, which I do like to see, certainly. Hot pick up and go several times here by MaSa already to dodge those corrosive bile shots. Yeah, tank production resumes. I think this is necessary, but the detection aspect, if this goes unscouted, then really you only need to surprise your opponent once with tunneling claws. If you get under the tanks, you pop on top of them, you kill the tanks, then you have a huge lead.
You do need to be careful, though, because as soon as that upgrade finishes, the Roaches get the little gems on their back.
They do, yes.
It makes it very, it's an easy tell. You know, it's like, okay, I know that he has Roach Burrow move, which means I need missile turrets, or I need to always have a scan if I'm going to take a fight on the map.
Well, there's the Roach run-by we're talking earlier. Now, this is going to be a nice little delay. Certainly, maybe a cancel. There's the cancel. Yeah. So, cancelling the fourth. Very strong move so far. And MaSa's aggressive drops haven't got really much done in terms of hitting the economy of his opponent. He's tried to get into the base, nothing really happened. It hasn't really worked out for him. And
there's the Burrow. Oh,
yeah.
It's like, where the Roaches go?
That's going to be an interesting little oh, it's a two-pronged run by. He hasn't seen it. He can't see it. He doesn't know.
Split those between the bases at the same time. I love this. The Ravagers throw a little bile at the front, basically saying, hey, MaSa, eyes over here, buddy. And at the same time, there we go. The Roaches in the third, in the natural, and in the main. Unburrow all those at once. Oh, that's going to hurt.
That it really will. That's going to do a lot of damage. And there's going to be this big push in the front as well while MaSa is distracted. MaSa's going to evacuate back. He's going to have to get out of there as quickly as possible. He needs to defend against this. Oh, yeah, that was great. You know, that's a four-pronged attack here by the Zerg player. That's ridiculous. You don't need that many prongs. But he's going to go for it anyway. And right now he's going to rain down terror and destruction upon the remaining Terran force, which was not prepared for this. It was not in position. SCVs have been pulled off the line. This could be devastating to the economy of MaSa. It is 32 workers killed here by Hydra. That was absolute devastation here, and MaSa caught completely off guard by this play.
Yeah, I mean, a good Marine drop at the back to try to stab against that fourth base, but think about the Zerg production, the way that the larva works. He did a ton of economic damage. There's only 26 SCVs on the map, and he's still about to max. He's got over 1,000 minerals in the bank with 200 gases, 20 Roaches he can build. He's going to hit 200 supply, and I think once he cleans up this drop, he's going to get ready to go right back across the map and finish MaSa off.
Oh, God, it's such an ugly situation. It's at 100 supply deficit here for MaSa. He's kind of falling to pieces. He was doing relatively well, but you've got to give credit to Hydra for such a grand deception, pulling his opponent to the front and distracting him while hitting in three separate places.
Not showing that the Roaches had Burrow move. He was completely blindsided by it. The only poking that Hydra did before he unburrowed those Roaches was just with the Ravagers. He knew, all I have to do is not let you be aware. Oh, God.
Oh, God. He's right on top of the artillery. He has devastated them in a matter of seconds. GG! Ladies and gentlemen, and Hydra pulls off a very impressive victory again. And bearing in mind, this time around, MaSa was ahead for a good amount of that game. You know, that engineering bay block really did a number on MaSa. On Hydra, sorry.
I love the position that he was able to establish early in the game. He goes for the fast SCV scout. He doesn't build a Reaper. It's all Arena. There's not a lot of clips to jump up. It's straight into Reactor. So even though he doesn't have, you know, the super fast Marines, he gets the Reactor quickly enough that it doesn't matter. And he gets the Siege Tank fast enough that he can hold the Roaches off. And like you said, great position, but when your 3 Roaches pop up in each one of your bases and you're being attacked from the front, it's like, how many hands can a man have?
Well, MaSa seems to have 6, but apparently he needed 10. That was the main problem. There were just so many different little attacks all at once, and a 3-pronged attack is impressive, but then also having distracted his opponent at the front and then just smashing through there anyway, which picked off a tank and forced tanks to lift off. That was just, I don't even see how you manage that. I mean, that seems inconceivably difficult to defend.
Yeah, it's a very elegant play to be able to make, and really, it comes down to if MaSa had realized at any point what was going on. Turret in front of that third base. One turret in front of that third base, you see all of it, boom, you got it taken care of. And then this fight you're trying to take, you're already still losing during this fight. That SCV death count just keeps going up and up and up. The roaches behind those mineral lines, and it's like, okay, maybe I held the army off, but I got nothing else left.
Yeah, because, yes, he fought one army, but there were 4, you know, and he left those others to just dance a merry dance in the mineral line, and there's not really much that he could have done about that without that detection, as you said. You know, it was a sneaky maneuver, but it was very well executed by Hydra, went completely undetected, completely unscouted. MaSa's got to be kicking himself at this point. You know, that's not the sort of thing that you want to have happen to you in the middle of a tournament series, and that's going to shake your morale.
It's got to be frustrating to know, you know, he's a good enough player to recognize that he was definitely ahead in that scenario.
Yeah, he was.
But at some point, you got to run through the list of questions, TB. What could happen that would cause me to lose this game? And he just didn't do that.
Yeah, especially when you have such a commitment to roaches, knowing your opponent is behind technologically, you'd think to yourself, okay, maybe he stays on roach. Maybe he just commits to roach ravager, because it is a low-tech option. They can still do a lot of damage. What can you add to a roach that would make it kill what I've got? But tunnel and claws, you've got to admit, they're not used that often.
Nope.
You know, that's why it's such a good thing to pull out of your pocket in that particular situation. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are on Ruins of Endion. We need to see a comeback right here against this man. To the southeast position in the red trunks, playing Zerg, Root Gaming Hydra. Versus his opponent to the southwest position, the dark horse of this tournament. He's made a great run so far, but now he faces his greatest challenge. He is 1 map away from elimination. In the blue trunks, playing Terran to the southwest position, Team Elevate MaSa.
Quite a hill to climb against a multiple-time WCS champion. It's, I mean, if he's got any weird strategies that he's been holding on to, now would be the time.
Yep. Break it out right now. We're going to see Reaper opening, you know, nice and safe right here. You can do a decent amount with that. And this is Ruins of Endion. It's got cliffs for days.
Yep, it's one of those maps where the Reaper is especially useful because you have to go through the middle, you got to go through the belly to actually get across with anything other than a Reaper, which can just jump through the bottom area, which is the fastest attack path. Of course, blocked by rocks. This map is, you could also describe it as Rock City. You've got rocks on your 3rd, rocks by your natural, rocks on your 4th, and then rocks outside your natural that can block your opponent out. So it's one of those maps, TV.
It really, really is. Dustin, why? Why must you do this to us always?
We try to honor the memories of those who liked rocks before us. I do think that it's made this map kind of interesting in a weird sort of way. You do see, and, you know, in the competitive level at this top tier, it doesn't seem to change the strategies too much. But, you know, as someone who plays ladder, you know, people do all sorts of weird stuff trying to make use of this. The best players are, of course, always going to punish you, even if you try to break down those rocks to defend yourself.
Ooh, of course. Hydra's not going to fall for that one. It does, of course, force you to morph something in and then cancel it, which is a little bit of resources lost there, but he would have loved to get a drone out of that and then escape. Thankfully, he escapes with the Reaper, so can come back to fight another day. In the meantime, we see an expansion and the slowest killing of rocks in history there with a single Marine, just wasting a lot of ammunition, frankly, shooting at that rock face.
Yeah, I do like this, though, because if he tries to break down these rocks and he can get something out of this, like maybe a really fast 3rd command center, he won't have to think about building Hellions, for example. No, I mean, if there's a Ling Flood, he's going to be going into siege tanks. He'll have Marines, put them on the other side of the rocks, just keep your eyes open. But Overlord speed, I mean, if he goes for a drop play and there's no Hellions to deal with a huge spell of Lings, that could also be devastating.
Yeah, and when you got a 2-map lead like this, you can afford to do something a little bit fancier.
Exactly.
That might certainly do the job. I like the early pneumaticized carapace anyway, regardless of whether or not you're going to drop, just because it gives you that scouting potential.
Yeah, it's something that's really blown up recently. These Marines that were trying to break down the rocks get surrounded and not going to be able to close the hot gates today.
No, the numbers did count for nothing, unfortunately. The Persians are storming and Sparta is falling. I need to see something out of MaSa here, something perhaps innovative or just the execution that we saw against Firecake. That's what we really need to see right now, because he's got the speed, but I guess I don't think he's playing any worse than he was. I just think relatively, in comparison to his opponent, Hydra's just on such another level that he's looking a lot weaker.
Hydra's definitely been getting the better on the strategy side of things. You know, in that first game, yes, MaSa was all over him. He was hitting him here, he was hitting him there, but he was still able to formulate the army that he needed to eventually just win, because like you don't have anything that can actually deal with this right now. And I feel that was also in the last game. It's like you don't have anything that can deal with this setup, because you're just kind of, okay, yeah, you're building a lot of Marines, building a lot of tanks, that's great, but you're not really thinking about, you know, the mind games. What else I could be doing that doesn't really make as much sense, like for Roaches, for example.
Well, hello, Spire. This is going to be interesting. This could really shut down the drop play very, very quickly. And considering the close Spire positions on this map, it's not entirely unusual to go for a Spire just to shut that down, because you're expecting drop play. I mean, MaSa drops always. This is going to be a Widow Mine drop here as well. It's going to make things quite interesting, and MaSa's Widow Mine control is generally quite good. He's able to cancel where necessary, but the clutch transfuse!
That should have been a dead queen. Really nice nice read there. Hydra's like, okay, just got to save. It's a very difficult thing to just, like,
that is a very difficult
fly.
thing to do. Yeah, just that was a fraction of a second call.
I love that 3 games, 3 different styles from Hydra. The first game, straight to Ultra on the defensive map with the Roach Ravager backbone. Second game, pure Roach Ravager with the Burrow play. Game 3, straight to Mutalisk. So this is already basically saying, look, man, I've actually noticed you don't also build a lot of Liberators. You prefer Marine Marauder. And if you're going to build a lot of Marauders, well, Mutas are going to be great. Yeah,
I wonder if we're just going to see pure Marine production coming out of MaSa here. I think we are, right now anyway. And it does make, you know, if you're producing a lot of Mutalisks, the transition to Ultra is more difficult because you're spending all your gas on Mutalisks. It's harder to get up to Hive. It's harder to really invest in those upgrades. I mean, right now, if you look at the Zerg, you're like, he has no upgrade. He just doesn't. So that transition would take forever. I actually kind of like MaSa's position here just because I feel like a player like that is experienced against this style, and his speed and maneuverability is going to help him, especially with a Marine-heavy style against Mutas. But it's Hydra's Muta control, though. You know, that's so quick, so accurate.
Yeah, and being able to get them out so fast as well. If you think about what you want to do as a Terran, it's put pressure on. You want to get those Marines across the map. You want to hit the third base, deny a fourth, push back the creep spread. But now your opponent's got Mutalisks. Okay, maybe your turrets will cover your mineral lines, but some of your add-ons might be exposed, your supply depots, your engineering bays. And if you want to push out across the map and get aggressive, you might lose some important infrastructure back home.
That is very true. Oh, nice stim, and the Viking follow-up almost picks up a second Muta too. That's good to see. Notice, of course, he's not fully committing to Mutas. He only went for 5, and he's going immediately back to the Roaches. He realizes, of course, that MaSa is starting to get aggressive here, and kind of rightfully so. Trying to do some damage, almost took out another Mutalisk there as well. And I like the delaying tactics here.
It's buying him a lot of time. Look,
is,
9 Roach is about to finish. Ravagers, Roach speed's very close, +1's very close. This is exactly what Hydra wants. Like, yeah, just chase those 3 Mutas. They're not really that much of a threat.
However, I'm thinking about those 2 tanks right now. I think, especially with good control and quick moving forward with the medevacs, this is going to be a very difficult thing for Hydra to actually handle. We see the salvos raining down on top of the Zerg player right now. There's a quick transfuse, the Queen falls anyway, and Marines are dying. However, the tanks stand strong in the rear.
Yep, and these Roaches have a pretty good concave coming in to push them back.
Yeah, you are not wrong on that one, but the Ravagers take some more fire and an aggressive push forward. Oh, wow.
They're stuck.
They can't get out. He's going to chase him down. He realizes it right now. It's like, no, he doesn't get the opportunity. If he chased those down with the tanks, that would have been freebies. But I think he wants to lay siege to this third base right now.
It's a weird sort of thing to think about, but he could actually move in from the north now with those, while the Marines go on the right side. Yeah, just flank it with the forces that were initially trapped.
Was that, I mean, I don't think if that was even a deliberate move there by Hydra, that he tries to draw the army out of position, realize, oh, I can set up a flank right here. I can cut off the reinforcements as they come in. I can take a tank. And he gets one, that's wonderful. Oh, and he lands a big shot in the middle of the Marines as well. What a move there by Hydra, you got to admit. But there are still a lot of Roaches dying to these tanks on the low ground.
Yeah, that siege position is still great. And now there's enough medevacs. You know what? Forget the forces out of the map. Just ferry everything over this cliff. And
yeah, you don't have to worry about the forces that are trying to cut off your reinforcements at that point.
Yeah, I mean, breaking down the rocks will help with that, but MaSa has definitely shown us he prefers build medevacs more than Liberators by a large margin, so transport should be readily available for his army, and I love his pressure on the third. Look at that saturation. He's not mining the gas, only 12 drones. Half the time he has to pull them back because they're taking pot shots, and if that hatchery goes down, it'd be even worse.
But a quick evacuation right there. Don't sit there. Oh my God, the dodge. A couple more land in the middle there. The Ravager's going to do some damage. That's tanks picked off right there. So that was a great move there by Hydra, and now this army is not as threatening. I mean, he doesn't have the tank support that it needed. Oh God, he's got to get out of there now. But he's bringing a ton of reinforcements. The thing is, they are Marines.
Just Marines,
Where are the
no
tanks?
no heavy firepower. I mean, we talked about this earlier. You know, he committed a bit early, I think, than he needed to on the Marauders. But this game, Hydra's noticed that. He's like, okay, well, I won't turn them into Ravagers. I'll just use Roaches.
Oh dear, this is not looking good right here for our Terran player, who's going to sit in those piles if he's not carefully dodges back. He tries to set up a two-pronged attack, but dropping in so slowly, the Marines are easily eliminated. He's got to get out of there. That's another loss here on the map for our Terran player. And do note, by the way, that the Terran, he's only on 2 bases.
Yep. He's trying to go for a super aggressive style, but look at what Hydra's been doing with his upgrades. As the main base floats out from MaSa, still no Carapace upgrades for Hydra. He's just going into attack. He's just going to keep building Roaches and Ravagers. He wants to end this game on Lair Tech if he can.
There's the stim, but without the tank support, I think this is almost suicidal. He does jump on top of the Ravagers, and he gets a few, and that's great. You know, the Ravagers do cost a lot of money. They are not as cheap as Roaches, but he's losing so many Marines to do it that the army disparity is starting to get huge, and there's not enough meat at the front, I think, to stop the Roaches from getting their hands on those tanks. He's able to evacuate out of the way for the time being, but we're seeing a surprise tunneling clause added again.
Yep.
There are, of course, a bunch of missile turrets this time because of the Mutalisk, so maybe that's not going to be as effective, but you can still tunnel and get under the tanks if MaSa continues to play aggressively.
If he catches him off guard in the center of the map, or even if he tries to siege, that could be a really big pickup for Hydra, since he needs to do critical damage with this. We have a single Liberator coming out. It's been interesting that the focus has pretty much just been on pure Marines and Marauders from MaSa. I like seeing a little bit more siege tank play.
I like to see more Marauders out of MaSa because he's been playing pure Marine up to this point. Now only has he started to produce Marauders. And I think that's a little bit late. With so many Roaches in play, you really need that punch. You've got tanks, yes, but what happens if what occurred earlier happens? You lose your tanks, and then you just can't fight straight up.
Yeah, it's a very difficult position to try and play around with.
We've got a flank set up on the right-hand side here, possibly Roaches trying to break those back rocks on the third base. If MaSa were to lose that, that would be devastating to his economy.
And the more pathways that are open as well, the easier it'll be to find an open spot to get those burrowed Roaches in. As Burrow is completing, tunneling clause is completing, and then you force up. Maybe you don't kill all the SCVs, force a lift up, burrow a Roach there, make him waste a scan or two.
It's an oversaturated base too, and that's only 48 workers for the Terran player. So this attack right here, which MaSa has not seen coming, despite those rocks going down, that's going to do some damage. And he already oh look, that is fertile ground. Oh God, he's going to reap a terrible harvest right here. That's going to be a lot of SCVs going down as they retreat.
Yeah, 7 already picked off, 8 now trying to escape that base. And at the same time, that army still beautifully positioned defensively, ready to catch this Terran force. And he might be forcing MaSa into a game-ending commitment one way or another.
The Liberator's being added into the force, which is great, and the Ravager count isn't that high. I love this flank right here. This is a good catch-up right here from MaSa. He devastates the mineral line. He's now focusing on the hatchery. He's actually focusing on the egg, which doesn't help. He wants to take the hatchery out, but he doesn't want to lose anything. If he can kill this just before it's so very, very low, there it is.
Gets it. Denying the 4th base now. At the same time, he still has those Roaches attacking his
the
third.
tanks lived through that.
Very, very low hit points. Almost dead. Marines focused down, going for the Ravagers. That's a big play for him, being able to lock that in. But the Roaches are still looking around. The only missile turret, he's going to be able to have vision of it. I don't know, but the tanks get picked off. They have no health.
Oh, that was slow there by MaSa. Uncharacteristically slow. He needs to get the hell out of there, evacuate back to his base. It's currently 151 army supply, 69 in favor of the Zerg player. And the economy continues to bleed heavily on the side of MaSa. He's down to 30 workers. Liberation zones have been deployed. The Ravager count is actually low here, which is great for MaSa, but I'm concerned that's only 1 liberation zone. If he had a few more liberators here, and he does, he's deployed 2 more, but it looks like unless he lifts right now, he's going to lose all of his workers here.
That's the biggest thing. There's only 17 SCVs left on this map, and that's his main orbital. He doesn't have triple. The Roaches coming from both sides, swallowing the rest of this army.
I mean, there's no Ravagers to kill the Liberators, which means the Roaches will all eventually die, but to what end? With so much economic damage done, it doesn't matter. GG. A clean sweep for Hydra. And now we have our grand final. We now know who will be facing the US's Neeb in the grand final. It's gonna be Root Gaming's Hydra. It's gonna be a PVZ for $16,000.
An incredible grand final to look forward to. A tough series indeed following, as we talked about earlier, the numbers. Hydra remaining dominant against his former teammate here at Dreamhack Austin.
Man. Streak is alive. He continues to be undefeated for what now 17 maps in a row against MaSa. That that's really hard to overcome. You know, that's a psychological edge in any event, especially on the stage of this caliber.
Yeah, it's such an awesome final to look forward to, man. I'm already feeling it.
It's going to be good. Korea versus the United States.
And when's the last time that we said that without it being a joke?
I mean, we saw about it like Korea versus the United States in the round of 64. You know, that's happened, but not in a grand final. A best of 7 too, and Neeb is looking great in all of his matchups. He has played really, really well, but this is Hydra. Yeah. This is a big challenge for him.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Hydra definitely brings the noise against him.
I hope so.
As we look at just the last couple moments of these matches, and it was just so tough fighting with Pure Marines. Hydra did a really good job of just building more than MaSa could make. And if you want to play Bio versus Roach Ravager, you can do that. But you need to be able to out-macro your opponent, which he just wasn't able to pull off in this series.
No, he really, really was not. And more to the point, I don't think he was able to really do the damage with his harassment that he was able to do in previous series versus Zerg. And that's what really gave him that edge. Yeah. And Hydra just said, nah, I can just swat this away. No problem.
This wasn't like watching Firecake lose 20 drones and then somehow kind of come back into it. It's like, no. Hydra was like, I'm not really going to take damage. No. I'm going to get whatever I want.
Not at all.
And you are going to die.
And that is exactly what happened. We are going to go over to the main stage. We're going to hear a few words from Hydra, who will be advancing now to the grand finals. Does he think he can beat Neeb? We're about to find out.
Well, we have him right here. It is Hydra going on to the finals here at Dreamhack Austin. Let's talk about your match a little bit against MaSa. You know, we were talking with the commentators prior to this match. It looked like, hey, we haven't really seen the true form of Hydra that a lot of people often expect. And people said, well, you know, in this match, I think it's ZVT. If he can show it, he's going to show it. What do you think? Do you think you played at top form against MaSa today?
Yeah, I think my GVT is my best matchup at the moment, and since I knew what MaSa was gonna do, because we lived in the root house for like over a year, so yeah, I knew exactly what he was gonna do. So yeah.
Well, that helps a lot, I hear, in StarCraft. If you know what your enemy's doing, you're probably going to win. The second map, it looked like it might be a little bit dicey. You went for that early push. MaSa held off. But then you held off just as well. I mean, did it ever cross your mind that maybe there's some risk there on Arena in the second game?
Yeah, I thought when he held my Roach push, I thought I lost at the point. And then when I killed his medivac, one medivac with tank in the medivac, then I thought, you know, it's getting fine for me. So yeah, it worked out very well. And especially my Boru upgrade against him was very good.
All right, excellent to hear. Well, going on to the finals, you're going to be playing against Neeb. Neeb's been on just a steamroll this whole weekend. He's been gaining more and more fans here in Austin. What's kind of your assessment of Neeb as you're getting ready to face him in the finals?
Yeah, I think Neeb is definitely the best foreigner at the moment, and he's been doing really well against, you know, just any matchups. I'm really looking forward to, you know, playing against him.
All right, well, excellent. That best of 7 is coming up. Once again, a big round of applause for Hydra as he goes on to the finals to face off Neeb at Dreamhack Austin. Before we go to the finals, we have some more thoughts from the panel on this second semifinal.
Thank you very much, Chobra. Yes, what a slightly one-sided semi-final there that we just had. Roddy, we watched it, and it was a little bit unfortunate, MaSa not being able to quite deliver.
He just seemed a little bit shaky in comparison to what he was able to do yesterday. The win may be taken out of his sails by the early loss. I did like the double engineering by block, and it did give him an edge going into that game, but he made some mistakes and then got caught out by something really sneaky by MaSa, and not MaSa, Hydra. And in the final game, Hydra just seemed to have his number all the way.
I mean, we kind of said it in the start of the series, right? We've seen quite a bit of Hydra over the last few months, and sometimes you may think like, oh, Hydra looks very beatable, but ZVP, two very, very different matchups than ZVT. Whenever a player that's as good as Hydra is allowed to play ZVT, it's like, all right, it's showtime. Now I can actually show what I'm made of, because it has nothing to do with exactly building the right units at the right time or making sure that I don't build a few drones too many and then a bunch of Zerglings or Banelings stream across the map. It's like, no, it's actually just very active, reactive, and it all comes down to execution. And I really think you can see in this matchup in particular how good Hydra really is. And I'm not terribly surprised by these games.
All right, well, the road to the finals has now been passed out for both players. Let's check in with the bracket so you can see now the two finalists that we have that will play a best-of-7 against each other very, very shortly. It's going to be Neeb representing the USA against Hydra from Korea. A huge final just around the corner. We're all very excited for it on the desk. I know we could talk for days about this match coming at hand, but remember to get on Twitter, hashtag DHOpen, hashtag WCS, and get excited, get hyped, because we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, it is time for the grand finals. Finals of the Dreamhack StarCraft 2 tournament here in Austin, Texas. We started with 96 players that played across 3 days of intense action, double group stages, a single elimination bracket, and now we are in the grand finals. One player will take home that trophy and of course $16,000 and of course WCS points, which will help them get to the global playoffs at the end of the year. I'm your host. Thank you to our sponsors, Zowie, Razer, G2A, Monster Energy, and of course, Alienware. And you have to get on Twitter on your phone or maybe on the computer, hashtag DHOpen, and also include hashtag WCS. Start talking about it, include it into your tweets, and we'll read some of them and of course, share the conversations with people around the world. Welcome to the expert desk.
Get to us.
I know, the expert desk. That's what you guys are here
haven't
for.
got attention yet today, Sean.
You've had a lot of attention. I love the coordination of blue, but you've got kind of purple-ish.
You wore the same shirt 2 days in a row.
No,
today.
what the hell? This is a completely different shirt.
Sean and I are completely
No,
different.
this shirt is so different than the shirt I had yesterday. That shirt was a different color of blue.
What?
Different brand as
Fair
well,
enough.
different scowl.
Maybe.
No, for sure.
Roddy, 96 players. These two finalists, we'll talk a lot about them in a minute, but we've had a lot of fun. This tournament's been awesome to be here in Austin, Texas, to for the first time for Dreamhack, for the first time for us to do a tournament here in Austin as well. It's been brilliant. It's felt very old school to the years ago, the StarCraft tournaments.
Sean, I mean, just kind of putting a face to it, how many times better is this Dreamhack than every ESL event that's ever been ran? I mean, coming from you,
I mean,
feel
it's
like you're one of
exactly
more
the
honest
same
guys
as
we've
every
seen.
ESL event we've ever ran because we're a family now. It's the same.
Aw.
But it has been a great tournament, Nate.
It's been great, and another thing, of course, as you mentioned, Austin, Texas, first North American Dreamhack. What a Dreamhack! How very fitting of a location to finally have an American coming in here and making it all the way to the grand finals. It's a discussion that we haven't had pretty much, not in my career. I've never as a caster been able to say, yep, there's a chance an American player is actually going to win a grand finals against a Korean, no less.
Yeah, this
Within
is something
8
that's
states of the Alamo.
I mean, I suppose the last time this happened really was Hydra versus ex-Korean or
Select.
whatever it was. Long time ago.
Yeah, it is a very long time ago, but it's awesome, and it's not totally out of the blue, right? I mean, there is a reason why we've been hyping this kid, because he has been posting the online results for us to actually talk about him and be like, he is a very serious contender going in. I think everybody that follows the scene very closely was aware of that, other than a couple of ESPN writers who thought that he just hasn't really proved himself yet. But other than that, we all believe that Neeb could go all the way here. It's great to see him here. It's great to see him in the final against a player that he has defeated before. Like, if you're a big Neeb fan or if you haven't watched that much StarCraft, no matter how good Hydra looked in that semifinal, that means very little when you look at a ZVP matchup. Obviously, Hydra is very good, but ZVP is completely different than ZVT.
Well, here are the players that survived the group stages. 32 players made it to the single elimination bracket. We can take a quick look at that, and you can see exactly the path that these players took to get to the grand finals. We've had players from, I mean, just look at all the different flags, all these players that have traveled from Europe, from South America, from Asia to come here to Austin, Texas to play in this tournament. And now finally, as you've mentioned, America versus Korea in the grand finals, a best of 7, Protoss versus Zerg. It's a big moment. This is, as you've all said throughout, and Nate just said now, we haven't seen this before in a very, 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 very long time.
And this has been the trials and tribulations of someone that could live up to be that legendary figure. Like, he hasn't done it just yet, but if he does do it, he would have done it over Snute, the best foreigner, and then over Hydra, probably the final boss of WCS. Certainly last year, I think that was true. Polt, you might make an argument for Polt, but in this tournament, certainly not the case. Polt got dethroned.
It's crazy to think if you just go back exactly 12 months ago, and you could say, yeah, okay, Hydra's in a final, cool. Who's he playing against? You know, especially in the WCS circuit, it's your Polt. Then all of a sudden, you know, started halfway through last year, it was like Lil Bo's coming in, and then it was, could it be Snute? Maybe a Bunny? No, you know, fast forward now, it's Neeb.
I mean, new game, right? Back then we were playing Heart of the Swarm, and Neeb wasn't really playing all that much Heart of the Swarm anymore. He played it for a while, even as Protoss, but at a certain point was just like, ah. And the moment that Legacy of the Void beta came out, he went all out in that beta. He was ranked 1 Grandmaster League for a while in the beta when the Europeans didn't even know who it was, because they knew about all of them. It's like, who is this guy? And they're like, could it be a North American? No. So who's the barcode, right? Like, is Lucifron coming back as Protoss or something? But it was Neeb all along.
He
like,
was an American.
Yeah, it doesn't. So it's really cool to see that his hard work, at least when it comes to Legacy of the Void, is definitely paying off.
I mean, I don't want to. I'm trying not to get too far ahead of myself talking about Neeb and thinking about Neeb, but for you two especially, there has to be this. Well, I can include you. You lived here for 4 years now. Might as well.
Thank you, Sean.
A sense of pride. This is, you know, I mean, if this was an English player, which sadly I don't think is going to happen for a very, very long time.
It's not, for me, it's not like a, I don't, you know, like behind my monster truck, I don't have an American flag flapping in the wind. I'm like, Neeb out the window. But for me, it's like, you know, I was a player. Now I'm kind of on this side of things. I'm actually just excited for the scene because, again, there was definitely a time where it was very bleak, especially as a North American player. There was no tournaments over here. Teams weren't really thrilled about signing any American players. It was just kind of like, all right, well, I'll ladder a bunch and maybe I'll go somewhere. Now in this era with WCS, there's tournaments that are coming over here. We're going to have Montreal in a little while. There are a few things they can play for. And in this WCS system, I mean, look, we saw MaSa win $42,000 total in his earnings, and I don't think anyone was necessarily going to think that much money. And now Neeb has the potential to win $16,000 in a single weekend. I mean, that's just amazing.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about that that much, but this is already the biggest payday of his career.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
most of these guys.
Gentlemen, we'll talk about the matchup again, but it is time. There is no point in waiting any longer. Let's begin.
He's in trouble. Some great fumbles going down. The Ultra's closing oh so quickly. Roach and Hydra all over the place.
Big play coming out from 4GG. He runs straight past that tree, goes straight for the Roaches here. What a move, what a build, what a strategy.
Ladies and gentlemen, Austin, Texas, here we are for the best of 7 finals for StarCraft 2. We started with 96 players, and as we knocked each one out of the tournament, we're left with 2, and we couldn't have asked for a better final for the first Dreamhack here in America. And a proud American going up against a Korean. It's time to see who the best player was this weekend. I introduce to you your 2 finalists. It is Neeb and Hydra. All right. Got quite the crowd here. I'm going to first talk to Neeb. I mean, we talked about the crowd before. We talked about your weekend so far, but let's talk Hydra. You've played him online a couple of times. You've beaten him. Are you ready to show all these people and the people around the world that you can show that same success here on stage?
Yeah, I'm ready.
He's ready, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side, Hydra. Listen. You know, we talk about it all the time, but let's be honest, you're the last standing Korean. There's a lot of pressure here, and statistically, you're a past WCS champion. You've had all these other experiences on stage. How does that all come together? Do you think that gives you a strong advantage over Neeb?
I probably have more experience than him, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't like talking too much, so let's get play.
All right, let's talk more play. Whoa, shake hands and get ready because it's time for the finals of Dreamhack Austin.
America versus Korea. The best of 7 is just around the corners. Both players are now setting up on stage, making sure everything is ready moments before they go into, especially for Neeb, a special moment. This could be a very, very big moment, not just for Neeb, but for StarCraft in general. For Neeb to win against Hydra now would be huge. But let's bring it down a tone. Let's get realistic, I suppose, here. Is he capable of beating Hydra on stage? A lot of people tuning in right now are saying he's Korean, he's got a Korean flag next to him. Surely Hydra's going to win.
Now, I absolutely believe that Neeb is capable of winning over here. I mean, he's done it before, and it wasn't for nothing. They were playing in WCS Challenger as well. Those are tournaments with money on the line. Hydra takes that serious, and I think his PVZ looks really, really good. If you could take out Snute in the semifinals, even though I don't think those were like the most flawless games I've ever seen, and I think that Snute maybe left a couple of opportunities, especially in Game 3, I believe he's capable of it. He might be a small underdog, but he's definitely not like a massive underdog.
So, I mean, the experience that Hydra knows he has and we know he has surely must play into this final.
Absolutely.
Sure,
and playing in front of an audience like this and playing for something, that's also something as well. Like, the difference between first and second is a mountain. Like, placing second is nice, but people don't really typically super remember that. It's winning the tournament that actually lives on forever. Like, if Neeb never wins anything else ever again, we'll always talk about the Dreamhack Austin where he had this amazing run and finally put America back on the map in StarCraft. So there's a lot out there, but what I really like about this young guy is it doesn't super seem to phase him. I'm not just talking about like when we put the camera on, we're like, can I see his hands shaking? There's no sweat coming down. It's also in like they ask him questions in interviews. He's been talking with some of the other players. And they're like, who do you want to play against? A person came up to me and said, actually, they asked Neeb that very question. He said he wants to play Hydra. And it's for a lot of the reasons Kevin talked about. These guys have actually been kicking butt up and down the North American scene. And they've faced each other several times before. Neeb's won some, Hydra's won some, but he can do it, absolutely.
Yep. It's been so amazing to follow that story this year because we had the same conversation all the way back in Dreamhack Leipzig where he did fall to Petit Drogo, and every tournament he's consistently stepped up. And we talk about Hydra, he went to Game 5 against Hydra where he lost in a brutal, super aggressive game on Arena. You know, 3-2 in Katowice, you can't discount that. That was, at that point, the biggest stage he'd been competing on. This is now a bigger stage, playing in the grand finals in his home country. There's a lot of value behind this, and I think people that count Neeb out are just people that haven't been following the underbelly side of the tournaments that long. You know, you watch the big stage events. Yeah, they haven't been getting that far. You know, there's only so many of those opportunities, but anyone who closely follows the American StarCraft scene, that follows Hydra, Neeb, you see these guys, Neeb and Puck, you know, especially, they've taken several series. It's not just, oh, they cheesed a game out of him in a qualifier. But Neeb came in first in the ladder qualifier for this season WCS Challenger, destroying both destroying both Pult and Hydra, as well as Puck. These are the guys that are going to step up and anyone who discounts them is honestly just a fool.
What's changed then, do you think, Kev, for these American players? I know they've always been there, they've always been decent, but now they're getting really good. What happened?
I really don't know. I asked Puck about this as well, and Puck just said, like, I'm not even sure what changed. He's like, I'm just enjoying the game more than I've ever done. I think maybe Legacy of the Void has just really helped these guys in finding more motivation than they've ever had. Instead of forcing themselves to quote-unquote practice and get better, they actually just play the game because they love playing the game.
Yeah.
And I mean, you spoke about it as well a lot, Jeb. If you really want to get good, that's important, man. You really need to be enjoying it. And other than that, I don't know. I don't have an answer for it, but I agree with everything that Nate said. These guys, they're very good. They have a very real chance. And let's not forget, Katowice was also as big as it's ever going to get for Neeb Hydra. Went to Game 5, went to distance. You said it. Rough game on the arena. It was not Neeb who was the cheeser. Hydra cheesed in Game 5.
And one other thing that I think is also worth mentioning in regards to the question you just asked Kev is the scene as well for North America has been doing as much as it can to profit itself off. There's been so many tournaments to compete in, a lot of tournaments put on by organizations like Base Trade, even Neeb Sponsor running a big tournament over the last few months that gets all of these guys playing together so much more. The North American scene has really been coming together in the last 6 months with a lot more content, a lot more tournaments, and especially with the new WCS system, a lot more to play for, a lot more motivation, and just a better game in Legacy of the Void.
I want to piggyback off that point because I think that's really good. For me, the biggest determinant factor is something more to play for, and I think WCS is really providing that. Because look, last year we had these same Koreans in these tournaments, and they were kicking butt. Like it was still the Violet Pult and Hydra show, and a little bit of Jaedong in there, and a couple others. But you'd go to a Dreamhack, and then there would be 10 top-notch Koreans to get through. So that was, I think that's almost a different metric to look at. But these same players, who normally would also, by the way, get slaughtered by European players, are all of a sudden starting to step up to them. And I really think it's for the reasons that these guys had mentioned. It's because there's more to play for, there's more time to spend on this. And, and that makes StarCraft so much more exciting for me. I love watching top-notch Korean players. I love our European players, but the best and most healthy scene is where there's something exciting and fun to watch across the board. It used to just be like, I'll turn on GSL, and then I'll watch TLO, like make it to the round of 16 only to get absolutely obliterated by MC or something like that. But now, finally, the scene, sorry TLO, by the way, he's out there. He took $1,000 from an amateur in the BYOC, so I'm totally okay to tease the guy a little bit. But the scene is finally at a point where, yes, the Koreans are still head and shoulders better than everybody else, but we're fighting back a little bit. It's more interesting that way.
All right, Kev, best of 7. We're going to play all maps in the current map pool. I mean, does that favor any sides? Does it hurt a side?
Might actually favor Neeb a tiny bit. I think that this map pool is better than the one of the previous season. I was talking with Snute about that early today, and Snute is like, he's like, yeah, the one of previous season was a little better for Zerg. I mean, there's no more Central Protocol. That was a very good Zerg map. There's no more Laralac Crest, which was also a pretty damn good Zerg map. Right now, you've got Core Hall Knockage, which apparently Hydra is not a fan of at all. Hydra even said, we'll play that one first. You have a free win, because I don't even want to play on it.
There is Prion Terraces, and I do have to say that, like, we saw what Neeb thought he could do against Snute, and it was, to be honest, it was actually pretty unimpressive in terms of, like, I'm going to hide kind of an adept, not an all-in, but like a timing attack. It absolutely got held off, and then his plan B was just to expand, which felt so good, because I was like, good, that's the idiot move I make every time, too. And it, of course, got shut down. But then that's when he shined, and that was cool. But the point I'm trying to make here is, man, he's got to do something different there, because Hydra's not going to give him that room to breathe. If you make any one of those mistakes that he made against Snute, game over. And that's the difference, I think, between a Hydra and a Snute. I think Snute is still finding his super champion form. He doesn't have necessarily, at least in this tournament, the big killer instinct of like, oh, you made a mistake, there's no door open to you. Hydra, he is that guy. You make a mistake against Hydra, you're done. There's not going to be many comebacks unless you're Lilbo from last year.
I really think that Dusk Towers is going to be an incredibly important map here. I wasn't sure about the order. I'm not sure when it is being played exactly. I can look it up soon. But I really feel if you win that one, the most fair, straightforward map, I think that's a great mental victory on both sides. And then, of course, either race has like 1 or 2 maps which are like, I like playing on this one, I don't really like playing on that. But I think if you win on Dusk, you're like, all right, I can actually close out this series. Because if I win on this one, I'm probably the better player today.
Dusk, Frozen Temple. There's a couple. I mean, this is a much better map pool, I think. And also, let's give credit where credit's due. There definitely was a fair amount of whining when this first came out. But as everything in StarCraft, we had to kind of figure things out, and it's not quite as imbalanced as it used to be.
Yeah.
Although Prion Terraces still does suck a lot. It's a terrible map.
There's always the fear of Neeb falling flat on his face right now. I mean, just completely collapsing and this being a complete stomp as well. But If
Hasn't
that was
happened yet?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. If that was the case, then surely this would have become a bit more evident in the semifinals or the quarterfinals. But he stayed solid every single time.
What's kind of cool about him too is stylistically, and this is very reminiscent of, speaking of our Korean overlords, like Rain, his old style when he was in his first dominant form. He didn't rely on mega timing attacks and cheeses. He was actually like that one Protoss that was playing super straight up. And I'm seeing a lot of that in Neeb. Like if you watch across the board in all three of his matchups, but even in PvZ, he does not rely necessarily. He will in a series, of course, from time to time, but overall, stylistically, he's not like, man, I need to hit that secret timing attack, or gosh, my DTs better really cut him up. He's a patient player, and I think that's the best tool he has going into this.
Yeah, I totally agree. And Sean, to your point, I really don't want to talk about nerves anymore. If you make it to the grand final, you're obviously capable of dealing with them. If Hydra takes out this Neeb, who's in this current shape he had, then all the props to Hydra, because it's not easy. And I mean, we talk about Hydra like he's the guy that always comes over and wins. Like, yeah, Hydra is extremely good, but he hasn't even won that many events yet. You know, Leipzig, he went out in the quarterfinals. Out of the 3 WCS seasons last year, he only won 1. I mean, he was awesome.
Only one of them.
I mean, it's great.
He was only
second in the other, by the way.
The second in the first one. He took first place in the second one.
But still, across 10 tournaments, you'd expect him to win
like
more
we
than
expect
one.
him to win like 6 out of 10, and it hasn't been that much. So it's also a very, very big series for Hydra, and he's a great guy, man. Like, I really like the way he handles himself. He's still a little bit shy on the interviews, but a couple of the answers he's given over the years where he's like, I actually was more nervous about this interview than the tournament itself. Like, you know, that grows on me. So he's a really good dude.
I like last night when Chobers asked him about MaSa, and he just like kind of was like, isn't he Korean? And Chober, the other Korean, is like, I think so.
Gentlemen, the game is loading. The crowd have noticed. Very quick here. Predictions, Roddy, scores?
4-3 in favor of Hydra.
I'm going to go 4-2 Neeb.
7-0 Neeb. No, I'm just kidding. 4-2, I think Neeb.
All right, we've got a lot of Neeb support here. Let's go to the commentary team for this one. Roddy and Nate, take it away.
Thank you very much, Apollo. It is time for the grand finals. We are loaded into Core Hall Carnage Knockout, Roddy.
How many times have you said that, Nate?
Like none. In the bottom right position. Spawning as the red Zerg player from Team Root, we have Hydra. Looking to reassert himself after his nemesis Pulp was removed, but can this young man bring the hopes and dreams of the United States to fruition? Give it up for Ting's Neeb!
The most interesting chant of all time. You know,
this Texas crowd, they've got a good Neeb. It's a long, deep one, you know?
Neeb. All right. I ask you, how many times do you said it, Nate? Because I haven't casted a whole lot of games on this map. Maybe 1 or 2 over the past few weeks, but not more than that. Obviously, I've played my fair amount on it because I don't really like the veto maps. I don't like it that much as a Protoss. However, Hydra said that he didn't like it, and that's much more important than my own personal experience. I can imagine why he doesn't like it, because if you open up with a Zealot, you knock down the cooling tower. You can sit here very comfortably as a Protoss for a while. You can go up to 3 bases completely uncontested, unless Hydra goes through a cooling tower or goes through debris, but that's annoying, and that also reveals your hand and gives plenty of time for Protoss to maybe get a couple of sentries out and whatever. So I can see why Hydra doesn't like it. However, I really wonder how much Neeb actually does like it.
Yeah, it's interesting to consider in terms of what types of units these players like to use. You know, Protoss, of course, those choke points can always be useful for things like force fields, your immortal adept attacks, and I think this map, it's more about expanding, because there's no bases in the center of the map. You have that one gold base. There's that one gold base, but it's not an expansion that you normally take, so you're constantly spreading in a ring around the map, and that kind of forces you're attacking either clockwise or counterclockwise, but you don't have those big open engagements, and that's where we've seen Neeb falter. Even in his games against Snute, it was where those Banelings, those Zerglings had a large amount of area to envelop that Protoss force. On this map, highly unlikely he's going to be able to get those positions.
I know, you're spot on. I took that base once just for fun because it looked so cool. It's like, wow, my mineral patches are in a circle around my Nexus. I gotta try that once. That's awesome. We see one Adept being produced over here by Neeb. I think he's gonna let that Shade finish. Indeed, he's gonna send it across the map. Sometimes even a single Adept can get a little bit of work done, but since speed is more than halfway done, I don't think that's going to be the case. This could already be annoying, but the Mothership Core is about to pop, so Neeb should not lose any workers here if he would somehow end up losing a single probe. That's frustrating. Look at this Adept doing work, Nate, on the other side of the map. This is a really solid start. Two drones already.
Getting a good amount of scouting information, seeing everything that there is to see. And the drone's already pre-posed, like, okay, do we have to go for it? Nope, not quite. Meanwhile, Hydra, of course, is on 3 bases now. And look at that very fast robotics facility.
I know, that's ridiculously fast. 3 minutes and 10 seconds. He's going to use a photon overcharge to knock down this cooling tower. Maybe afraid of a crazy link flood.
And you know, now that I really think about it, I actually really think that these spawns have a big potential for Neeb, because he can, where his third base would ideally go is pretty much up the ramp by his natural, right? And suddenly, he's right next to the third base of Hydra. So pushing out, being aggressive can be so much easier, because it's just that one choke point between Neeb's potential third and Hydra's third, where, you know, that's, you're not going to be able to get a very good position on a Protoss army that's clumped up.
Nope, and it's going to be very rough as well. If you ever want to defend a location like that, obviously Lurker would be the go-to unit, but it takes a while to get to Lurkers. We said that the other day as well. It feels like it takes forever when you start morphing that Hydra then. One Overlord does get picked off. Overall, this is a very solid opening for Neeb. It's just a couple of minor advantages across the board, but they stack up. If I open up with an Adept that I actually save, that doesn't die, kill 2 drones, force drones to run away, I love it. Could be a little bit of Disruptor harass over here with a Warp Prism with speed and a couple of Disruptors.
I can get behind that. He's supply blocked. He's had something cute on his Robo facility. I don't know if that's the Prism. Okay, it's an Immortal. So setting himself up. I mean, I think Immortals early on, if you're planning to do a later push, can of course be useful just at breaking down the debris to get to the next phase. So that's one thing to consider. But also maybe he's just worried about the potential of getting attacked before he can make whatever play he wants to do.
Yeah, but I mean, why would he make a Robo Bay if he wants to attack with Immortals, right? Like, he's probably going to open up with a Disruptor. I can only imagine we're going to see Warp Prism speed and some Disruptor harass.
I'd expect something just like a safety Immortal.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of airspace around the bases over here. I mean, look behind the natural of Hydra. That's ridiculous. Like, you know, Warp Prisms can just have a day.
Tell you what, as a Terran player, you absolutely love this map. Liberator, Heaven. And there's the Disruptor Roddy with +1 attack coming in as well. And that third Nexus, which, like I said, within, I'm pretty sure you could get like where that mineral line is going to be within 1 screen basically of the other mineral line. Yeah, you're super close. So this kind of just encourages that really early aggression.
Yeah, but I mean, this is rough. I like that Hydra is already starting to work on this debris, but Neeb is showing, he's like, hey man, my army's actually over here. This is a cool move by Hydra as well. He's going to drop the Spire. Like, I think if you just make Hydralisk over here, the army of Hydra will be stronger. The biggest problem is he can't actually go through this because he will get force fielded out 4 days, and that will happen at the other location as well. So even though Hydras would be the right unit to go to, I like this by Neeb as well. He's applying pressure, doesn't have to commit, can always back off, can always retreat with force fields. This is a smart play.
It's important to keep in mind that if he does make a mistake or slip up and his army gets caught out of position, or somehow Hydra's able to overwhelm him, he's immediately at the third base. So that's going to die super quickly, and then he's also very close to the natural expansion. So you're playing with fire by getting this aggressive this early on. Counterattacks
does have the Mothership Core though.
Yep, recall of course will be very important to have that handy. Disruptor Ball goes out, gets 2 Hydraless force fields come down as the Disruptor does get picked off.
Yeah, he loses Disruptor, and actually a lot of the sentries getting trapped over here as well. Mothership Core will recall the units out in time to where? To right over here. A lot of those units still a little bit exposed, but Photon Overcharge will save the day for now.
Yep, and now another Disruptor comes out as well. Those Disruptors so key. And Aspire, you know, I love the idea of mutas on the set just because you avoid the middle of the map so much, you can still bounce between those bases very easily.
The biggest problem for Hydra is that he has absolutely no money to make Mutalisk, Nate. I like the idea of Mutalisk as well, but I don't think Neeb is ever going to allow him.
He's building Spines and Hydra, so yeah, right. All of his money is going straight into defense, but Neeb is coming up. Once again, those Hydras are so squishy. I love the high number of Adepts in this army. There's not a lot to buffer for the Hydras. Save those Queens, and once that Disruptor reloads, things get ugly very quickly.
I love the super fast Disruptor. It's getting so much value.
5 Hydras, picks off the Queen, and Neeb takes a dominating fight, moving forward as the drones get pulled, and already taking a demonstrative supply lead against the Korean Zerg player. Neeb taking the first map for America. GG!
Very decisive victory over here for Neeb on Core Hall Knockout, but it is a map that Hydra did not feel comfortable on at all. So it is it's a great start for Neeb, but I don't think we should get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. The next map, I believe, is going to be Dusk Towers. Now that is a very, very key important map.
This, as you said, it's going to be the most fair, balanced map in the pool right now. It's been around for the longest map since the release of StarCraft 2, Legacy of the Void, which means this is a map where both players are going to have a lot of experience. These two have played each other on a lot quite on this map. I've been able to cast some of those games just as back and forth as any other map. There's no trickery that I've seen, and I'm just excited. I love Neeb's use of Disruptors. He's as successful as he is, there's very few other Protosses, it seems, that kind of try that style as much as he does.
I mean, normally it's just hard to get up there, right? Like
Yeah.
you can get 1 or 2 disruptors, but on that point you just get overrun. Like if you think of Frozen Temple or even Dust Towers to some degree, you have a much wider area to cover. On this map, it made perfect sense for Neeb to go for this build. I mean, this was a very close moment though. If Hydra catches the Mothership Core here, then it could have gone all downhill for Neeb very, very quickly. But excellent recall. Even if he ended up losing that disruptor, it just made sense going for this build because he can always back off. He can always rely on force fields in this area. And I mean, Photon Overcharge saves the day over here. Neil Disruptor arrives and Neeb is like, all right, cool. This game pretty much in the bag, because let's not forget about this pretty good start he had with that single Adept.
Yeah, he was able to get a lot of work done against that fast double hatchery opening from Hydra. And this is going to be the map where if Neeb can pick this up, he is really setting himself up in a great position for the rest of the series, getting the most standard basic map. That is just, like you said earlier, it's a huge mental blow. Suddenly Hydra's like, okay, Coral Carnage knockout, I'm not going to let that one phase me. If I lose on Dust Tower as well, now all the other maps get kind of funky.
Yep, and you're down 0-2, and that's when things already start getting a little bit rough. I mean, it's a best of 7, so there is plenty of comeback potential, but Dust Towers is a map that often counts as more than just a single map. It's really one of these like, all right, am I good enough to win this series? Well, we're about to find out.
That's right, we are loaded into Dust Towers, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Dreamhack Austin Grand Finals. In the bottom left position as the red Zerg from Root Gaming, he's Hydra! And lots of cheers in the crowd, especially for this young man hailing from New York. He is Tings Neeb. How awesome must that feel to come out here and make it this far? There's so many tournaments that happen in StarCraft, Kev, but to be able to do it in your own country as an American must be really something special. We have had so few events, and this one has really been amazing.
No, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I would like to speak from my own experience, but I don't have any, Nate. I never really did all that well. We didn't have too many tournaments in my city either a long, long time ago when I played. But I can only imagine. You can see it, man. He just looks happy on stage. He looks comfortable, and above all, he's just playing excellent StarCraft so far. But once again, this is a very, very big map. So far, Neeb going for a very standard opening. Gate into Nexus, followed up with the Cyber Core. He is going to scout over here as well. He's going to see everything looks normal, except for the fact, which is not crazy, that Hydra expanded first on the low ground rather than taking his pocket expand. And whenever I face this, Nate, I'm always a tiny bit worried about maybe a massive Queen push marching across the map, very similar to what Snute did earlier today on Frozen Temple. And those builds are very rough to deal with. I must say, I think Neeb did a phenomenal job on Frozen Temple in not just straight up dying, but he did ended up being pretty far behind. Even though that game went on for a while, he did take a lot of damage. And whenever I see a Zerg player do this, that's already in the back of my mind as a Protoss player. It's like, okay, be careful, be cautious.
It's just those things that you have to think about as well. Like, are they planning something else nefarious? If you don't check the pocket natural, what if they don't take it? Can make things even worse. And at this time, we also see the Nexus finishing up. There's an Adept pops and a Stargate opening. Talk to me, Kevin.
You know, I love it, Nate. I mean, I'm not sure if Neeb is going to open up with an Oracle or a Phoenix over here. That's often personal preference, right? I like my Phoenix play. I think Neeb likes his Phoenix play as well. His Phoenix control is excellent, never really just suicides them. A couple of Adepts into Phoenixes works well. It's easy to secure your own third base, which is very important, obviously, as Protoss. And the most important thing, Phoenix's map presence. I mean, we know it, right? It's guaranteed damage. It will always force out a couple of Spore Crawlers. But it is a very fast Stargate, and when they rush into the Stargate this quickly, sometimes they will try to catch their opponent off guard with an Oracle, which obviously has higher burst damage than a single Phoenix.
Yeah, interesting to see how the Overlord speed is going to play out, being able to get that early scouting information. If it is, in fact, an Oracle, I mean, should kind of see it coming a little bit to some degree, Phoenix. But it will be a Phoenix play. At the very least, that means pulling the Overlords back will be easier.
Yeah, this is not all that bad for Hydra. He's probably going to lose at least one Overlord. Maybe he ends up losing 2, but at least he knows what he's going up against. What is very important, oh, this is nice for Hydra. He's going to pick up this Adept in the middle of the map. Not before Neeb still gets 2 more. What?
Survive.
No. In the end, some things are just meant to die, Nate. If he dies, he dies, and he died.
Nah, it's all good.
Did he see the gateways, though, with this Overlord? That is something that I am worried about right now, because Neeb can actually apply some pretty serious pressure with the additional Adepts that he has. If he wipes in like 3 more adepts and Hydra decides to skip the Roach one, this is something that Zerg players often do, right? It's like, oh, okay, you go for very fast Phoenixes, cool. This will allow me to just drone up for a little while, and they'll skip the Roach one or even skip the Baneling Nest, and then suddenly if 7, 8 adepts make their way across the map, that's where things get very rough for the Zerg player.
Yeah, he's got the probe down here, taking that 3rd base, and the Phoenix counts can continue to rise. So it doesn't look like we see a huge commitment just yet. Okay, so +1 melee. So is this already giving us an idea? Okay, well I guess the drop overlord on the production tab is also going to suggest we're going to see some drops.
Yeah, maybe just mass Zerglings over here as well. Maybe this is going to try to overrun Neeb over here. I mean, Phoenixes are pretty awful against Zerglings, right? That's safe to say. You don't really want to ever lift up Zerglings with your Phoenixes. We see the Baneling Nest there as well. I have the idea right now that Hydra is going to stay on hatchery tech for quite a while, make a few more drones, and then just make nothing but units and just try to completely overrun Neeb. Unless this is just for like a secret Baneling drop somewhere, he's going to tuck away an Overlord. But
the Baneling Nest isn't done just yet. I mean, this is a drop Overlord for sure, but there's nothing inside, so.
I mean, he's still making a couple of drones. I'm a little bit surprised here. I really wonder where Hydra is going to take this. Double Robo is the follow-up. I mean, I guess that's something that Hydra is sort of expecting, because that's not uncommon, right? We see this very frequently.
Relatively standard.
Oh, we do see a layer there.
So what exactly, it's kind of an interesting choice to just throw it into Scout. I mean, the probes are running away. They don't know it's empty, so I guess it's getting some value.
Yeah, normally you want to do this, right? If the people just tune in wondering, what on earth is Neeb doing? It's because most of the time when you see this in this phase in the game,
it means Baneling drops are coming.
Exactly, and if you don't move away your pros from Baneling drops, you're going to lose all of them.
Yeah, you lose them all. And then you're way behind and everything just goes terrible.
Look at the work account. I mean, 70 drones right now for Hydra. He does, of course, have this 4th base already. He's going to have very, very quick access to +1. But where is he going to take this from here? Is it just going to be Hydraless then? Is he just going to play Hydra Ling into Lurkers eventually?
That lair still isn't ready. I mean, he does have the +1 melee, but shows his hand with the drop Overlord as well, saying, you know, I was thinking about maybe doing something like this. And +1 attack's going to boot up. We have the robotics facilities complete.
Wow,
portal on the way.
so many drones, Nate. Holy hell, he already has 65 workers. He's making 13 more. Of course, he's always going to lose a couple. I mean, that's what I meant with Phoenix damage is inevitable. It doesn't matter if you're Hydra or Jaedong in his prime or Soki. You will always take some damage of Phoenixes, but Hydra is like, right now he's playing very, in a way, almost reckless, where he's just like, I'm just sure you're not going to attack me. I know you're making a couple of robos. It's very unlikely you ever attack me off the back of double robo.
This. Yeah, Baneling speed starts up too with an infestation.
He's just going to rush up the ult. Nah, he's definitely not going to rush up the ult.
Doesn't work quite that well against Protoss. It can work, but
I'm a little bit surprised because going through this phase in the game without a Spire or without a Hydra Den, we do see the Spire being morphed in right now. Is very weird. I think he has enough. Well, I must say, I think he has enough Zerglings, but I'm not even sure about that, Nate. He doesn't really have a whole lot of units. Neeb is just going to move out right now, clean up a little bit of creep. Still has these Phoenixes, still finding openings left and right. Can we take a look at the units lost resource tab? Because I have the feeling that Neeb has lost almost nothing this game.
Yeah, resources lost would be kind of interesting to look at this point, but some Banelings do get morphed in. Speed is almost ready as +1 attack is finished. I like using this high ground spot, can force yourself in, get a couple of drone kills. That Immortal is going ham on the Spore Crawler.
One shot at a time.
Yeah.
7 more gateways, by the way, as a follow-up over here for Neeb.
I love this though, denying a couple of mineral patches too. Drones still dying.
He has killed quite a few drones already in this game. Even though Hydra still has 78 drones, he has lost so many drones. And this is just a very hard army to engage. There we go. Look at this, man.
Ouch.
Neeb has lost 1 unit, has killed 43 units.
That poor Adept that almost made it out.
Alright, a couple of Banelings will start rolling in. Neeb not paying attention. Now suddenly losing a whole lot of, well, he was just not looking there, Nate. He could have force fielded that off easily.
That definitely stings, yeah, quite a bit. No force fields available then because of that. Some High Templar getting morphed in, so he's trying to put his gas towards his tech that's come out, but not a lot of force fields.
Hive already done, Nate. Greatest Spire on the way.
Ling, Bane, Broodlord.
Yeah, that's quite bizarre. I mean, it's very important for Neeb that he identifies this. I'm not sure if the Phoenixes have seen that Greatest Spire. They've seen the Spire, it's not the greatest Spire, but they know about the Hive, so I guess Neeb has a pretty decent run on this. More Banelings rolling in, this time the splits are good though, Nate. Only a couple Stalkers dying.
He brought those splits back from when he was playing Terran, Roddy. But there's still quite a few waiting back, as well as those Spine Crawlers. He just comes up, he's like, yep, let me just throw them into you. Burn through most of your shields. I mean, the only thing that survives is the Immortals.
barriers soaking up Banelings for days. It's important for Neeb that he doesn't give too much respect to Hydra right now. Nate, he needs to go.
But there aren't any Corruptors on the map yet either, right? So there is a little bit more time, even though the Greater Spire is ready.
Yeah, but that's like, this is not the point. Hydra right now has almost no units other than a few Banelings. If Neeb goes for it and snipes the potential 4th and 5th base or the 4th base that's over here.
Yeah, he can do crippling amounts of damage.
Yeah, exactly. But if he waits and he starts fighting Broodlords, that's where things become much more complicated. Obviously, Neeb doesn't know what we know, but this is the moment. Neeb, Hydra is like nothing.
Yeah, this would be the best time for him to push out. I mean, he has a probe at the 4th, but the Lings are there to deny. Just needs to keep pushing. It's just Zerglings and Banelings. Adrenal Glands is about to finish too. These Lings are not quite as strong as they could be, or they will be in a few moments' time.
All right.
I like that he's going for these splits, though. Comes up, the Immortals soak up a lot of the damage. Lings coming in from behind at the same time. More Stalkers being warped in as +2 attack finishes. Adrenal Glands is done, but the Immortals and the Stalkers are still standing strong. The Banelings have been cleaned up. The Immortals will mow and plow straight through these spores and spines. Will the Ling reinforcements be enough? 18 Banelings on the way.
I love it. Adepts being warped in. I was about to call for it. He could really use a couple of Adepts just to make sure they can tank a little bit more against those Zerglings, and they can actually deal with Zerglings a little better than Immortals and Stalkers can. It's a lot of Zerglings over here though for Hydra. Good pickups on the Immortals, but the Banelings connect with everything.
Those Baneling detonations, they get right between all of those units. You'd think, oh, most of them are armored. Well, Banelings can still be pretty damn good if you're hitting enough units at one time. And now we see, Kev, the first Corruptors are on the production tab. We are going to see possibly those Broodlords very soon. Keep in mind, he didn't knock down those bases. The economy is still in place to power up and move into that hive tech.
What happened with those Terran splits, Nate, that you were talking about?
You know, I'll admit, Kev, your Protoss units are too slow for me.
A few more Archons would have just done miracles. Like a few Archons, a few Immortals. He was just extremely Stalker Immortal heavy. I guess Neeb was convinced that he was going to have to deal with at least a couple Broodlords. So
another thing as well is the Adept's range is so low. By the time they can kill a Baneling, it's going to blow up in their face.
But it's that previous fight, I feel, where Neeb lost more units than he should have lost. If he has 2-3 extra Immortals there and he splits his units up a little bit, there's only so much Ling Bane can do. Obviously on creep it's always terrifying, but I think that could have gone a lot better for Neeb than it went. I like the additional Adepts, but I feel it was by then a little too late because he lost a lot of units before that.
And he still never saw the Greater Spire, right? But he has to assume that the gas is going somewhere. You know, you're not only spending every gas you have on Banelings to defend. Not very cost-effective versus late-game Protoss.
He still has these Phoenixes over here as well, but excellent hold though by Hydra. I gotta give credit where credit is due. That was a pretty terrifying Protoss army marching across the map on a very unfortunate moment for him. He just wanted to peace out and make some Broodlords, was forced to defend with Ling Bane, and got a couple of very, very good connections.
Yeah, so some Lings are going to come up now towards the 3rd base. Need to watch that possible run-by. Possible? Okay, there they go. There's the Warp-ins to stop it now. A couple Zealots. That should be enough. Trapping these Zerglings inside, of course, these are very dangerous Lings. +3 attack and Adrenal Glands. If you let them get in a probe line, if you let them get around a Nexus, it will die.
Yep, I cannot emphasize that statement enough, Nate. If those Lings make their way into the main base of Neeb, that is the beginning of the end. These Lings, they may seem harmless, but they're not harmless at all. These are terrifying creatures.
They're not cute. They're not Carbot Lings.
No, they will kill everything very, very quickly. And if you think warping a couple of Zealots is going to deal with it, absolutely not.
Absolutely not. 23 Banelings on the way. So the weird thing about these Banelings is if you try to get underneath the Broodlords with Stalkers blinking to get them, it's going to be very difficult. So I'm not sure how he's going to approach this army.
This base is super dead. This forward base of Neeb is extremely exposed. He's very Zealot heavy right now. I'm very worried. He's going to warp in a couple of units, but this is what we were just talking about.
Yeah, +3 Banelings, one-shot probes as well, so it's an incredible amount of damage to throw onto that force as the Zealots come in, trying to help deal with this. Charge is just about ready. 17 probes were picked off in the defense of that base, but here we go. The Broodlords are here. There's so many of them. 5 more on the way. Neeb's army cannot get close enough with all those Banelings underneath.
And that army is probably not even strong enough. I mean, look what happened to all these Zealots, Nate. There's a photon overcharge as well. In the end, these Lings will get picked up, but not before they've killed all the probes, all these Zealots, the pylons over here as well. And this is just a terrible army against Broodlords. There's no other way to put it. Like, yeah, in an ideal world, the Archons stand right below the Broodlords and they shoot at them. Well,
there are so many Banelings.
Yeah, that's never going to happen. You know, these Archons, they will always get stuck behind the Broodlings.
Yeah, man. So you think about like trying to use Thors, man, those Broodlings will hold them back now. Everything's going to try to push forward at once. The Banelings crash into the Zealots, destroying most of them, and GG is called. Hydra ties the series 1 apiece.
What a great game. I really loved it. I loved it on both sides. And I mean, it's hard to pinpoint one key moment, But I think that very first attack, right, when Neeb was just trying to deny the economy a little bit, losing those sentries, losing those fuse.
He could have pressed the issue a lot sooner, like you
Yeah,
mentioned,
that also.
too.
But I mean, even before that, you remember when he was on that sledge on the high ground?
On the high ground
forgetting those force fields, I really think that hurt him quite a bit. But overall, I think.
Break the rocks there too.
Yeah, I mean, then you don't even have to pay attention, right? You can just stand there for a while and just deny all mining. But I mean, at least we've got a finals on our hands, Nate. The sweep is never fun. One apiece, I like it.
Yeah, already proving, I think, to be the exciting grand finals we were all looking forward to. That game too, very back and forth. They definitely both had their opportunities. It was so strange to see Ling Bane defense straight into Broodlord's ZVP. That's not a thing, really.
And what I love the most by Hydra is like, he could have rushed out Broodlords at one moment, but if he would have done that, they would have been a little bit too late. So he's like, no, I gotta go for it. I just gotta make nothing but Lings and Banes over here. Like, this is the second fight. There was a fight before this where I really feel, I mean, these connections were juicy though on the Banes. Very well done there. You can see Hydra not just A-moving, right? Like, he was positioning the Banes, and once he liked the position, that he's like, all right, go. So really well done.
Yeah, really beautiful control there from the Ling Bane setup that Hydra had. Neeb, there's certainly a situation that he's going to be you have to be a little bit more expectant of that. Definitely want to be more diligent on the Greater Spire. We assume that he had that knowledge, but
no,
he didn't have quite what he needed.
I'm sure he did. I think that's why he kind of rushed into it. While if he looks back at this game, he's probably thinking like, man, I should have just get like 2 or 3 extra Archons, then take that fight again, and I'll win it any day of the week. Because there's a reason why Zergs don't just mass Zerglings and Banelings.
Yeah.
Because it's not necessarily supposed to work, but it works in scenarios.
Colossus used to be the Terror, and even now it should be the Archon. But let's find out who takes the lead in this grand final. We're loaded into game number 3 on Frozen Temple. In the top left position, we have the red Zerg from Root. He's Hydra. And facing off against him, taking the first map in this series. Can he go back ahead in the bottom right, representing Ting? He is Neeb.
Awesome crowd. Austin has been phenomenal over the last few days, and I can't wait to see how these remaining games play out. And Nate, look at the build order. Already gas being mined for Hydra. Pretty damn early pool. Neeb will scout it, but if I'm Neeb, like, he's going to warp in the Nexus right now, and that's already a given. I'm not 100% sure what Hydra is going to do with this. He could just go crazy on Zerglings. He could also go crazy on Zerglings and drop a couple of Lings in the main. He will have a hatchery on the low ground, but he has very, very quick access to Zergling and Zergling speed. And normally there's a reason for that.
Yeah, this is just one of those things where it's very difficult to read a player like Hydra. You know he gets build strategy and advice from guys like Cats. You know he's one of those players that will throw those drops at you. He'll throw those Ling drops. I mean, how many guys have we seen able to bait somebody with a fake empty drop overlord like that? You know, he'll get in your head in any possible way.
I really liked it. Went for the Dropper Lord, realized that it was going to be hard to sneak Banelings across the map, just send an empty Dropper Lord, and actually did a lot of indirect damage. We do already see a pylon being wiped in right next to the Nexus over here as well for Neeb. That is in case he has to worry about Link drops, because Neeb also saw, he's like, wow, fast pool, fast gas. All right, I mean, this means that your economy is going to be a little weaker than it's supposed to be, but this obviously gives you the ability to be aggressive in one way or the other. There are many ways that Zerg can be aggressive off this opening. They don't have to be, but they can be.
Yeah, I mean, at worst, you're just getting your queens out a little bit faster. You can still take that third base pretty quickly, but you're going to be safe against any sort of crazy shenanigans that could happen. And that probe should have spotted that drone.
That's unfortunate. Then again, with 2 Lings there, it's going to be hard. Forge. So Neeb is a little paranoid, Nate. There is a reason why he's making a Forge. This is a much quicker Forge than we see in most of the games in Protoss with Zerg. So, I mean, it's hard to look into a player's mind, right? But he is a little bit paranoid. Maybe Ling Queen, does he? No, I don't think he has to worry about that. You know, that build that was popular for like 3 weeks where they put in a bunch of Queens and Zerglings and Overlords and fly across the map. But I don't see that happening over here. So I'm not 100% sure what Neeb is thinking of.
Yeah, and a fast sentry, so...
Yeah, he's worried. Like, he's worried about the aggression because he scouted it. I mean, this reminds me a little bit, you remember Nurcho Showtime when Nurcho opened up with a very similar build like this multiple times in a row, was not aggressive, was not aggressive, was not aggressive.
By the time Showtime stopped being defensive, he was aggressive and killed him pretty fast.
So, I mean, this is an opening. You gotta respect it as a Protoss, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that Zerg will always be aggressive of it.
Yeah, so +1 attack is going to be the choice. Of course, want to use that Forge for something, but there's no other tech with it. So the Overlord scouts that. I mean, as Hydra, you're like, okay, maybe he thought he was going to be attacked, but as Neeb, what do you do with this off of 2 bases?
I don't know, man. +1's pretty nice.
I mean, I was going to say, like, I know that +1 used to be like the thing for Zealot attacks, but Adepts are just generally better in low numbers.
This like Legacy of the Void is not the type of game where you can open up with a bunch of Zealots and just throw them away, and if they trade well, well, great. If they didn't, oh, it's no problem. Like, no. I mean, people are too good in this day and age. They will capitalize on you wasting 5-6 Zealots and not getting a whole lot done with it. But maybe it's just going to be like, all right, I have good upgrades for the rest of the game. It's going to help securing this base. I mean, if he goes up to 3 bases right now, that's still very quick, Nate. That's 4 minutes and 30 seconds. That's very, very healthy.
Now, Lair's halfway done, and Twilight Council follow-up, so it could be going into a very fast +2 as well.
I mean, Adepts with +1 will at least still 2-shot workers.
Oh, okay, that's a pretty good point to bring up as well. So the harass will get a little bit easier on the part of Neeb with those Adepts. And Zealot, not on hold position, but moves back just in time. Not able to capitalize on that is Hydra as this army makes its way up.
Never mind, they always do. It's the SVT that has more HP. But I mean, this didn't really do anything.
Nope.
I was thinking of SCVs and
Marines. With how slow the Adept attack is, sometimes it can regen enough if you don't immediately get the second shot off.
Yeah, that's true. Dance a little bit
I
back and
thought I killed drones for free when I played Protoss. I learned that one quickly. I'm like, you do have to finish the drone off.
I mean, good scout over here by Hydra. Scouts is the main base. Probably a little bit confused about that push as well. He's going to be even more confused when he's like, wow, you're still on 3 bases. That's very nice because, I mean, Neeb had the potential to actually go up to 3 bases there. He's making more sentries, by the way, Nate. I mean, he's just going to make a massive blink stock. Old school attack.
Yeah, exactly. This looks like an Adept-flavored Heart of the Swarm build. Like, +2, blink stalkers. Very sharp, aggressive build.
But with groove spines or muscular augments, I should call it, already half or on the way. I'm not sure. I mean, this Nexus feels a little bit fake to me. TLO would say it's transitional, and that could be the case as well, because you do mine out your main base very quickly. But he's not building probes, and Neeb is too good to just forget to build probes. So there is a reason he's not building probes. He wants to make this push happen. He wants to win with this push. If these links get a cancel on this base immediately, that's going to put Hydra in a phenomenal position.
So +2 is about to finish. Blink is about to finish. And as you said, muscular augments a little over halfway done now. Once that finishes, those Hydras move a bit faster off creep. They get an extra range. It makes them so much more fearsome. And as the army moves out, smack dab into the middle of an Overlord.
Yep, but that's a great scout though for Hydra. That's going to allow him to reposition his army. And it's going to be like, all right, I'll just make sure that you can't walk up this ramp anymore. And if he would be able to walk up the ramp, then he could just drop force fields and zone the Zerg army away. Maybe pick up the Evo Chamber or pick up the hatchery, but it's going to be a lot harder right now with the units of Hydra in the right position.
Yeah, decent force field so far, pulling in 1 or 2 of the Hydralisks, get rid of the Spine Crawler, limit the amount of micro that they can do, but that Hydralisk upgrade is ready. Lings coming in from the backside onto this army.
That's very well done by Hydra. There's just no DPS in this Protoss army, Nate. I mean, it all looks fancy and flashy, Guardian Shield sentries, it's cute and all, but it doesn't really kill stuff quick enough. I mean, for every Hydra that you kill, 2 more pop up. Neeb needs to start killing more units.
Yeah, the Evolution Chamber is exposed in this position, but he needs to get real, true damage done to this base because he's also getting attacked back at that 3rd base by the Lings.
That's a good counter, but I mean, at the same time, I would say Hydra, you can use those units at home, but he does kill a couple of Stalkers. Reducing the Stalker count is incredibly important because there is blinks, and normally you say Stalkers are not supposed to die. I do think that +1 is going to get cancelled, but Hydra right now knows if I just defend one more time, if I clean up this army, I pretty much win the game.
Yep, the Stalkers continue to step forward, focusing them down. Lings are now being added into the equation. The Hydra is still standing strong, fighting even through the Guardian Shield, and that War Prism is going to come trying to make a few pickups to try and keep this push prolonged. As you said, he has the blink, but more Hydras come. The Lings are returning home. He's retreated back, but he did not get the damage done, it seems, necessary. There's still that 3rd base up for Hydra.
Exactly. He killed 16 drones. That's great, guys. Don't get me wrong. And he also denied +1, I believe. I think that never finished up, but he only survived that with 4 Stalkers, and that's it. He doesn't have
lurkers are coming.
Fighting lurkers on 2 bays without a Robo Bay. Nate, I've been there. Not a place I ever want to go back to.
No, it's a dark place. Lurkers are the enemy of pretty much every single Protoss unit that isn't a disruptor. And even then, they can still kill those.
Yeah, and I mean, like, Immortals can do great, but if you're only on 2 bases, single Immortal, one at a time.
You can't afford to build what you need.
Exactly.
And I mean, Hydra also knows at the moment he marches across the map, he sends a couple. Okay, this is going to be more stalkers. I mean, Hydra doesn't even really need lurkers. Putting a couple of lurkers, oh, that's. He's going to have enough time. Putting a few lurkers there on the high ground is going to make it borderline impossible for these stalkers to. Ooh, he's going to burrow them very quickly, though. I mean, Stalker, does he even have an observer here, Nate? I don't think he even does.
Nope, no observer on the map.
Wow,
Period.
okay.
Cancels
He does get
two of the morphing lurkers, though, but there's still one here, and that damage
one is enough.
not going to stop. One lurker.
You remember that clip of the Marines avoiding that Brood War lurker? I mean, that's kind of what the Stalkers have to do right now.
This game does not have that AI, so...
Come on, Automate 2000. Show us your Blink Stalker micro.
And he certainly is going to poke forward. There's a Zealot with the overcharge as well. So, I mean, one lurker can't cover the whole area. Still cover the most important area.
A little bit silly from Hydra, because if he has 3 lurkers there, this is 100% over. Losing 2 out of those 3 morphing lurkers somehow gives Neeb a chance, while he was not supposed to have a chance, but I still really like Hydra's position.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to continue to blink against these Hydralisks, doing everything he can. Even without that +1, that concave helps so much. Another Warpin is going to come up here as another lurker makes its way closer.
A lot of Hydras dying, though.
But can he continue this push as the Lynx come back from the other side of the map? It doesn't look that likely. Another lurker pushing forward, enveloping this army.
Yeah, too much swarm, I think. I mean, really good effort, though, by Neeb. He's making Hydra work for it, but he has no answer to these lurkers. He's still being outmined, and I think enough Hydras will pop for Hydra to eventually stabilize. But boy, is Neeb making this close, much closer than I think it ever should have been.
Yeah, he's putting his best foot forward here, but it's been so difficult with that plethora of Hydralisks that continue to come out, pulling the drones. Once again, cannot afford to lose that Prism if he wants to keep this attack going, and one of the Hydralisks does grab those 2 Stalkers.
There was still a lurker, I believe, on the low ground as well that picked up 1 kill there. Man, is Neeb making this close? How is he doing this on 2 base? No, that was the only observer.
Keep in mind that main base is going to be running dry very soon.
Oh, it's super empty,
Nate. With no third Nexus, his income is about to plummet.
Neeb's main base looks like my bank account right now. It's empty.
Feels bad, man.
Yeah, feels bad.
2 lurkers about to finish up. And I mean, as that lurker count increases, we talked about this is not the army to beat it. So he's going to take a little bit of a hidden base in the northeast.
Whoa,
does grab one of the lurkers. Nice micro, but he's used his blinks. These Hydralisks desperate to get on top of that War Prism. Another lurker does burrow too.
Oh my god, he's just dancing with his medevac. I mean, this reminds me a little bit of MaSa, his medevac. The War Prism reminds me of MaSa, his medevacs. It's so incredibly low on HP, and it really feels the moment that that Prism dies, Neeb will just die, but it just keeps on flirting with all these Hydras, and somehow, some way, it doesn't die.
Yeah, he really needs to keep chipping away at that lurker count. That's the most terrifying part of this army for Hydra. I'm pretty surprised that Neeb's still in this one, to be honest. I mean, I feel like it's going to be a really brutal comeback if he can make it happen.
4 sentries being warped in. That's not because Neeb necessarily wants to make sentries right now. I mean, sentries not bad, don't get me wrong, but most of the time when you start making sentries here, it's because your minerals are mined out. And you're like, well, I've got some left. You scrape every penny together, and then you realize you've got a whole bunch of gas.
All right, so the observers here goes for one of the lurkers and whiffs. Keep in mind, those Hydras with an Overseer, very, very capable of picking them off. A Ling spots that base too, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him flirt a few over to the northeast and shut that down.
Very well done there by Hydra. I mean, Hydra does have to worry a tiny bit about these sentries. A couple of Lings being transported. Hydra's like, hey, you're not supposed to have a third base. The engagement happens. Another lurker, Nate, got picked off there.
Yeah, that's the most important unit to chip away at here. There, the first few force fields going. Guardian Shield just trying to chip away at the Hydras bit by bit. There's another lurker still alive on the southeast side of this engagement, but getting to the mineral line, there's an opportunity here to try and blink into the main base if he gets cornered, and he will, but the War Prism is down. There's no more reinforcements coming into this army, and there's also not many places to run.
Well, I mean, he does get the lurker down, so that's something, but he lost a lot of units over there, and he's not supposed to be able to protect this third base. Neeb is really making the most of what he has, but all the Stalkers, I think they're super trapped right now. Most of them will get picked off. He did do quite a bit of damage during all of this, though, but losing his entire army, other than 4 or 3 Stalkers, that's not worth it.
There are way too many Hydralisks on the map for Neeb to deal with. He does not have Disruptors. He does not have Heart of the Swarm Colossus.
Hydra is making Overseers right now, because Hydra is asking himself, like, man, how much more money does he have? How can I still lose this game? A Dark Shrine. Please don't tell me you've got a Dark Shrine, you know. So he's going to counterattack right now. 1 pylon should not be enough. Well, it is apparently intimidating enough to push these Hydras back. Man, this game, how does Neeb do this?
He's still
He's supposed to be super dead for like the last 7 minutes, but he's still fighting.
Fighting his heart out here, doing everything he possibly can to stay alive in this third game here in the grand finals of Dreamhack. But the Hydras, the Lynx continue to push up. That pylon still standing strong
Hydra
for the
really
Team Protoss.
Yeah, Hydra really needs to snipe that pylon, because you cannot fight in range of Photon Overcharge. Photon Overcharge has like 3 times as much DPS than any Stalker.
This is a very key moment, holding on to this base, keeping the pressure up. I think he just got the Observer maybe as well, so Lurker Den is being remade. Very important to note.
This is bizarre to me. I mean, he's remaking the Lurker Den, but...
Hydra's made his mind out too, so more minerals the better at this point. At least minerals that you can mine.
Wow. Neeb actually with a stunning performance over here. 60 armies fly against 42. I'm starting to believe a tiny bit again. I mean, he lost so ridiculously much, but somehow, I mean, he's still in it. Then again, Hydra never really comfortably mined up this base, so he's got minerals in this base left forever. Some moments, you know, 15 minutes in a game, even your third base starts running very dry. That's absolutely not the case, so Hydra can mine up this for a while, but Blink Stalkers have way more micro potential than Hydralisks do.
And of course, with that Blink being able to soak up a little bit more damage, those Stalkers have a lot more hit points, so just need to continue to put on pressure. I mean, once that Lurker Den finishes, look at the gas bank for Hydra. He's suffering from the same thing you were talking about, Roddy, and that is that gas floating as your mineral income drops.
He does drop a 4th hatchery. Very important that he eventually has a place to transfer some of these drones to. What I also really like is that Hydra has been sniping sentries in these fights. He realizes that Neeb is very good. He's not going to lose too many Stalkers. He will lose a couple of over here, but he always gets the sentry.
This fight's starting to go pretty south here. Neeb taking a lot of damage. Look how many low health Stalkers there are. These Hydras just attack so fast. Stutter stepping forward and destroying the majority of this army.
Wow, GG. That was an awesome fight by Hydra. The way he started to step those Hydras, he realized that as long as my Hydras can be close enough to those Stalkers, I can win that fight. And he didn't hesitate. He didn't second guess himself once. No, he started stepping. He went all the way in. That was really cool to watch. Sick game.
Hydra goes up 2-1 in this best of 7. Still needs to pick up 2 more games to become the champion here of Dreamhack Austin. And boy, oh boy, this series I think has really lived up to the hype, Kev.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, I love it. I was just checking real quick. What is going to be the next map? It will be played on Runes of Endian. And that's a very interesting map. It's a map that if you play ladder, you're going to face nothing but aggressive builds. Then again, Neeb is probably good enough to deal with those silly aggressive builds. So I don't really know how this one is going to play out. It's the map with a lot of rocks as well. You can say very easy 3 base, potential easy 4th base, but take it from there. I don't know. I don't really know what to expect, but what I do know is that I love the first 3 games here. I mean, game 1...
I'm loving this series so far, man. I feel like Neeb is definitely doing justice to all the hype that's around him, especially being able to make it this far. But you see, the head shake at the end of that game. You know, he's feeling it. He's feeling a little bit of that.
I mean, that last game here was rough, right? Because you don't want to tap out. Nobody ever taps out in a game in the final or grand final of a tournament when you still have a chance. But at the same time, you also know you're fighting an uphill battle and you're fighting your heart out. But sometimes it feels like you're sweeping leaves on the windy days. Like, you know, I'm trying, but there's always more.
That particular fight felt pretty tough for him too, because there were less Hydras in the main base. If he was going to just go for a straight Blink fight versus it, I think that might have even been a better chance. But it's so hard to make those calls. You had the Overlords over the Hydras. You couldn't see how many Hydralisks there were.
And it's a battle of vision, right? We've got access to all the numbers. Like if I was Neeb in any of those scenarios, I would have been like, man, he's sitting on like a sick economy. He's got a ridiculous amount of units. We actually saw that he was doing serious work, and from time to time, it's like, is this doable? Is this winnable? Well, it turned out it wasn't in the long run, but he definitely made Hydra sweat for it. But I mean, I'm sure Hydra expected this as well. Hydra definitely didn't go into these grand finals thinking like, well, cool, this is going to be easy. Hydra has lost against this young man multiple times, so he knew that he's going to have to work very hard for every map victory, and I can really see this series go to distance.
I just want more of this. That's all I need. This has been a phenomenal final so far, and so it shall continue. In the bottom right spawn, leading 2-1 in this best of 7. We have the Red Zerg player from Root Gaming. He's Hydra. And this man in the bottom left needs to win this one to tie it up. Can he do it from Ting? He's Neeb.
This chant, Nate. I know you told me the other day, Roddy, I don't speak soccer, but it reminds me a little bit of the World Cup in 2010 and the Vuvuzelas.
Oh, no. Even that became a meme enough for me to know about it. So.
It sounds a little bit like that.
It's a deep roar.
Yeah.
I think fitting for Texas.
All right. Well, once again, we're looking at an early spawning pool over here. However, Nate, this time it's not an extractor, so this is a very different opening than what we saw on Frozen Temple. Hydra will just expand behind this, but it makes me wonder, why did he go for this early pool?
I mean, 6 lanes push out. Maybe he's got some other weird thing that he wants to do. Or maybe he's expecting Neeb to be opening a little bit greedier than normal so that he can try to punish that with the lings.
Yeah, maybe he thought that you're going to try to drop your pylon and your gateway on the low ground, and then 6 lings this early can definitely mess with that, can force you to warp in another pylon or buy time with probes, but that's not going to be the case. I really like this, by the way, for Neeb. As long as Neeb identifies in time, well, there we go. He has a probe on the other side of the map that this is going on.
Sending this probe scout out, by the way.
No,
so important.
Yeah, he's not gambling, right? He's playing solid. He has confidence. You can temporarily warp in a pylon to block it off, or you can just chrono boost your Zealot. Your Zealot will be out in time. You follow this up with a Mothership Core and Adept, and these 6 Zerglings that Hydra produced, they will do absolutely nothing. And it does hurt the Zerg economy, so early game in favor of Neeb.
All right, well, these lings started a little bit of a nibbling on that Nexus, but the Zealot
if he gets this around, that would be nice for Hydra, though.
He's got to put his back against the wall, fight minimal surface area against these Zerglings. Pretty good micro by Hydra, pulling the weakest Zerglings back. He kills the Zealot. Adept is about to pop. These lings have lost some health, so if the probes have to bring their tasers out, shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, but this is already something very well done there by Hydra, pretending to go for the Nexus, just hoping that that Zealot went out of position. I don't think that Neeb had to remove his Zealot, because it's not like 6 Zerglings are going to kill your Nexus in time. This hurts your Protoss economy quite a bit. This disrupts the build order, delays any additional tech. So even though he cleans it up, Hydra got maximum value out of a pretty bad scenario.
Yeah, nice little pressure here put on early in game number 4 of the grand final. Hydra looking to secure another championship.
Stargate, it's going to be once again right below the Overlord.
Feels bad, man.
Yes, that can be unfortunate. I don't really. I have to admit, I do this sometimes myself as well. And then people ask me, it's like, why do you do it? Don't you want to hide your Stargate? I mean, yes and no. I feel with, like, if you want to go Oracle and it comes as a surprise, yeah, obviously you want to hide the Stargate, right? Because if the Oracle flies into Spore Crawlers, it's useless. But Phoenixes, the fact that Phoenixes will do damage is inevitable. If it comes as a surprise, it's a little bit better. Often Overlords are a little bit more exposed, and Spore Crawlers could be a little bit later and out of position, but Phoenixes will always do damage.
Yep. All right, so this Ling still running around being annoying, does get picked off by that Adept as the Mothership Core pops out. What will come of this Stargate? Phoenix, I think, fair play, especially since, as you said, the Overlord sees it very early on. You're not going to do something really weird in front of your opponent.
I would just drop a fleet beacon right next to it. Mind games.
It's like, oh my God, it's happening.
So Neeb is going up to 3 bases very quick over here. Makes sense. I mean, we talked a little bit about these rocks. He can always knock down those rocks. And then he's safe, doesn't have to worry about anything. But he also knew that the gas was late of Hydra. And, I mean, you can make a couple of Zerglings early on of being gasless, but that's it. You're not going to make nothing but slow Zerglings and just run them across the map. That will never happen.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. The Phoenix can also come in and scout, sees if the lair is on the way. Not quite yet halfway done, but still early enough that you'll have to be, you know, reasonably cautious about what could come of this, especially since Hydra's on 3 bases and droning up pretty hard.
Yeah, I'm keeping a close eye on the worker count. Right now, Hydra is up 10 workers, but that's relatively standard. I think it's a little more than you normally see in this phase in the game, but it's also a little bit deceiving because drones are about to morph into Spore Crawlers. They are about to morph into additional tech buildings. They're about to morph into more extractors and stuff as well, so don't let the numbers fool you too much. It's a pretty even game.
Yep, as, oh no. Seems our observer PC maybe having a little bit of connection difficulties.
Well, that would make it difficult for us as well to cast this game, Nate.
Yeah. As some people, you know, talk about your great knowledge of PvZ, but I don't know if you're the literal Oracle.
Yeah, I don't know if I can do it without actually watching the game. I can make a pretty accurate prediction about how the rest of this game will go, I think, but...
just in case a headset comes off, maybe not...
yeah.
No, I wasn't...
I wouldn't want to go there, Nate. No. Hopefully this will be resolved real soon and we can just continue these grand finals.
I don't know what your prediction would have been. I thought the Hyperion was going to warp in and just mess up both of them, but...
You thought Zeratul was going to like land from the sky over here?
Zeratul's going to be like, look, man, Neeb's the chosen one. You got to back off. Not quite how it works.
All right, well, we'll see. Hopefully we can continue the grand finals real soon. Games have been good so far. The entire tournament has been awesome. Really had a lot of fun. If you guys just joined us online, welcome. There is $16,000 on the line for the winner of this tournament. And if you finish up as runner-up, then you'll still walk away with $8,000. And of course, plenty of WCS points on the line as well. I believe you get 1,000 points if you win this tournament, Nathan?
Something like that. It's a lot of points. It's a lot of points, Kev.
You're supposed to know these things, Nate.
Both of these guys are expecting to win a tournament at some point in this year,
Right.
I would say. I would say both of them would have that expectation of themselves. We are back in the game. Double robotics facility transition for Neeb and Phoenix aplenty, roaming around and looking for kills.
Yeah, would have been my prediction, by the way. Double Robo, a couple of Immortals, and then obviously Neeb would like to sing this game into Disruptors. Hydra has multiple ways to sing this game out until he reaches Disruptors. Hydra with a pretty fast Lurker Den, and I'm saying pretty fast because I don't even think he's got the Hydra upgrade yet, right?
It's a pretty quick, pretty quick Lurker Den, especially considering how good it's been against the sort of armies that Neeb's been putting together. We haven't yet seen in this matchup, you know, as much as it's happened before, the Disruptor play. And that is one of the things that he's loved to use against this sort of setup from Hydra.
I think Neeb just loves Disruptors, period. If the game goes like this, this is where he excels. This is where he thrives. He loves just walking around with that big Protoss army, having a couple of Disruptors, and we saw how good he was with them against Snute as well on Prion Terraces. I mean, the most beautiful thing he did is the hardest thing to see. Is that he's always out there with his army. So A, Snute has to worry about it, or any Zerg would have to worry about Disruptor hits landing on their army. And if they want to chase, that's phenomenal. It's nothing. There's nothing in this game that's harder to chase than Disruptors because you're literally running into your death over and over and over again.
I mean, it's a calculated gamble. If you're able to get to the Disruptor in time and kill it, the shot doesn't go off.
This is really hard to engage into.
If you're not, you lose everything. So there's the Robotics Bay on the way. Keep in mind, this is a super fast Lurker Den, so this army is not going to be expecting, I would say, to have Lurkers at his front door this fast.
I don't think Neeb is paying attention over here. Look at all these sentries. They're super exposed. I think he was looking at his Phoenixes. Now he pays attention, and he's like, well, I've got a couple of pylons over here as well. 7 Lurkers are morphing behind this. Very fast attack here by Hydra. I mean, much faster than it normally hits. I do like this instead of playing it slow and steady and letting Neeb get up to his Disruptor count. Try to fight before this, but he's still got to worry about force fields, Nate.
Yeah, this is so much coming out of Hydra down the ramp. There's the overcharge on the pylons, cleaning up the links, but you know, the Immortals, a couple of the barriers do get triggered. One of the Immortals is picked up, and there's still so many Lurkers.
This is a really good build by Hydra, and it's hitting very hard. One more photon overcharge will go down. Good force fields here, though, by Neeb. That's going to allow him to chew off a couple of units.
He's still building Immortals. Okay, he cancels them. Now Disruptors are on the way, but he doesn't have enough Mothership Core energy, I think, to buy time for them.
Yeah, I mean, losing the fort base, I don't think that means that he's necessarily losing the game. Neeb's got to sacrifice this. He has made great calls throughout this entire tournament, and right now he needs to make the call of, I cannot defend this base, let it go.
Yeah, he does. Doesn't look like there's a cancel on that one, but this is it. This is everything now for Neeb. These 2 Disruptors that are about to pop out need to get some critical hits. Great force field to peel off more of the Hydralisks, as those are going to help push those back. Here we go. Disruptors are going to come out. 2 Purification Novas go out, gets one of the Lurkers.
Well, that's something. I mean, 1 Lurker at a time will probably still keep him alive. I mean, Hydra is also very committed to this attack. More Hydras are streaming across the map for him. I mean, the upgrade is done.
Yeah, okay, the upgrade.
Yeah, the upgrade is done. He just got it after he got Lurkers already.
All right. And they're great force fields, pulls a few more of the Hydras in. Yeah, gets rid of one of the Disruptors. Another shot is going to go out, hits 2 of the Lurkers, finishing one of them off, but another one still has enough health.
Does he have an Observer, though? I don't see any Observer.
He's only the Disruptors.
He has one, but it's not here. One Disruptor will connect and pick off one more Lurker. This is getting very, very close. Neeb is down 20 supply, but if he survives, I still think he's in a great position.
Okay,
oh no, the Robos are unpowered now as well, Nate, and one more Disruptor falls.
2 pylons start up. That Observer is precious cargo with the robotics facilities unpowered. Can he
that's
dive?
So rough.
Can he dive on top of those Lurkers and then clean up the rest of the army? I don't know.
I mean, he needs to go. He cannot lose these Robos. He really needs to power up these Robos again, make sure they're back online. Picks off Lurkers with that army he left on the 3rd base. Very well done here.
Yeah, there's still 1 Lurker remaining on the right side of that army. If he can get that, regroup with there were a couple Disruptors that are building. Maybe he can try to pull something together here.
1 Robo, oh my god, the Disruptor was almost out, but it will get picked off in the end. The 2nd robotics facility does survive, but 1 more Disruptor falls. It's such a close battle, but it seems like Hydra has done it.
He shoots, he misses. The novel Hydralisks continue to lambast this natural expansion. There's not much left here to defend.
Such a close fight. This was really, really close, but it seems like Hydra just has enough in the end. Awesome build here by him, though. Very smart. This is a build he used just because he's going up against Neeb. It makes sense to go for a build like this. Disruptor will get picked off before it shoots, and I mean, even if Neeb survives here, yes, he does have money in the bank, but he lost the Robos.
He's adept that he's ripping into the even have the attack speed
No,
upgrade?
no, they don't. I don't think we even had a Twilight console in this map.
Nope.
I mean, he has +2, so yes, he does have a Twilight, but I don't think he's got the
Too
upgrade.
slow. GG Hydra going up 3-1 here in this grand final. One map away.
I love this build.
Championship.
I mean, Nate, I'm a Protoss player. I'm a Protoss player, and I love Protoss builds in general, but this was a phenomenal build by Hydra to go for on this map. Rushing up to that Lurker then, not delaying it by going for that Muscular Augments first, but no, just going straight Lurkers, denying the fort base, then going for the Hydra upgrade, and then just reinforcing and being aware, like, yes, my Hydras are slow, but the fight is not about my Hydralisk, it's about my Lurkers. And I've got my Lurkers so much quicker than I normally have, because normally the face in the game is like, Zerg's got Lurkers, Protoss got Disruptors, all right, let's dance, you know? But most of the time that dance is pretty good as a Protoss, like, that's the way I like to tango. But this one turns it upside down.
So fast. Like, if we just imagine that he gets the Muscular Augments upgrade before he goes into Lurker,
doesn't work.
You've got a couple Disruptors out by the time the Lurkers are attacking. So it was a perfect timing. That's a dirty build. If you're a Protoss on ladder, look out. I'm sure a lot of people will be trying stuff like that. That was a very sharp timing he was able to
I mean,
hit.
like, that's the word, right? This is actually the right way to use the word timing. I think a word that has been often just thrown around when it doesn't make any sense, but this was an excellent timing by Hydra. He had his build set out, went for it right off the get-go, and he just executed his build, I would say, almost flawlessly, even against all these force fields. That's not easy, man, but he just got good trades over and over again. One moment, I think it got incredibly close, and if those Robos would have stayed online, maybe it would have been different. Maybe 2 Disruptors could have turned it around. Just a really cool game, very action-packed.
Yeah, just an absolutely awesome game to watch. This series has been getting a little bit rough now for
your boy.
Neeb. Now it's all on the line for him, man. I'm so very proud of him. He's come a very long way, but he's got a very long way to go to be able to clean up this series.
I was thinking of the map right now. Let me just take a look real quick because I wrote it down before. Ooh, Brian.
So that's going to be the next map that they will be playing on. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short commercial break. When we come back, we will continue the grand finals here of StarCraft 2 Legacy of the Void at Dreamhack Austin. Thank you. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Dreamhack Austin StarCraft 2 Grand Finals. We are currently preparing to get into game number 5 between Neeb and Hydra on this historic day, May 8th. Roddy, is today, you think, the biggest day in history for StarCraft 2 on this day in particular?
I mean, it is a big day. Fun fact about this day, which I remember because obviously this is my birthday, so you remember things that happened in StarCraft and on your birthday. 3 years ago, WCS 2013, Season 1, Hydra played his last game ever for Evil Geniuses against Polt on Daybreak.
A truly historic moment. What were the last things he typed in that game?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
But I will never remember the words, or I will never forget the words of Xlev. There he goes. The best way to ever end the game. Lots of money in the bank that game, Nate. Let's hope that Neeb has some of that money in the bank over here as well. I mean, the scoreline, it looks like Hydra is dominating, right? 3-1 in favor of the Korean Zerg. I don't think it really does it justice. These games have all been incredibly close. But I mean, 3-1 is 3-1. Hydra right now having 3 match points. But Hydra also knows he's still going to have to work very hard for it. Because Neeb doesn't give in easy.
Doesn't matter how close the game is, Kev. At the end of the day, the scoreboard says 3-1. It says 3-1. He needs to get some points on the board. He needs to be a little bit better prepared, I'd say, against some of those crazy strategies that Hydra's busted out. We saw the Zergling Baneling into Broodlords with no real other
that was
support.
a bizarre build. I mean,
on
all
Dust
of,
Towers.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Nate. All of these games, I feel like, are very unique games. Now, I do feel that kind of trademarks Zerg versus Protoss in general. There is not one thing that Zerg can just do over and over and over and over again, because Protoss players, especially when they are as good as Neeb, they will take advantage of that.
Yes.
So obviously being unique and switching it up is important, but Hydra's taking that to the next level.
As you guys can see, we are loaded into game number 5 on Pryon Terraces. This man is 1 win away from securing the championship here at Dreamhack Austin. Give it up for Root Hydra.
Been a while, Nate, since he won a WCS championship. He did it, of course, in Season 2 last year, which was in Toronto?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
And his opponent in the bottom right position, the American Hope, representing Ting, he's Neeb.
No vetoes means that every Protoss will have to play on Pryon Terraces. But even if Neeb has 1 veto, he would prefer to veto another map. Bad news, however, about that is that that map is still to come as well. Arena would be Game 7 if we make it there.
What a crazy ending that would be, considering the last time these two players met, Arena was where it was settled off the back of a very aggressive Ravager rush on the part of Hydra. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Neeb has a lot of work to do if he wants to bring this to match point, if he wants to bring this back to that 3-3 standstill.
Yeah, and I just want to bring up what Jeff said a little bit in the pre-game talk, where I'm a little bit worried if Neeb thinks he can just do the same thing again as he did against Snute. I don't think it's going to work. I mean, he needs something more than just like, all right, 1 gate, fast expand, Twilight Console, let's proxy a gateway, and try to win with a couple of adapts. I mean, yeah, that works on ladder, and every now and then you catch someone off guard. But in a tournament with this much money on the line, this many WCS points on the line, it's not going to work. Hydra will be on top of it, just like Snute was on top of it. And Snute really got himself in a great position on Pryon. And I'm pretty sure Hydra saw that game. Obviously he saw it. Obviously you've been watching. It's got to be better than that, man.
Yeah, this is certainly one of those scenarios where if Neeb has something else, something a little bit extra that he can put into this, we know that he is known for his very solid standard play, not going super unorthodox, not going too far outside the realm of what's standard, but now will be the time to spice it up a little bit.
Well, once again, so far everything looks standard, Nate. It's that 1 base, or 1 gate, fast expand, followed up with a Twilight Console, would most likely be multiple depths again. I wouldn't mind seeing a Dark Shrine, Nate. We haven't seen a single Dark Shrine in any of these games, correct? In the entire Grand Final, I've not seen a Dark Shrine yet.
No Dark Shrine whatsoever. The only time that it was almost had an impact was when Hydra thought to himself, maybe he will build a Dark Shrine, and we had 7 Overseers on the map.
I mean, often in those late game scrappy scenarios where both players, both races are red or broke, a Dark Shrine is always a great investment. And Hydra was obviously thinking about it. He's like, I need Overseers right now, because if these Hydras die off creep 2 Dark Templars, that is the beginning of the end. So far, this is very similar to what Neeb did against Snute. However, he's not proxying a gate, and I kind of like that, to be honest, Nate, because I think that's a big investment. Proxying a gate, having a pylon there, having a gateway there, then eventually losing that, that's a very, very big investment. Just opening up with 3 gate and the upgrade for the Adepts, I think that's all right. That allows you to expand, allows you to go up to 3 bases, and of course, it forces Hydra to be very careful because Adepts can make their way across the map very quickly and do some serious worker damage.
And we're seeing here with this Roach Warren on the way that he is respecting the possibility of that attack. Almost every other game, it's either been that straight Link Bane like we saw, or straight Zergling Hydralisk like we had on Frozen Temple and of course previously on Ruins of Endion.
Yeah, no Roach Warren on Prime Terraces, that would almost be suicide, especially if you know your opponent likes Adepts and likes that Glades upgrade. So let's see when Neeb decides to go up to 3 bases. I kind of feel like he's setting himself up for it. He did kind of hide a pylon, so don't tell me he's about to warp in 5 gateways, Nate, and just go for an 8 gate on 2 base.
I mean,
no.
That'd be a pretty insane push to try to make work against Hydra. No Roaches on the way just yet. Now they're starting, but...
I mean, I love the Warp Prism play we saw of him against Snute on Invader. That was really cool, right? With like a couple of Adepts running around on one side, having a Prism active in the main base with a few more Adepts. That was really cool, really high level play. Because, I mean, you know, Jeff mentioned as well, Adepts against Roaches, they're not great, but it takes a while before they die. And if you find one Roach by itself, you can actually kill it rather quickly. You do gotta be careful. So this really reminds me a lot of what Neeb did against Snute. I love the way he played it. Let's see how he's able to execute it this time against Hydra.
I mean, a lot of these Adepts are making their way towards the main base, cancels the Shade at the last second, picks off 1 or 2 Roaches here, just trying to get what he can from this aggression. At the same time, taking a 3rd base and also moving into Immortal production.
Yep, he has the Warp Prism over here now as well, so he's going to add a few more Adepts. He's picking up 1 Roach at a time. I think he's going to this time let it finish.
He goes into the main base. Adepts picking off all of the Zerglings here. There's really not that many, especially with the Resonating Glaives upgrade. So throws the Shades out and basically says, if you're going to bring your Roaches up here, I will be able to phase out. But he's not taking the bait, so he cancels the Shades. The Adepts continue to go ham in the main base, and drones are starting to die.
Yeah, this is really good play so far by Neeb. Look at the worker count, Nate. He's up 9 workers. He's still got the majority of his Adepts alive. Of course, he's down a little bit when it comes to army supply, but he's already making the right unit at home, the Immortal, to deal with a potential Roach counter. So far, so good for the American hero.
Yeah, those Big Daddy Immortals are going to be all he needs if he can keep that 3rd base up and running. The Warp Prism is also still a threat out on the map. Even if he wanted to bring most of it home, he can still put pressure on and keep Hydra from immediately counterattacking.
And Hydra does have a lot of money. That's the only thing that scares me a little bit. He's looking at 950 or 1,000 minerals in the bank. So maybe those queens were a little bit too busy with the Adepts. He forgot to inject, can't spend his larva. I think that Hydra is going to try to go for a massive counterattack, Nate, but Neeb is so good with Immortals and Force Fields that I just don't see him die against it. Look at Hydra. Hydra is making nothing but units of a 39 drone economy. He's going to go for it, but I think Neeb has all the right tools to defend this.
Everything in this tournament for Neeb is on the line right now. This attack that comes in, if he can hold this, he can keep his dreams alive, but this would be the end of his tournament run here in Austin, Texas, if he cannot stop this Ravager Queen Ling push. Everything is on the way over. Blink's on the way, +1 is on the way. The Adepts are counterattacking, but is it going to be enough, Roddy?
I mean, he knows right now, since the Adepts are doing so much work, that the most of the units must be making their way across the map. It's very simple right now for Neeb. Defend and you pretty much win this game. That is a given. He knows that as well. All he needs to do is just hold on for like 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, the Adepts have still been able to get a lot of work done back at home, cleaning up a good amount of links, cleaning up some drones, but here come the Roaches, here come the Ravagers, throwing down the corrosive bios. Pylons are going to overcharge bios, are not yet able to clean those up. The Pylons really going to work here as another big warping comes in from the natural expansion.
I don't even think it's going to take 2 or 3 minutes, Nate. I think that Hydra is not going to be happy at all with this push. One Immortal is very exposed though, and the pylon being broken down, that is unfortunate, and the Ravagers are doing a little bit of work, but look at the amount of money that Hydra has in the bank. Hydra's got nothing behind this, Nate. He's got no queens at home, he's got no reinforcements, he's got no economy.
Yeah, this is such a crucial moment to be careful. Those bios are the biggest playmakers now, as those Immortals will absolutely shred through those Ravagers once they get close enough. You can't retreat with these queens. There's no creep. They're so slow. And I mean, still more drones have died behind this. 12 workers passed down. +1 attack's about to finish, but this force should be enough to clean this up and hopefully end the game for Neeb.
Yep, Hydra just cannot spend his money. He's got no larva to work with. He's going to lose these queens. He's going to lose the Ravagers. And I think with that, he's going to lose Brian terraces as Neeb cleans this up with ease.
GG! Neeb puts another point on the board, taking it to 2-3 in maps, keeping his hopes alive, not going down without a fight here in Austin. Sparks flying between the American and the Korean.
And what a solid game that was. I loved everything about it. He's so good with the depths, realizing when he has to commit and not commit, when he has to let the shades complete to actually do a lot of damage, or when he has to cancel them to just get the hell out of there, pick off a roach here and there. Excellent adept play. Love the War Prism edition. Love the fast Immortal follow-up, because that's what's going to keep you safe. I mean, adepts are awesome until you have to fight like 20 roaches straight up. Then it's like, guys, Immortal hotline anyway. You know, like, can I please get one? But he played great.
It's such a tense moment. I love that you bring that up, because the roaches, enough of them together, that burst damage is going to, okay, you're going to take down one adept at a time, but when you've got a lot of adepts versus a couple of roaches, I mean, especially with that resonating glaive, you know, they attack fast enough. Adepts can be deceivingly good in those scenarios because they're also able to kill queens as well, but it just constantly bouncing back and forth, and you said it perfectly, knowing when to cancel that shade or let it roll, and that got him a lot, because Hydra's like, okay, I'm going to keep everything at the front of my natural because you're going to try to leave, and Neeb's like, I'm not, I'm paying attention here. And he found an opportunity, he capitalized on it, and it's the reason why this tournament isn't over yet.
And I think a very frustrating game overall for Hydra, because on this moment, just look at the money, guys. Hydra making an all-in with 1,600 minerals in the bank. I think even if he has that all-in units, I still think that Neeb is going to hold, but that's insane, Nate. That's something that does not happen. You know, if anybody else would do this, they'd be like, oh my god, that's terrible. But it's just because Hydra, he used his queens to defend against the adepts.
No
then
attacks,
he used,
no larva,
yeah,
can't spend your money.
Yeah, it's simple as that, right? Like, he just had no queens, he had no larva to work with. He already started this attack. This is not the type of attack that is like, I'm going to test the waters and see how it goes. No, it's an all-in attack. Queens cannot run back, they cannot retreat. So Hydra was committed. Very frustrating scenario for him to be in, because obviously he's like, man, I've got so much money, I just can't spend it. So frustrating game for Hydra, especially on a particularly good map for Zerg.
Yeah, it's one of those maps where you're kind of hoping to get the advantage against Protoss, but all right, guys, we have still match point for this gentleman in the Southeast, up 3-2, representing Root Gaming. Can he take the crown here? He's Hydra! And this man keeping his dreams alive so far. In the bottom left of Invader, give it up for Tings, Neeb!
Crowd has been awesome, Nate. Even when we were upstairs, the crowd was awesome. Yesterday we had like an 11 or 12 hour show and people just stayed all the way till the bitter end. And now over here, I think it's been even getting better. I love it.
It's been awesome. Thank you guys so much. Everyone that's come out to watch this tournament. People standing on the sides, the seats full. It's been great to meet a lot of you guys, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of these finals as we will. Of course, we've got some horizontal spawns here, so the rush distance is quite long, but not by air, Roddy.
Nope, not by air, and we saw that when Neeb went up against Snute on this map. He really utilized that very well to his advantage with War Prism RS and whatnot. Hydra, once again, went for a relatively early pull, later hatchery, but I would not even really respect it, Nate, on these spawning positions, because by ground it takes forever to attack your opponent over here on Invader. So even if I scout this opening, if I am Neeb, I'm not too worried about it. The only thing I would be potentially worried about, Nate, is what you mentioned, maybe Queen Ling drop, Queen Bane, or like Ling Bane drop, anything drop-wise. I mean, it doesn't really take a very long time for Hydra as Overlords to make its way into Neeb's main base, but I think that's the only thing he could ever do off the back of this opening.
Yeah, there's not too much to worry about here if you are Neeb. We've seen his crisis management skills. He's been able to make good plays, good reads, and not overcommit one way or another. And you know, honestly, unless we see another crazy timing like Hydra went for on Ruins of Endion, you know, I feel like this one's still up in the air.
Yep, no, it is. I mean, every game has been highly contested, it's been very close, except for maybe Core Hall Knockout. That was kind of a one-sided victory for Neeb. But all the other games, they have been close, and both players had to sweat it a little bit. It is a fast Stargate, Nate. 100 extra gas in the bank for Hydra, but we see no evolution chamber. I really wonder how this would have played out if Hydra decided to go for Mass Ling Queen. He would have had quite quick access to it. I think it could have potentially worked, actually, because defending Ling Queen drop with only one gate and then a Stargate, it's very rough. It's not impossible, but it's very difficult.
Super difficult, because if you don't scout it as the Protoss, I mean, at that point, what do you need to stop that? Like a Void Ray to kill the Overlords first, right? Or something.
And the biggest problem is you just got no DPS, right? You've got no units. You're working off one gateway. So by the time that those units arrive in your main base, you may be warping gateway number 2 and 3.
Ogre.
Yeah, but then it's like, you know, it's a bunch of happy Zerglings running around in your main. Anyway, we're casting a game that's not happening, because that's not happening. So
they did not actually have a Queenling drop, so it's all good.
Yeah, exactly. So it is all good. There's one of that is going to get picked off over here, I think, by the Zerglings. I mean, Neeb doing a good job. Will probably survive for now, and then Shades. No, does not. He cancelled it, man.
Phoenix production is going, though, and we are going to see just how much this is going to be committed towards going straight for scouting, straight for overlords, straight for some other form of harass, and it will be to pick off those scouting overlords very quickly.
It's interesting. Overlord speed on the way, and Evolution Chamber being morphed in now, but it's a little bit too late for the build that we were talking about. Could still be a +1 Zergling melee build, and then trying to somehow sneak some +1 Zerglings into the main base. If you can get +1 links into a mineral line, that could be devastating damage as well.
So the Phoenix production continuing to go. We have an Evolution Chamber and that flyer speed for the Overlords, so that could be still something that we see utilized, but now I think there's enough Phoenix on the map that if he remains active with them, he should be able to pick up on this, especially since the next Overlord he shoots is going to be moving real quick.
Yeah, Overlord speed also helps out tremendously when it comes to defending, right, against Phoenixes, because how often don't we misrally our Overlords? It happens to the best of us, and happens to Hydra as well. So if Overlord is a tiny bit out of position, well, then you can still just like bring it back to safety and put it above a Spore Crawler. Baneling Nest as well, so this is pretty similar to some degree to what we saw on Dust Towers, except for the fact that I think Hydra had a much better economy on Dust Towers than he has on Invader currently.
Yeah, so I mean, if we really think about the +1 melee, the Baneling Nest, it's kind of giving me some vibes back to the Dust Tower setup that he had, where he's going to use this to buy time to move into whatever else it is that he wants to do. So do you feel that with this setup, Neeb needs to focus on making aggression his focus, or can he just play a very slow 3-base into 4th?
Yeah, I think he can. I would say slow and steady wins the race over here, because like the Phoenixes will still do a little bit of damage. They'll keep a close eye on anything that's going on the other side of the map. I don't think the ball is in Neeb's corner right now to do something crazy. As long as you're on 3 bases as Protoss, you're doing something all right. If you don't fall too far behind in the work account, which he's not, he's down 5 workers, no big deal at all. I think this is all good. Just keep map control, keep checking on what Hydra is doing, and just take it from there, make the right units.
All right, Double Robotics Facility is the follow-up, +1 melee about to finish, and the Lair's about to finish. So Neeb knows, like, okay, well, whatever your tech is, you are about to build it pretty much. Wouldn't want your Lair finishing too much later than this. Of course, this map, this map's a bit awkward for running around there. Those rocks by the natural, you cannot fly over them.
That sucks a little bit, losing 1 Phoenix there. I always get a little bit upset myself if I end up losing a Phoenix to Queens. Neeb probably too good to get upset over here. You don't want to let emotions take control, but that was an unnecessary mistake. Phoenixes are a lot faster than Queens, so you're not supposed to lose a Phoenix to a Queen.
I know, you're a Phoenix brother, Kev.
Yes.
More than all the loss of Phoenix.
I know, I've got to keep it together. Make it to the bitter end, Nate.
So we have the Infestation Pit on the way. The Hydralisk Den's about to finish, but Baneling speed and +2 melee. Hydra really likes having these Lings and Banes to throw. I mean, think about the way that Protoss players play these days. Immortals are good, Immortals are great, but you don't have that AoE that you used to have in Heart of the Swarm and Wings of Liberty that made, as we talked about earlier, Zerglings and Banelings kind of useless.
I mean, Zerglings and Banes are great up to a certain number of Protoss army, right? If Protoss hovers around like 125, 130, you can definitely swarm that with Ling, Bane, and good upgrades. Ooh, 1 Immortal getting cut out of there, but it will be saved. Or sentries over that save today as well. But if as a Protoss, you just identify what you're playing against, and you take a fight with 165, 170
Oh, that
supply.
Adept getting surrounded. A bit frustrating there, losing that. Some Lings are going to be able to make their way into the main base. Keep in mind with their +1 melee, which means those probes, if they go onto them, will be able to be picked off much more quickly than usual.
Yep, these Lings are indeed going to be really annoying. We mentioned this in the start of the game, but good job there on the Adepts, and Neeb ends
Pro
up...
Micro doesn't really lose much. Drop Overlord just finished as well.
He's going to try to drop a couple of Banelings, I think, into the main base. But once again, I definitely think that Neeb has learned from Dust Towers. He's not going to make the same silly fight twice with very heavy Immortal Stalker composition and nothing that's really good against Lings and Banes. He's going to get a similar fight, but this time with 4 or 5 Archons. A couple of Adepts in the mix, you know, sprinkle in a couple of Adepts. He's going to be more than fine, eh?
So Neeb starts up the 4th Nexus, looking to get into some other tech path. Psionic Storm is on the way. And Charge is also pretty close to finishing now. It's +2 melee completes. Keep in mind the Hive is done. So these Phoenix come in, they see the Spire finishing, they see the Hydra Den, and these +2 Lings are going to come in here and rip this Nexus apart.
Yep, that's an excellent counter over here by Hydra. I love it. Much more importantly, what is happening with that Overlord, with the banelings inside of it? It's making its way towards the main base. A lot of probes clumped up here, Nate.
It's so saturated. It goes to start a few gateways, needs to run away. Those banelings do have the speed upgrade so they can catch up just a little bit faster than normal. He's like, okay, you want to go there? Now I'm going to go to your natural. Just run all the probes everywhere.
Very fortunate that Neeb was paying it. Oh, all these probes so close to each other. That's not good for my heart. Very unfortunate. You saw that Neeb was warping in a gateway there. He's like, let me just warp in a gate. He's like, oh my god, it's an Overlord. Run, evacuate. Well done there. Neeb in the end only losing mining time and 2 probes. Very well done.
Could have been a lot worse there, considering he was a bit oversaturated in the main base. But look at the money. Neeb has options. He's got Storm now. He has Archon potential. He has High Templar already out on the map, so he can use Storm against the Banelings if necessary. And the Immortal count is healthy enough, but the Greater Spire is finishing. He sees the Corruptors. If he wants to push before Broodlords, he has to go now.
Yeah, but it's going to be rough. It's so hard to just rush into that, right? Because he's going to have to worry about the same thing as he worried before. Does he have enough Archons this time, Nate? He's much more Zealot heavy. Zealots are, that's like, all right, Force Fields are good, but...
Decent Force Fields,
yeah,
but
once
there's
again,
still a lot.
he's very Zealot heavy, though. Okay, there are the Archons. Those were the 5 Archons I was talking about. That's what he needs. But it's also important that he keeps some of the Zealots alive or anything else. Now all the Zealots died.
The clock is ticking. Broodlords are on the way. Adrenal Glands is done. If the Broodlords can mop this army up, this very low-range army, he will be able to obliterate Neeb and take the championship here in Austin. 2 more Stargates are on the way.
I mean, Neeb is going to try to do damage here, but I don't think he's just going to suicide his army, Nate. He's going to try to see what he can do, test the waters, realize, like, okay, you've got quite a few Hydras. I can fight that, but as soon as those Broodlords show up, I think Neeb will just evacuate. He's wiping in 8 Zealots, I think, in the main base, and that could actually do a lot. Maybe he can find the Greatest Spire or something.
And going for this big counterplay. There's no Mothership Core to evacuate this army as it continues to dance around. Infestation Pit is gone. Zealots clean up the Lings, but now the Broodlords are here.
Oh, Lings are going to try to trap the Immortals.
Great flank, trying to stop them from being able to get away. Feedbacks that Overseer, but not a huge deal. Void Rays are coming out. There is no Fleet Beacon.
What's gonna run? I mean, Void Rays are not the ideal unit, but it's something at least that's gonna keep you safe, prevent you from dying. Look at these Zealots going crazy on the Greatest Spire.
One of them
it's starting to get very close, and I think Neeb might be able to finish it off.
Barely able to kill it. He does take down the Greater Spire, so no more Broodlords, no more Corruptors, but is that enough? Has he taken too much damage during all this time? He got a 4th Nexus up. That's something. The economy, you know, somewhat even, at least trying to push that close towards equilibrium. But Void Rays, very weak against Hydralisks. Yeah. He needs these to get directly on to those Broodlords if he wants to have a chance at winning this game.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting dance, right? Void Rays, very good against Corruptors and Broodlords, very bad against Hydralisk. Well, good luck positioning them, but I'm sure that Neeb can find a way. Army-wise, it's still very close. And Nate, let's not forget, Invader is a ridiculously big map. So, yeah, Hydra's got a couple of Broodlords, but is he just going to send them across the map?
This could be a really big mistake.
He's going to lose all of them. Void Rays are going to clean it up.
Yeah, if he sends the Broodlords somewhere where the Hydralisks cannot support them, the Void Rays and the Phoenix should be more than enough to come up and just annihilate those. This could be a huge error out of Hydra. Where are they?
I mean, I guess he's waiting for 6 Void Rays. 3 Void Rays would sort of be a close fight. 6 Void Rays will just sweep this army.
Bring the boys out. Come on, let's go. The Void Rays are here on top of the army. They just need to move in on the Broodlords. Just right-click. There we go, baby. Coming in now.
Alignment. Let's go.
12 probes did die, but the Void Rays move faster than the Broodlords. There's Prismatic Alignment. The Corruptors, there's no chance against this army. The Broodlords, keep in mind, there's no Greater Spire. The Spire's only just now finishing. The Broodlords are dying. Neeb is doing it. He's cleaned up the high-tech force of Hydra.
Yeah, if I'm Hydra right now, I cancel my Spire. I'm not sure if it even finished up, but I go back to making Hydralisk. And then the only thing that Neeb needs to do, Neeb, like, this is a dance of text right now. Like, you do this, I'll do that, I'm going to try to outsmart you. Neeb needs an answer to mass Hydralisk, which he doesn't have right now. Whether it's going to be Corruptors, or excuse me, Disruptors or Storm, it's one of the two. But he could still lose against mass Hydra, Nate, because never underestimate Hydra Ling.
The Banelings are still being used because those melee upgrades have been researched all game long. So just using charge lots to bully those Hydras down isn't going to work.
He needs to be a little bit careful. On creep against this many Hydralisks, this could become very, very dicey for the American Protoss.
And Neeb tries to make this counterattack work with the Banelings to
God.
annihilate the Zealots, and I think just a bit of an overcommitment with this counterattack, overextending the Void Rays stand no chance against these Hydralisks.
Yeah, well, there we go. Storm on the production tab immediately. That's what they needed, but Neeb just lost a ridiculous amount of units, and that was a little bit unnecessary. A very, very expensive army. Most of the Void Rays will get picked off, and can he survive right now against the counterattack of Hydra, which looks pretty devastating, Nate? There are Vipers in the mix as well. Let's not forget about that. Abducts being used.
GG! Hydra takes the game, and with it a 4-2 championship victory over Neeb. The counterattack, not enough to stop the Korean Zerg.
Wow, great play by Hydra. I love it, man. Very, very smart. Went back and forth when it comes to making the right units at the right time. I think in that final game there, Nate, it was very close. If Neeb sits back, makes disruptors, gets Storm, maybe that could have still been anybody's game, but once again, give this man some credit because he played a phenomenal tournament. I love the way that Hydra played in this finals. Very, very smart.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, your DreamHack Austin champion, Hydra!
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, your DreamHack Austin champion, it is Hydra. Give another big round of applause. Hydra, I mean, let's talk about the last moments of that last game, because I think that really embodies what was going through that whole match. You lost all your Brewlords and your Corruptors. The Void Rays started charging in, but you kept your cool and, you know, kind of trapped Neeb into being a little bit overly aggressive. What was going through your head when you just lost all those air units?
I don't even remember what I was doing. It was a crazy game.
Yeah, it was pretty nuts. A lot of intensity. Now, we talked about it leading up to this final, right? You respect Neeb a lot. You said you think he's the best form right now. But at the same time, your experience comes through. You're able to take this victory. What's it like to win in front of the U.S. crowd here in the first DreamHack in America?
It's awesome. It's awesome, especially it's my first time in Austin, and I'll probably visit here in my future again. And yeah, I don't know. You guys have no idea how much I was thirsty for this trophy.
All right, well, once again, congratulations, Hydra. Ladies and gentlemen, your DreamHack Austin champion, it is Hydra.
The champagne ceremony is back at DreamHack. And Ronnie, if you won DreamHack, I know you'd be spraying it with your thumb over it.
I'm not very good at video games, Sean, but I'm pretty damn good at spraying champagne. Like, I'm pretty sure I've got that department covered.
But congratulations to Hydra. He is the next and the new DreamHack champion. Another WCS tournament under his belt as well, as he continues to gather points to certify and solidify his position at the global playoffs at the end of the year. But at the end of the day, Neeb very close, a very strong performance from him. But it is Hydra who gets back to the top.
The cooler, man. Everyone's hyping up Neeb, myself included. They're very excited about that storyline, but you got a little bit of a reality check here. Hydra has been the boss in WCS for a while now. We were kind of talking about how last year he didn't win all of them. He didn't win many of them, but he was around the finals of just about every one of those. And at all of those tournaments, by the way, we were always like, oh yeah, Hydra, he's the scariest. And here it is. So, you know, we talked about a footnote. We thought this could have been Neeb launching up and really making a name for himself. As it turns out, we're going to have to wait a little while, or you know, maybe a long while, or maybe never. But for Neeb,
I still think he did. I still think this was a great tournament for him. It was a great final. Every game felt pretty close as far as which way it could have gone.
Well, Nate, as a Terran player, you're used to settling for mediocrity. I mean, the rest of us, like, winning is, of course, the big goal here.
I was looking at I mean, because Dreamhack has another tournament in a few days almost, just next weekend. We're all traveling to France to bring you the next championship for WCS. And I was looking at the bracket. Neeb plays Lilbo first. If he wins, the potential opponent he plays next is Hydra.
If Hydra beats Bales.
If Hydra beats Bales.
Well, Bales.
So a rematch around the corner, perhaps.
I mean, that's almost sad, right? Because they played against each other in the Spring Championship already as well. So that would be 3 times. Maybe that's a little too much Neeb Hydra that I can handle. But I mean, we can get ahead of it. We'll see. I mean, I do not want to look past Lilbo or anything because I think Lilbo is a phenomenal player. But this final game, Sean, this game did not have to end over here. Like, this has happened to all of us, right? We all play StarCraft. We all love playing video games. And this has happened to all of us. Like, I defended, let's do this, let's run across the map and end it. And, you know, normally this would not happen. If Neeb just sits back, makes Disruptors or Storm, whichever one he goes for, I think he's in a great spot, I mean, or at least a good spot.
This is literally a tournament-ending mistake there for him. Why do you think that decision came through? Do you think it was maybe a lack of experience? Because surely you know at that position that it can't be that simple.
I think that's almost nerves, or maybe, I think he's just not thinking. I think this is like the first time we actually saw nerves getting the best of him and just being like, I'm doing it, I defended Broodlords, let's go. While I think if he's just chilling at home at ladder, it's like, all right, let's see what you do right now after I killed you, Broodlords, you know. I really think
that's exactly right. I mean, he jumped on 5 Broodlords and a couple Corruptors, and that was a big victory. But that's not like endgame trigger the March, let's just go win this thing kind of thing. He didn't lose the Hydras. And then, if you ask Neeb, you're like, hey, Neeb, you know, what do you think he's going to have? He'd be like, well, probably either a lot of Hydras or, again, air. But if he did, like 6 Void Rays and a couple Archons, it's probably not enough. So it was rough. But one subtle thing, real quick. The Baneling thing that Zergs are doing these days, by the way, it wasn't 30 Banelings that really opened up that fight. It was like 7, and they killed all the Zealots, and then the Immortals were by themselves, and the Void Rays were by themselves. It's really cool that Zergs are doing that.
I think that you make a really good point, too. Like, the 6 Void Rays were great, but if that was the same number of Broodlords that we saw in Dusk Towers, then I don't think he's going to be, you know, having 46 Hydralisks to fight with. It was only like 4 or 5.
I mean, he killed the Greatest Spire.
Yeah, but still, I mean, I'm just saying, like, if he takes that out, it's not like there's nothing else that Hydra could be spending his money on.
Yeah, if he kills the 12 that you were saying, then yes, then it's like, let's go for it, let's go win the game.
I do like that you highlight that, by the way, Jeff, because I feel that Neeb tried to prepare better for the Bane stealth and he was ready for it on Dust Towers, but Hydra, he is not the guy that just aim moves with his Banelings and then like puts his hand below his chin, like, let's see what they roll into. It's like, no, he positions them so smartly and it's like, oh, Zealot, Jackbolt, Zealot again, Jackbolt, Sentries, Jackbolt, never just runs 15 Banelings into a single Archon. And then of course you can be critical again, be like, well, the Archon should have been in front of the Zealots. Like, yeah, I mean, it's easier said than done.
He's playing on the big stage. He's feeling the momentum switch. Like, the crowd is yelling his name. And that's why I've been here before, by the way. I was at the Dreamhack where everyone was cheering for Naniwa, and then he hit Leenock in the grand finals.
That was a sick
finals. It was a weird feeling. It was a great final, but there was like momentum. Everyone's like, Naniwa's going to do it, and then Leenock just beats him. And then the Swedish crowd was super polite and awesome, but everyone was like, Naniwa's going to do it in Sweden, in front of this audience. Leenock wins. Everyone's like, all right, good job, Leenock.
Yeah, that was one of the best finals I think I've ever seen, actually. I think it's underrated in the history of StarCraft 2 finals. Really sick games.
Absolutely.
But nice here, too. And like I said, Hydra is building on something here. He's building on him being the final boss of WCS. Him and Polt have had amazing matchups in the past, but now there's these foreigners that are jumping up here and giving these guys some fighting, and it makes it more exciting for a lot of us, I think.
And of course, this isn't the big tournament of all the WCS circuit. You know, this is a circuit event, but the championship is next week. And both Polt and Hydra are on the same side of the bracket. Neeb is in that side of the bracket as well, so it's going to be pretty awesome to see. I mean, Hydra, of course, smiles all around Roddy. That is a Roddy smile if I've ever seen one.
Holy crap, there's a troll. Sorry, he has $16,000
in
his pocket.
Yeah, it's not a small win. It's not like he's walking away with 5K over here, which might be a little small for him. But he's winning 16,000, and this may not be, you know, the winter or spring championship, but it's really big. And most importantly, it's a tournament victory. Because we said it, like, we always say Hydra is the final boss, but he actually only had one foreign offline tournament to show for. And now he's like, hey guys, like, you know, enough talk about everybody else. I'm still here. I'm still really hard to beat. And, you know, just to put things in perspective a little bit, right? Like, Firecake beats Paul. We're like, oh my God. MaSa then beats Firecake.
Yeah,
We're like, best games ever. And then Hydra's like, nope. No, this ends here, guys.
I mean, let's take a look at
MaSa. It wasn't actually that good.
We can take a look at the bracket, and you can highlight perhaps some of the moments that, you know, really stood out for you over these last couple of days at the stage.
I think the Puck Neeb quarterfinals, I think that was very cool as well.
I love seeing Neeb show that he can make the really interesting clutch decisions in that final game in Arena, for example, playing off the fast island base, staying cool under fire. That personally for me was one of the best.
I mean, a shout out to Namchar as well for making it into the quarterfinals. Big run for that young Swedish Zerg.
For me, it's like the Firecake Pult series was very impressive in the sense that Firecake showed a level that was impressive, and he actually beat Pult pretty hard. I mean, they're pretty back and forth games, but he won 3-1 in score.
Especially considering that Pult's been dunking on Firecake in every tournament for the last year.
And then I personally and very selfishly really enjoyed casting with Total Biscuit the super exciting match of MaSa and Firecake.
That was insane.
And then immediately Total Biscuit tweets his passion's restored. That is the curing and healing power of StarCraft there. You know, that's amazing.
That's still, I think, at least for me, I don't know about you guys, probably still the match of the tournament.
Runes of Endian is the best game that we've seen this tournament.
Yeah, it was brilliant. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Our job is now done here on the desk. Before, of course, we go, we're, as already mentioned, going to tour in France next week. We travel to Europe. All was going to be a bit of jet lag, I suppose, boys.
I liked being able to do a Dreamhack without a 9-hour time difference.
Yeah?
This was nice. Fun.
Well, let's all go hand to hand together.
Let me just hit this.
That's the slogan of my favorite football team, Sean.
Hit this esports elevator and take it down.
This esports elevator. Well, thank you very much, In Control, for joining us on the desk. We'll see you in France. Thank you very much to our sponsors, of course, Zowie, Fraser, G2A, Monster Energy, and Alienware. We're done here in Austin, Texas. We're going to be going to France next week. We'll see you on stream in a different continent.
Jeff.